की धरती पर विकसित हुए थे और उनमें तमाम सारे प्रश्नों पर विचार किया गया था। अभी अभी हमने वेद के ही एक अंश से आपके सामने एक ऋचा का उल्लेख किया था, जिसमें कहा गया कि भाई पूर्ण में से पूर्ण निकालोगे तो पूर्ण ही बचेगा, और यह भी पूर्ण है और वह भी पूर्ण है। पूर्ण की यह गुत्थी, यह पजल आज भी हमारे लिए उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण। मित्रों, मैं सीमित समय में कुछ खास बातों की ओर आपका ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहूंगा। सर्व प्रमुख जो बात मैं आपसे साझा करना चाहता हूं वो ये है कि आशावाद और सकारात्मकता यह मुख्य विचार है जो कि वैदिक वाङ्मय में हमको प्राप्त होता है। और एक स्वस्थ और सक्रिय जीवन कैसे व्यतीत किया जाए, इसका सरोकार, लॉन्ग एंड एक्टिव लाइफ, ए फुलफिलिंग लाइफ, ये जीवन का क्रम कैसे बने, यह वैदिक वाङ्मय का प्रमुख उद्देश्य रहता है। मैं समझता हूं कि हम सब लोग इस प्रार्थना से जरूर अवगत होंगे। पश्येम शरदः शतम्, भूयेम शरदः शतम्, प्रब्रवाम शरदः शतम्। अर्थात हम 100 वर्ष तक अधीन होकर के जिए, सशक्त रूप में जिए, और यह जीना ऐसा हो जो कि हमारे लिए और दूसरों के लिए, दोनों के लिए उपयोगी हो। ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है। यह निजी और व्यक्ति केंद्रित, इट इज नॉट द आइडिया टू survive, grow, and surpass everyone. It is to live together, grow together. ये बात नई नहीं है। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, माँ कश्चित् दुःख भाग् भवेत्। This concern for the well-being of everyone, collective well-being, ये पूरी सृष्टि में एक आपस में संगति है। और उस संगति को कैसे बनाए रखा जाए, ये जानकारी मनुष्य में होती है। और मनुष्य का जो विवेक है वह इस प्रकार का है कि वह इन सब का संतुलन स्थापित करता है। मैं समझता हूँ कि संतुलन की बात अगर देखें, जो आज के विश्व में भी बड़ी गंभीर रूप से महसूस की जा रही है, जलवायु परिवर्तन और तमाम सारे संकटों को देखते हुए यह संतुलन कैसे बनेगा, मैं समझता हूँ इसका सूत्र जो है वो हमारे सामने धर्म के विचार में, मोक्ष के विचार में, कर्म के विचार में और काम, ये जो चार पुरुषार्थ हैं वो इस संतुलन की ओर हमारा ध्यान आकृष्ट करते हैं। न अकेला धर्म, न अकेला कर्म, न अकेला काम, न अकेला मोक्ष, नॉट सिंगल, बट ऑल ऑफ देम हैव टू बी परसूट। इन सब पर हमें काम करना होगा। मनुष्य की जो जीवन की एक प्रसाद हमें मिला है, उसका लाभ यही है कि हम इन चारों के ऊपर काम कर सकते हैं। यदि आप ईशावास्योपनिषद पढ़ें तो उसका पहला मंत्र यही कहता है, ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत् किंचित जगत्यां जगत तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजीथा माँ गृथा कस्य सिद्धम। भाई ये पूरा विश्व, पूरी सृष्टि बस उसी परमात्मा की उपस्थिति से सजीव बनी हुई है। तो इसमें अपनी अपनी तो कोई चीज है ही नहीं, सब कुछ उसी का है। यत किंचित माने कुछ भी, जगत्यां जगत, पूरे जगत में, तो उसके प्रसाद के रूप में तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजी था, वही ग्रहण करो और दूसरे का झपट्टा मत मारो। दूसरे का जो सामान है, वस्तु है, पदार्थ है, जो कुछ भी है, उसको अपना बनाने का काम मत करो। और अगला मंत्र तो कहता है कि भाई देखो, जिजीविषेत शतं समाह, और उसके पहले है उर्वन् नेवेह कर्माणि। तो इस तरह से कार्य करते हुए, सक्रिय जीवन बिताते हुए 100 वर्ष आपके जीवन की अवधि हो, ऐसी कामना की गई है। बार बार यह बात कही जाती है। तो वैदिक साइकोलॉजी ट्राइज टू क्रिएट ए विजन फॉर ह्यूमैनिटी एंड वेलबींग वेयर देयर इज इंटरडिपेंडेंस, जहां पर सभी एक दूसरे के ऊपर निर्भर हैं और एक दूसरे के लिए पूरक का काम करते हैं। हमारे लिए यह भी एक बहुत रोचक प्रश्न है जो कि हमें ध्यान में ले आना चाहिए। वो ये है कि वैदिक वाङ्मय में जो सामग्री हमारे पास उपलब्ध है वो अनेक स्रोतों से उपलब्ध है। जो 4 मुख्य संहिताएं हैं, ऋग्वेद, यजुर्वेद, सामवेद, अथर्ववेद, जैसा कि आप अवश्य परिचित होंगे कि इसमें आध्यात्मिक ज्ञान भी है, भौतिक ज्ञान भी है, सामाजिक ज्ञान भी है, और तो और पूरा का पूरा जो यजुर्वेद है वह यज्ञ से जुड़ा हुआ है, कैसे उसका संपादन किया जाता है। इन संहिताओं के अतिरिक्त हमारे पास आरण्यक ग्रंथ हैं, ब्राह्मण ग्रंथ हैं, और ग्रंथ रत्न तमाम उपनिषद हैं। 108 कहे जाते हैं, उनसे भी ज्यादा तमाम तरह के उपनिषद हैं। कुछ बड़े महत्वपूर्ण हैं जिनसे हम परिचित हैं, उनकी कथाओं से परिचित हैं। कौन नचिकेता और कठोपनिषद को नहीं जानता होगा। ऐतरेय ब्राह्मण है, बृहदारण्यक है, केन उपनिषद है, कठोपनिषद है। ये सारे जो उपनिषद हैं जो ज्ञान की ऐसी राशि हमारे सामने रखते हैं जो कि जीवन को संचालित करने के लिए अत्यंत आवश्यक है। इन सामग्रियों को आत्मसात करना और जीवन में उतारना। It is not merely statement of facts or theories. We need to see how they can be used to transform our own lifestyle, our life, our achievements. So, all this knowledge is transformative. वह ज्ञान जो हमको बदल देता है। हमको कहा गया है कि पराविद्या भी देखो और अपराविद्या भी देखो, भौतिक ज्ञान भी देखो और उसके अतिरिक्त जो है उसको भी देखो, तब समग्र ज्ञान होता है। अनेक कथाएं आपको मिलेंगी जहां पर कहा जाता है कि खोजो कि आत्मा क्या है। आत्मबोध, आत्मानम बुद्धि, यह एक मूल प्रश्न है जो कि लगभग सभी उपनिषदों में बार बार आता है। और कठोपनिषद इसलिए विशेष महत्वपूर्ण है कि उसमें यही जिज्ञासा है कि यह परमात्म ज्ञान किस प्रकार का है। अणुरणीयान महतो महीयान, अब ऐसा है वह अणु से भी छोटा है और महान से भी महान है। तो इसकी साधना किस प्रकार की है, यह केवल एक कल्पना की बात नहीं है, यह हमारे जीवन से भी जुड़ा हुआ प्रश्न है। और यह भी ध्यान देने की बात है कि यहाँ पर यह कहा गया कि भाई देखो, धर्म वह है जिससे अभ्युदय और निःश्रेयस। तो अभ्युदय का अर्थ है जो भौतिक जीवन में, सामाजिक जीवन में हमारी समृद्धि है, जो उपलब्धि है, तो उसका डिनायल नहीं है, उसको छोड़ना नहीं है। लेकिन अगर वह एकांगी है तो कठिनाई पैदा कर देगा। हम सब देख रहे हैं समाज में, जब केवल वो एकांगी हो जाता है तो कितना विनाशकारी हो जाता है। हिंसा होती है, अत्याचार होता है, अनाचार होता है। तो मैं शुरू में कह रहा था, पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदम्, की पूर्णता को खोजने की, सकल को खोजने की, समग्र को खोजने की एक उद्दाम, एक अत्यंत विस्तृत, व्यापक, प्रखर इच्छा हमारे मन में होती। पूर्ण कैसे हो, यह पूर्णता की जो तलाश है वह पूरे वैदिक मनोविज्ञान का मुख्य सरोकार है, उद्देश्य है। और इसके लिए जीवन कैसे जिया जाए, और ज्ञान के जो तमाम क्षेत्र हैं वे सभी वेद के विस्तार हैं। वेदों खिलो धर्म मूल, सब कुछ का आधार वेद है। ये एक अद्भुत विषय है जो इतने दिनों पहले सोचा गया, पढ़ा गया, लिखा गया, जिस पर टीका टिप्पणी विस्तृत चीज उपलब्ध रही, लेकिन वह सब हमारे ज्ञान के क्षेत्र से बाहर कर दिया गया। हमारी जो फॉर्मल स्कूलिंग है, जो औपचारिक शिक्षा है, उसमें उसका कोई स्थान नहीं। वास्तविक अर्थों में जो ज्ञान है वह मुक्ति देने वाला होता है। सा विद्या या विमुक्त है, या कहते हैं ऋते ज्ञाना न मुक्ति ही, ज्ञान वह है जो मुक्त करे। और मुक्त होने का अर्थ यह थोड़ी है कि मरने के बाद कोई आप मुक्ति नामक चीज पाते हैं, या अमृत है कि कोई आप रस पी लोगे तो अमृत हो जाओगे, मरोगे ही नहीं। ये सब तो व्यर्थ की बातें हैं, अनावश्यक। तो जो मरा नहीं है वो है अमृत, जीवंत कैसे रहा जाए और सक्रिय जीवन कैसे जिया जाए। यह वह जीवन जो कि केवल अपने लिए न हो, जो दूसरों के लिए भी हो। और मैं और तू, मेरा, अपना और पराया, यह जो भेद है वह कहीं हमारी सीमा बन जाता है, और हम सिर्फ अहम के, ईगो के पोषण में, बढ़ाने में अपना सारा समय बिता देते हैं। जबकि सत्य यह है कि, वास्तविकता यह है कि जो जीवन की सत्ता है वह अकेले की हो ही नहीं सकती, वो पारस्परिकता की होती है। और आपके बोध में तो होना ये चाहिए, अहम ब्रह्मास्मि, सर्वम खल्विदम ब्रह्म। ये महावाक्य जो है बड़े गंभीर हैं, जो हमारा ध्यान इस ओर आकृष्ट करते हैं कि हमारे आत्मबोध का विस्तार किस प्रकार का हो। तो ईगो का खंडन करके, उसको समाप्त करके, एलिमिनेट करके, एक विस्तृत स्व की, एक इंक्लूसिव स्व की, ऐसे स्व की जिसमें सभी का समावेश हो जाए, यह हमारे वैदिक मनोविज्ञान का मूल उद्देश्य है। ऐसी मेरी दृष्टि है। और इसके लिए तमाम सारे उपाय हैं। यह पुनः मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि इसमें भौतिक ज्ञान, भौतिक उपलब्धि और आध्यात्मिक उपलब्धि के बीच में कोई पारस्परिक द्वेष नहीं है, कोई कॉन्फ्लिक्ट नहीं है। जीवन की पूर्णता इसी में है कि हम उन दोनों को प्राप्त करें, अभ्युदय भी हो, निश्रेयस भी हो। और ज्ञान तो हमको मुक्त करने वाला है। अविद्यया मृत्युम तीर्त्वा विद्या मृतमश्नुते। अविद्या से, भौतिक ज्ञान से, हाँ, पार करो यह संसार। जहाँ जी रहे हो, खा रहे हो, भोजन करना है, शरीर चलाना है, एक ओर तो ये है, और दूसरी ओर अपने आत्मबोध को भी समझना है। और वह आत्मबोध जो है जो श्रेष्ठ व्यक्ति होगा, जो आत्मबोध वाला व्यक्ति होगा, जो ऋषि होगा, वह सबकी ओर जो ध्यान देगा वही होगा। कहते हैं, अगर भगवत गीता को आप याद करिए, अविभक्तम विभक्तेषु यह पश्यति स पश्यति। सात्विक ज्ञान वो है जो कि बटे हुए चीजों में, विभक्त चीजों में, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड जो अलग अलग एंटिटीज हैं, उन सब में कोई एक रस, कोई एक तत्व जो है वो खोज पाता है। तो हमारी कामना है कि आप इस दृष्टि से विचार करें कि जीवन को समग्रता में, और जब जीवन को समग्रता में देखते हैं तो पशु पक्षी भी हैं, जल भी है, वायु भी है, अग्नि भी है, इन सबको हम ध्यान में रखते हैं। इन सबके साथ ही हम हो सकते हैं। आप विचार करिए ना, इन सब के अभाव में क्या जीवन संभव है? और इन सब से काट करके जीने का कोई अर्थ नहीं है। लेकिन जो एक नितांत भौतिकवादी दृष्टि है, मेटीरियलिस्ट दृष्टि है, उपभोक्तावादी दृष्टि है, कंज्यूमरिस्ट दृष्टि है, वह तो कुछ ऐसा ही कहती है। आधुनिक मनोविज्ञान भी कुछ खुल कर, कुछ छिप कर, उसी स्व की, उसी सीमित ईगो की साधना में लगा हुआ है। वैदिक मनोविज्ञान पूर्ण मनोविज्ञान का प्रस्ताव हमारे सम्मुख रखता है। इस बात को कई लोगों ने प्रस्तुत किया, जिनमें महर्षि अरविंद ने विशेष रूप से विचार किया कि कैसे चेतना का स्तर ऊपर उठेगा और कैसे चेतना आप तक पहुंचेगी। एसेंडेंस भी है और डिसेंडेंस भी है, और कैसे मनुष्य का परिष्कार हो सकता है। तो उस संपूर्ण व्यक्ति की, संपूर्ण मनुष्य की पैमाइश, उसको समझना और उसकी साधना, यह वैदिक मनोविज्ञान का मूल आधार है। और मैंने बड़े ही संक्षेप में कुछ बातें आप तक रखी हैं जो अपर्याप्त हैं। यह विषय व्यापक है और इसका विस्तार में अध्ययन होना चाहिए। आपने आरंभ किया है और इसके लिए मैं आपको हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अंत में मैं एक बात और कहूंगा, ये जो वेद में एक बड़ा सुंदर विचार है वो ये है, कुछ इस प्रकार, जागृतो दूरमुदयति यदि सुप्तं तथैवेति, दूरंगमं ज्योतिषां ज्योतिरेकं, तन्मे मनः शिव संकल्पमस्तु। हमारे मन शुभ संकल्प वाले हो, इस कामना के साथ मैं पुनः आपको बधाई देता हूँ और आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तन्मे मनः शिव संकल्पमस्तु। हमारा मन शिव संकल्प।
बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय सर। सर का स्वास्थ्य थोड़ा सा खराब है, सर ने पहले भी मेंशन किया था। तो ज्यादा समय न लेते हुए, यदि आप में से किसी का कोई रिलेवेंट क्वेश्चन है, एक या दो क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं अभी। इसके बाद में आप में से यदि किसी का कोई क्वेरी क्वेश्चन है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं।
मैं सुन नहीं पाया, यदि कोई प्रश्न हो तो आप दोहरा दें।
हाँ, यदि किसी का कोई प्रश्न हो तो एक या दो प्रश्न, ज्यादा नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे नेक्स्ट स्पीकर भी हैं। माइक आ जाएगा आप तक, आप वहां से पूछ सकते हैं। एनीवन? यस प्लीज।
प्रणाम सर। सर, आपने इंडियन साइकोलॉजी या फिर वैदिक साइकोलॉजी में काफ़ी योगदान दिया है। और भी बहुत सारे जो हमारे विद्वत जन हैं और साथ में ऑथर्स हैं, तो आपकी बुक जब हम उसका अध्ययन करते हैं तो हमें समझ आता है कहीं ना कहीं एक कोलैबोरेशन स्थापित करने की कोशिश की गई है। हमारा जो वैदिक ज्ञान रहा है उसके साथ मॉडर्न जो हमारा मनोविज्ञान है, साइकोलॉजी। क्या आप ये समझते हैं कि इंडियन साइकोलॉजी अपने आप में पूर्ण है, या फिर हमें मॉडर्न साइकोलॉजी के आयामों पर भी गौर करना चाहिए? क्योंकि दोनों का एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट पक्ष ये आता है कि मॉडर्न साइकोलॉजी कहती है कि जब भी कोई परेशानी है या फिर मनोरोग आता है तो उसके कुछ थेरेपी के माध्यम से उसका इलाज होता है, जबकि इंडियन साइकोलॉजी या फिर जो वैदिक साइकोलॉजी है उसमें रूट कॉज और अगर उसमें कर्म प्रधानता अगर देखी जाए कि वो कर्मों के कारण है, तो हम ये कोशिश करते हैं कि प्रायश्चित के माध्यम से, योग के माध्यम से और अन्य चीजों के माध्यम से भी उसका समाधान निकलने को हम देखते हैं। तो क्या ये दोनों साथ में चल सकते हैं, या फिर हमें फोकस करना है कि हम इसी साइकोलॉजी को, वैदिक साइकोलॉजी को ही यूनिवर्सल बनाएं?
बैठ जाइए आप। बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न आपका है, और इस पर काफी विस्तार से विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। इस प्रश्न को छेड़ने के लिए मैं आपको हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ। मैं दो तीन बातें आपसे कहूंगा। उत्तर तो मैं नहीं दे सका, न सकूंगा, तत्काल इतना समय नहीं है। अ, वैदिक मनोविज्ञान और आधुनिक मनोविज्ञान, ये दोनों यूनिटरी नहीं है। अर्थात बिल्कुल एक ही धारा हो उनकी, ऐसा नहीं। बहुत सारी धाराएं हैं। तो एक तरह की हमारी समझदारी है कि हमने सबको मिला के कह दिया वैदिक या भारतीय, सबको मिला के कह दिया आधुनिक। जैसे कि आप स्वयं जानते हैं कि मनोविज्ञान में भी तमाम सारे स्कूल हैं। थेरेपी कोई एक तरह की थोड़ी है, पचासों तरह की थेरेपी है। सबके पीछे अलग अलग सिद्धांत है, और उन थेरेपी की उपयोगिता उन सिद्धांतों से कहीं न कहीं जुड़ी हुई है। और यह भी आवश्यक है कि उन थेरेपी का, उन सिद्धांतों का विकास एक खास तरह की संस्कृति में हुआ है, जहां पर मनुष्य का जीवन एक खास ढंग से चल रहा है। खास तरह के मूल्यों पर वहां बल दे रहे हैं। और जहां हम वैदिक की बात करते हैं, जहां संपूर्ण की बात करते हैं, सृष्टि की बात करते हैं, सभी देवी देवता आपको देखो, सब अग्नि और वायु और सबकी चिंता आप कर रहे हो, जल की चिंता कर रहे हो। वेद में कहा गया कि भाई शांति की बात करो तो सबकी शांति की बात करो। तो आपस में जुड़ना ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण, इनसे जुड़ करके ही हम जीवित रह सकते हैं। और वहां पर है सबको छोड़ छाड़ के अकेला आदमी है, क्लाइंट। क्लाइंट है वो, बाजार में सामान खरीद रहा है, स्वास्थ्य खरीद रहा है वो। गुरु और शिष्य जो है वो बेच थोड़ी रहे हैं। कृष्ण और अर्जुन बेच और खरीद थोड़ी रहे हैं। कहने का अर्थ ये है कि ये एक किस्म का पैराडाइम है, वो एक दूसरे किस्म का पैराडाइम है। लेकिन ऐसा भी नहीं है कि वो आपस में कहीं प्रभावित नहीं करते या उनका लाभ नहीं लिया जा सकता। इस ओर हमने बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान अभी तक नहीं दिया है कि किस तरह की समस्याओं में किस प्रकार की पद्धति का उपयोग ठीक होगा। मुझे लगता है कि हमको इस दृष्टि से विचार और काम करने की जरूरत है कि उनका सहयोग कैसे लिया जा सकता है। क्योंकि ज्ञान कहीं से भी आए, वो ज्ञान के रूप में विचार करने के लिए काबिल है। आनो भद्राः कृतवो यान्तु विश्वतः। चारों ओर से जो विचार आ रहे हैं उन सबका स्वागत है। देखो, समझो, ठीक लगे तो उसका उपयोग करो। और ऐसा किया भी जा रहा है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि दोनों एक दूसरे के विकल्प हैं। विकल्प भी हैं, पूरक भी हैं। तो ये कई तरह की दृष्टियों से इन पे विचार किया जा सकता है। और मैं समझता हूँ कि इसमें बहुत सारी संभावनाएं हैं, जिधर धीरे धीरे सही लेकिन प्रगति हुई है। मैं अपनी बात यहीं पर समाप्त करूंगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। यकीनन मुझे शोध में एक नई दिशा मिली है और हम सबकी ओर से ये प्रार्थना आपके शीघ्र स्वास्थ्य लाभ हेतु। बहुत धन्यवाद सर और ये दिशा देने।
धन्यवाद।
और इसी के साथ में जो हमारे नेक्स्ट स्पीकर हैं, ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर जैन नंबूदरी सर, आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट सर, ही इज अ सीईओ डायरेक्टर एट माइंडक्राफ्ट and brand ambassador in India for EQ for Peace USA, also a behavior therapist. He is from Kerala, Bharat. So I would like to invite him, and sir, please conclude in time, and if anyone has any query or question, you can ask later. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for providing this opportunity to, to share my views on Vedic psychology and emotional management. In Vedic psychology, it is rooted in the ancient Vedic texts of India, offered holistic understanding of mind and consciousness. It differs significantly from modern Western psychology in its emphasis on spirituality and interconnectedness of mind, body, and soul. Here are some keys to condense the concept. This is a basic connection with mind, body, and soul. And the understanding of mind. Vedic psychology delves into complexity of mind, often described through concepts like mana, that the sensory mind responsible for processing and perception and emotions. Buddhi, the intellect involved in reasoning, judgment, and decision making. Hamkara, the ego, the sense of I and individuality. Suppose if our ego increase, we want to maintain our ego in the proper way. And if the ego will increase, the person becomes selfish. And how we can control our ego? To do some help to others. This is like as a charity. If you are doing some helping to others, that decrease the selfishness. So we can maintain our ego in the proper way. And chitta, the storehouse of memories, impression and subconscious tendencies. And as per the Vedic psychology, mainly three gunas are connected. This Vedic psychology depends on our prakriti, that is connected to our body. One is sattva, rajas and tamas. Sattva means the quality of purity and harmony. This sattva delivers from sad meaning of truth, existence, nature, light, clarity, balance, knowledge, etc. And rajas, when we are doing any kind of activities, all activities come under rajas. And tamas, this tamas is ignorance. Suppose if you are working very hard, our body become very much tired. So we are not able to concentrate anywhere. This undercome rages. After that, it leads to anxiety, anger, any kind of body disturbance, sad, etc., etc. This ignorance is, like I said, darkness. How we can resolve this darkness? That is to increase sattva gunas. Example, if one person is under anxious, may their body become restlessness, may they showing some uh, activities like they become very much anger, their body become very much irritation. Maybe they never get the sleep properly. Even they will never take the food also. Some person will be taking food and sleep properly, means very low, and some person will be make very high level also if the person under anxious. To overcome that, maybe they are addicted with maybe alcohol or any kind of social medias. Their body become very much fatigued, emotionally and mentally they become very much imbalanced. So how we can resolve this tamas? That is ignorance. We can increase the sattva gunas. Sattva gunas is we can engage with meditation, yoga, breathing exercise, connected with the nature. So these are connecting with the able to increase their sattva gunas. And if you are engaging with the experiencing yoga and practicing every day, their meditation, if you are meditating every day, if you are meditating every day, that will creating uh, concentration. And that concentration leads to self-awareness. When we have the self-awareness, then if the person under anxious, we can apply one very good exercise that do the breathing exercise. Slowly inhale through the nose, fold it, and slowly exhale through the mouth. When we are inhale very slowly, maximum oxygen will be entering in our body or brain. So the body become more relaxed and the person become more aware. Same way when they are exhale very slowly, maximum wasted gas will go out. So the person become very normal. So how we can control our anxious? There are some methods we are normally using the centers. One method is breath reduction exercise. That is slow breath reduction exercise. How we can practice? We can set a time of duration 1 minute. In 1 minute duration, just count how many exhalation and inhalation occur. First, we can count exhalation, then we can count 1, inhalation 2, exhalation 3, and inhalation 4, etc. So, the duration of 1 minute. Suppose uh, altogether, if you get the number is 40, we can create a one chart. First column is serial number, second column is N, and the third column is N by 2. So, first we are doing this breathing exercise. N is 40, N by 2 means 20. Then take 1 minute rest. Again, continue this same procedure. So slowly it comes down. This 40 will become a 36, 30, 28, 28. Last we can get. If you are practicing this daily, thrice, before the breakfast, before the lunch, and before the dinner, our emotion will be normalized. Our anxiety will be normalized. The person will get more relaxation and they get the more awareness also. Second method is normally applying that hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapy is when we are drinking water. If the water is very less in our body, it creates anxiety. When we are drinking water, we can take one glass of water with the support of one straw. Suppose when we are drinking juice, we are keeping the straw in our mouth. Instead of our mouth, just kept in the our lip and support with our upper lip. And slowly drink this water for a duration of 10 minutes. So our focus is mainly we are focusing to drinking the water. Actually, what happened? We are taking our breath very slowly. When we are taking very slowly, maximum oxygen will be entering our body. So it will be very good exercise. We can practice every day to avoid anxiety. Rajas is the quality of activity and passion, meaning movement, energy, desire, etc., etc. That is any kind of activities we are involved. That is Rajas. And if you are overload or if you are stuck with the that Rajas, it will be come to tamas. That is ignorance. To overcome that ignorance, we can apply this kind of sadgunas. Breathing exercise, yoga, meditation, be within nature, and we can practice every day mindfulness walking. When we are walking, just count our left leg. Suppose if you are starting from your home, before and reaching your destiny, just count how many left leg you are used. This method is called as Sufi walking. It is one kind of mindful walking. Mindful means be present. Second method is you can walk in your residence 50 steps. One step in front of, if you are kept in the one foot, in front of, exactly in front of you can keep the another foot. Suppose you are first kept in your left foot, kept the right foot in front of the left foot exactly, and focusing on your foot and walk 50 steps every day. This is also kind of mindfulness. So when we are practicing this mindfulness, we can overcome this kind of anxiety. Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, any question can, because it is time is very less, so I concluded very late. Any questions can ask.
For your valuable time. And if anyone has any query or question, you can ask. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and presentation.
Okay, one more thing I can. We want to practice every day. 7 hours, 6 minutes sleep. Sleep is stress level elimination exercise plan. When we lay down in the bed, within 10 minutes, we need to occur our sleep. Otherwise, lot of unwanted thoughts will be created. To overcome this kind of unwanted thoughts, practice laughter therapy. When we are practicing laughter therapy, endorphin secreting our body, it is a pain release. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and for your insightful sights. And now we are moving towards our next speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. S. Kandivaran, sir. He is a professor and head at Department of Psychology, Periyar University, Tamil Nadu. And now we would like to invite sir. I think he is in. Sir, you can proceed.
Just a minute, just a minute. Yeah, is the PowerPoint is visible?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone present here. This is Kadiravan from Periyar University, Tamil Nadu. I have chosen Vedic psychology, ancient systems, and mental health. Today, the need of the hour is mental health, and the world is called as the world of stress and tension, and we are not an exception. Many people suffer with a lot of problems just because they are unable to maintain their mental health. So protecting one's own mental health became a biggest challenge. And today, all the people, all the sectors like psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors, and all the other groups of people, they are trying to do something for the welfare of the mental health. So what is mental health? From the Vedic perspective, the calm mind is said to be mental health. From the Vedic perspective, the calm mind is said to be mental health. So, but if you want to achieve the calm mental health, calm mind, there are 4 basic systems, our ancient systems, which is supportive for development and protection of the mental health. Even development is sometimes easy, but protecting the mental health is the biggest challenge. So, what are the ancient systems from the Vedic perspective? The first one is yoga. According to Patanjali, yoga is said to be the Sitta Vritti Nirodha, which means the regulation of the turbulent forces of the mind. The regulation of the turbulent forces of the mind. Just before, my friend Jayan Nambudri, he has mentioned about once if you go to the bed, within the next 10 minutes, you should fall asleep. Otherwise, there are unwanted turbulent forces, the turbulent thoughts will be flowing in your mind. So here Patanjali is giving the meaning from the yogic perspective. The regulation of the turbulent forces of the mind is said to be the Patanjali yoga. Yoga with its physical postures, asanas, breathing techniques, pranayama, and mental discipline promotes mindfulness, emotional balance, and stress regulation. Mindfulness, emotional balance, and stress reduction. Remember, whenever we are incapable of dealing with the external pressure, we have the complaint about the stress. As long as we are able to handle the situation or deal with the situation, we never have the complaint of stress. But whenever it's beyond our capacity, whenever we are unable to handle the situation, we use the word stress. And do remember, even the kids today use the word tension and stress without knowing the real meaning of it or without knowing the core of it. They use the stress. So stress is invaded even into your womb. From the womb onwards, think of the various methodologies utilized to get the conceptualization nowadays. In olden days, conceptualization is a normal process. Once if the people are getting married, it is a normal process. But nowadays we are spending lakhs and lakhs of rupees for getting conceptualized through the unwanted modalities. But stress is the major cause behind all of this. And the other aspect of the yoga is the mindfulness. The mindfulness. Many people used to give many various explanations, and even in yoga, we use the mindfulness meditation, this, that, and all. But the simplest way of explaining mindfulness is the Japanese story, a cup of tea. Japanese, they used to have a tea, and they for every chip they used to thank the tea. They taste the tea with all the 5 senses they are experiencing the world, including the chi, and they thank the chi. This is the best example for the mindfulness according to Japanese perspective. So mindfulness is the need of the hour, and our yoga, meditation, and all, okay, which is focusing towards the mindfulness and emotional balance. Once if you are aware of your own actions and without stress, you are able to dealing with the situation, then obviously you will be achieving the emotional balance. The second technique drawn from the ancient system is meditation. Meditation, though it's a part of yoga, but it is essential to talk about the meditation in a different perspective. The techniques drawing from the Indian tradition are used for anxiety reduction and promoting mental well-being are said to be the role of yoga, meditation. Then the third ancient system is Ayurveda. It is Ayurveda. Ayurveda is a traditional Indian system of medicine emphasizing the holistic approach to health, considering the interconnectedness of mind, body, and spirit. Mind, body, and spirit. If you look at the basic definition of this psychology, psychology is the word derived from the Latin root. Psycho means soul, logo means a study of. Psyche means soul, logo means a study of. So body, mind, spirit, it talks about the soul only. It aims to restore balance and harmony within the individual. So our body and mind should have the connectivity and it should be well balanced. And the fourth concept is the ancient Indian concepts. Ancient Indian scriptures and texts offer insights into mental health, emphasizing the importance of managing life's adversities and maintaining a state of well-being. The best example for the Indian scriptures is Bhagavad Gita, the Vedas, not only Vedas and Upanishad. So the Bhagavad Gita, which is said to be the first counseling manual, there Krishna has provided all the counseling principles to handle the turbulent mind of Arjuna. So the ancient Indian concepts play a prudent role in doing the troubleshooting as well as handling the mind peacefully. What are the ancient texts we are quoting here? Chakra Shamhita and Shushta Shamhita. The Ayurvedic manuscript provide insights into mental illness and their treatment. The second one is Veda and Atharva Veda. For the Arabic University, I need not explain about Vedas and Atharva Veda, but these texts mention mental illness and potential causes such as divine curses. Then Ramayana and Mahabharata. These epics offer examples of characters dealing with mental distress and coping mechanism. And the fourth one is the popular Bhagavad Gita. This text is considered as a classical example of crisis intervention psychotherapy. So if you take the psychotherapy, many of the crisis intervention principles are derived. Today's crisis intervention principles are derived from the Bhagavad Gita. All the human behavior is said to be the goal-based behavior or need-based behavior. And all the time we are trying to fulfill our goals, or we are trying to overcome the hurdles and fulfill the goals. But in the path of reaching goals, always we are coming across the hurdles. And one more important thing with the human mind is, if there is no hurdle, we will not respect our goals also. The basic nature of the human mind is sensation seeking. If there is no sensation, we may not accept the goals also. But remember, to become the Prime Minister of India, President of America alone is not goal. Even the small things which need to be fulfilled are said to be the goals. So we may have the long-term goals or short-term goals, but the goals are goals. We cannot undermine the goals and its importance. If the goals are not fulfilled, that leads to fixation in our mind, and due to the fixation, we behave in a particular fashion. So let us try to understand the behavior from the goal orientation perspective. All the human behavior is the need-based behavior, and the need fulfillment is said to be the goal attainment. Whenever the goals are blocked, the first state we are getting in our mind is anxiety. That starts the turbulence. The first state we are acquiring in our mind is anxiety. Anxiety is the initial state of disturbance which could influence the performance of an individual. So the first state is anxiety. The continual anxiety leads to tension. Tension is the word derived from the Latin root tendere, means to stretch. Unnecessarily, we are stretching our mind and we have the complaint about the tension. Then the continual tension leads to stress. Stress, the psychological definition for stress says that when the demand placed on the organism exceeds their own resources, the organism experiences an incompatible mental state which is called as stress. See, it is like, if you take the economy, there is an economic principle called token economy. The demand and supply should be at the same level. That's what token economy says about. And if the supply is low and the demand is very high, we have the complaint about the stress. If the supply is very high, the demand is too low, then we became the don't care master in the life. So as per the token economy, the demand and supply should be at the same level. So the demand and your coping mechanism should be at the same level. Otherwise, if the coping mechanism is low, you have the complaint about the stress. Then continuous stress leads to conflict. So conflict is the state we are unable to make the decision and we are unable to go in a particular direction. And continual conflict leads to frustration. We got frustrated and we are dejected and we behave in a erratic manner. So there are three kinds of reactions to frustration. One is denial. Denial is social withdrawal or social isolation. We become gloomy, dejected, and we don't want to maintain the eye contact with the people. We are not talking to the people, and we prefer isolation, aloneness, and all. So these are all the characteristics of the denial. Normally, people with the denial characteristics, they easily fell into depression. The second category is aggression. Whenever we are unable to cope up with the frustration, then we behave in the erratic manner and we become so rude and crooked. That's the best example for aggression. So aggressive people, If you ask them, why did you commit mistake? Immediately they will be justifying, am I the only person committing mistake? Even the popular figures they used to quote out. See, he is committing mistakes. He is committing mistake. Even the American President Donald Trump is committing mistake. Likewise, they will be justifying their stand. This is the aggressive personality. And the third category is suicide. Suicide, not only committing suicide is said to be suicide, any kind of destructive thought, destructive tendency, and destructive action is said to be suicide. Any kind of destructive thought, destructive tendency, and destructive action is said to be suicide. So suicidal characteristics, they are the most dangerous characteristics, and they create the damage for the physical well-being or mental well-being of the other people, even at the cost of themselves. That is the dangerous part with their suicidal cases. And look at the equation. Easily you can identify. This is the best equation which will provide the blueprint of where we are. We can identify whenever you have the particular conflictual situation or particular problem, you can assess where you are and you can take the measures to overcome the situation. Thereby you can go ahead. And from the Vedic perspective, we have to understand what is mind and what are all the things under the control of the mind. Mind is the energy body. Okay, from the pit, the solar plexus, we have 12 feet radius energy body, which is said to be the mind. The 12 feet radius energy body, which is said to be the mind. The funda is, this is the concept which is available long ago from our Vedic perspective. But as usual, Americans, they have borrowed the concept from our Vedic perspective, and they got the pattern right for the scientific theory of human mind. They got because we are not working on it. So they got the pattern for the scientific theory of human mind during 1900. But this concept is very much available since our culture is evolved. In the Vedic perspective, it's available. So mind is the energy body. And as you know very well, everything is energy. To see me, you need some physical, you need some wavelength. The wavelength is between 4,000 Armstrong unit to 8,000 Armstrong unit. To hear me, you require certain frequency, which is between 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Likewise, everything is energy. If there is no energy, we are a dead body. Even in the dead body, in the nails and hair, okay, the energy will be there for next 7 days, even after your death. That's what scientifically proved. So there are 4 things under the control of your mind. There are 4 things under the control of your mind. In psychology, we used to say that most of the diseases are psychosomatic. Most of the diseases are psychosomatic. First, we should understand the real meaning of the disease. Dis-ease. What disturbs your easiness is known as disease. What disturbs your easiness is known as disease. If your mind is disturbed, that is your disease. If your mind is disturbed by the presence of a person, the person is your disease. If the mind is disturbed by the particular concept, the concept is the disease. So disease, not all the diseases are physically driven. 90% of the diseases are said to be psychosomatic according to psychological perspective. So first we have the thoughts under the control of the mind. Okay, how does the thought occur? Vedas spoke about all the 5 sensory organs and its importance. So whenever we receive the input from the sensory organs, the signals through the sensory organs, and when the signals are reaching the brain, in other words, when the brain neurons are fired with the external stimulus or number of stimuli, your brain will generate the thoughts. And one of the beautiful thing about the human mind is it will easily recall the negative things rather than the positive things, which means we are easily recalling the negative thoughts about the other person rather than the positive thoughts. For example, if I ask you to tell about your friend, you will be listing about all the negative qualities more than the positive qualities. You will start with the positive quality. Of course, my friend is the very nice person. He is a gem of a person, and you will be slowly shifting to the negative qualities. But he shouldn't behave like that. He should behave in this manner. If at all he have behaved in this manner, that would be better. Likewise, you will be listing out, for example, if you list out 10 positive characteristics of your friend, then you will be listing out 100 negative qualities of your friend. That is our mind. Our mind is powerful with the negative thoughts. Whenever the thoughts are generated, it will be affecting your emotion. Emotion, the simple meaning is energy in motion. Energy in motion. Emotion is the psychological impulse within the human mind. So thoughts will affect an emotion. Once if your emotion is generated, if you have the negative thoughts, the emotion should be negative emotion. And the emotion will affect your energy. affect your energy. That is why you become upset. You become upset. You become unable to do anything. You become unable to cope with the situation. Like that, many situations are arise because of the energy chokes or energy blocks. If the energy got affected, that will be stored in your physical body. In other words, the problem occurred in your thought process, affected your emotion, impacted your energy, thereby affecting your physical body. This is called as psychosomatic. This is called a psychosomatic. So it is said that most of the diseases are psychosomatic. You may have the question in your mind whether we don't have the physical diseases. Of course, 10% of the diseases are physical. Only in India, we are dealing all the diseases with the physical model, 100% physical model. But in most of the developed countries, they deal with the diseases based on the psychosomatic model. Only if the psychosomatic model doesn't work, they will be shifting it to physical model. That is the difference with the developed countries. And the reversibility of the disease, once if you are physically ill, you couldn't forget about the impact of COVID-19 virus, coronavirus. So think about that period. If you are affected with the COVID-19 virus, then your energy is down. You have been advised to take rest for 15 days or 21 days or 7 days. It depends. Then if the energy is down, your emotion is definitely down. Just to think of the fear you had during the time of COVID-19, whether we have affected or not affected. Emotions are down. If the emotions are down, definitely the thoughts are negative. The thoughts are negative. So this is called as reversibility of the disease. And what the content is, everything is within our mind. Though we didn't mind our mind, but mind is the most important thing. Then we use the word human being. There are two portions in the human being. One is the mind, other one is the soul. Other one is the soul. There are three things under the control of the soul. There are three things under the control of the soul. The first one is will. Will includes your willingness and willpower. Will includes your willingness and willpower. That's why whenever we talk about this change, we are used to emphasize the Swami Vivekananda's quote, you must be the change you want to have. Unless you are changing yourself, you cannot change anybody in this world. Sadhguru beautifully said, see, if you are the one and only thing under your control, you are the one and only, not your son, not your daughter, not your wife, not your husband, nothing. You are the one and only thing under your control. If at all you want to change yourself, change something, you can change yourself. You can change yourself. You can change anybody else in this world. You can change anybody else in this world. That too, Sadhguru beautifully emphasized, trying to change the other person is such a painful experience. Trying to change the other person is the painful experience, such a painful experience. So if at all you are focusing on change, you must change yourself. You must change yourself. That's what Swami Vivekananda beautifully said. You must be the change you want to have. You must be the change you want to have. Then the second thing under the control of the soul is intellect. Intellect, there are two interpretations for intellect. Intellect not only talks about the intelligence. Intellect knows the past, present, and future. If you are very skeptic, my skeptical explanation is from the past experience, we are planning the present. From the present experience, we are planning the future. But the actual soul explanation says that from the not occur any karma in the present life. Without any karma, with the nullified karma, you will be going to the future life. That's the purpose of the intellect according to the soul theory. Then universal oneness. Universal oneness. So universal oneness is the state where we have to see all the living creature as like us. All the living creature like us. So if another creature is affected, we feel that our life is also affected. That is the highest level of oneness. That is called as self-actualization. Self-actualization. So actually there is an area called energy kinesiology. Today we talk about body, mind, emotion, and energy system. So the energy kinesiology is the area where it talks about the balance of all these things. The main focus is energy chakra system and how to balance the chakra. It talks about the chakra meditation also. So many of these scientific principles are derived only from our Vedic psychology. So it talks about mind and emotion. Mind and emotion. So easily you can grab certain things if I explain. For example, if you frequently get the headache, it is related with your fear of failure and fear about the future. Fear of failure and fear about the future. Then if you have the problem in the throat chakra, throat region, I'm not going to chakra, throat. If you have the problem in your throat, in the throat, if you have the problem in the throat, that is the indication about the freedom of expression. In other words, the throat chakra is blocked, the freedom of expression. Then if you have the problem in the upper chest, congestion or problem in the upper chest, which talks about the love and affection issue. If you have the problem in the lower chest, it talks about the control issue. If you have the problem in your stomach is the biggest storer of guilt. So whenever you have the guilt feeling, or you are affected by the guilt, either you have the loose motion or constipation, both are possible, both the extremes are possible. So the stomach. Then if you have the problem in your knee joint, that is related with your lack of confidence. If you have the problem or pain in the calf muscles are said to be the little hearts. Calf muscles are said to be the little hearts. So the problem in the calf muscle is always related with your stress and tension. And if you have the problem in the calf muscles frequently, you have the vulnerability to develop the coronary heart disease. CHD, coronary heart disease. Then the toes are related with your integration issue. Then the problem in the shoulder is a reflection of the responsibility syndrome. Then problem in the back is the indication of our negative attitude and financial crisis. So the body kinesiology, it talks about the mind and emotion, but at the same time, the chakras will also be blocked according to the emotions. Then it brings a coordination between the muscular system, endocrine system, circulatory system, nervous system, reproductive system, energy chakras, energy meridian, that's our aura, then respiratory system, lymphatic system, skeletal system, and digestive system. So this is the integration, body, mind, emotion, and energy system. It is an area called kinesiology. Yeah. The yoga practitioners, you must be knowing about sort of breathing styles. The first one is the slow, deep breathing. Breathing. It's very, very simple. I'm not using all the 9 breathing used in yoga directly. Yoga practitioner, you might be knowing about the 9 different breathing, but here I'm using all these things as a technique. How, from the Vedic perspective, that scientific techniques are developed. That's my idea. The first one is slow, deep breathing. Inhale slowly through your mouth for 5 seconds by allowing your stomach to push out. That's very, very important. That's very, very important. The stomach should be pushing out if you have the proper breathing. Then without pausing, you have to exhale slowly for 5 seconds and tell yourself to relax. Even you can try. Inhale slowly through your mouth for 5 seconds, ensuring that your stomach is pushing out. Then without pausing, slowly exhale for 5 seconds and tell yourself relax. Perform this technique for at least 5 minutes whenever you feel stressed, angry, anxious, overwhelmed, or unable to sleep. Then diaphragmatic breathing. You have to sit comfortably or lie down. Place one hand on your chest and one hand on your stomach. Slowly exhale through your mouth. Then slowly inhale through your nose, concentrating on keeping your chest still while expanding your stomach. So if you have the proper diaphragmatic breathing, when we inhale, the stomach should be going like the balloon. It should be blowing like the balloon. So you should notice a fall and rise in your stomach and not your chest if done properly. Do this foundational breathing exercise for 20 to 30 minutes per day to reduce your stress and anxiety. Then alternate nostril breathing, that you know how to do it. So push your thumb or one finger on the side of one nostril, closing it off. Inhale slowly through the open nostril for a count of 5. Then now pinch the other nostril and breathe out slowly. Repeat starting with the opposite nostril this time. Do as many rounds as you can do, as many rounds as you like. So this is the next idea. Then tension relaxation breathing and Benson relaxation breathing. I think I have crossed my time. So the anxiety reduction technique is also available. And I have mentioned about the meditation, then how to meditate. Probably you might be knowing about that, but there are 5 types of meditation. And above that, we have the body scan meditation too. And I have given the idea about meditation, mental health. So the modern relevance is we have the holistic approach, we have the stress reduction techniques from the Vedic psychology, we have the emotional balance technique from the Vedic psychology, then mindfulness from the Vedic psychology. How we are using it in the contemporary society. We have the complementary medicine. The ancient practices are increasingly used as complementary therapies alongside conventional mental health treatments. The wellness program. Yoga and meditation are incorporated into wellness programs to promote mental health and well-being. Therapeutic tools. These practices are used as therapeutic tools in psychotherapy and counseling. Thank you. I will share the PowerPoint with Mr. Samyak, and he will be sharing the same with you people. Thank you. Thank you for your passion listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time. And we will soon do a full session with sir in upcoming Friday. So you will got from the YouTube channel also. And if anyone has any query or question in short, you can ask to sir. Then we will move to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Rupali Sharma from MIT University at the Department of Psychology, Noida, India. If anyone has any query or question to Professor S. Kalivaran sir, you can ask me.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank
Hi,
you so much,
Rupali
sir.
ma'am. Rupali ma'am, namaste.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for your
How are you,
time.
madam?
Now we'll...
Fine, sir. Nice to listen to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will request Professor Dr. Rupali Sharma, ma'am, to kindly proceed your talk. Please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have given my PPTs there. I will request to share it. And
Sure, ma'am.
yeah, so the PPTs it is sharing. I'll discuss because I today, though lot have been discussed before, the previous speakers have discussed a lot. So I would be focusing on the mindfulness, not only mindfulness, I would be discussing about how we can move or shift from awareness to wisdom in Vedic psychology, because mindfulness is a taught day of taught it is a talk of therapies. Mindfulness in nowadays we discuss a lot on mindfulness, but mindfulness is not the big it is a beginning, but we cannot say it is an end, because after mindfulness we require that how we can move from awareness to wisdom. That is most important, and that is the basic concept we discuss in Vedic psychology. So, ma'am, sir, can you start the slides? So I think it will take time. It is taking time, slides. So it is taking time to share the slides.
So, ma'am, it is we are going to share in a few seconds. I think it is visible, ma'am, now. Ma'am, it is visible to you?
I'm sorry, as I have been muted and I was not allowed to unmute myself from the organization. So that's why I requested. So I'm sorry the time which has been gone in this. So I will please share my slides. So now, as we were discussing about I will be discussing about the mindfulness. And apart from mindfulness, I will be discussing about the awareness from awareness to the wisdom. So now we can move to the next slide. As we can say, what do we mean by mindfulness? So mindfulness has nowadays we can say mindfulness has become next slide, please. Mindfulness has become, you can say, it's a rise in a modern psychology or in the mental wellness, or in Vedic psychology. When we discuss about the mindfulness, is a deeper tradition of understanding about the mind. So next slide, please. So here we'll be discussing about the what challenges we'll be facing in the Vedic psychology, and we'll go further to the transformation of awareness into wisdom. And we can and this session, I would understand, it will be more enriching. I will be able to understand about the consciousness, about the identity, about the mental wellness or mental health through the Vedic lens. Now, next we'll be coming to next slide, please. Now, when we come to mindfulness in the contemporary psychology, because we are discussing about psychology and Vedic psychology. So, when we are discussing about the mindfulness in contemporary psychology, so we say when we talk of so when we talk of Vedic psychology, or so please previous slide. Yeah. So when we are talking about the mindfulness, we can say in brief, not I'm going in detail because we have a shortage of time. So in brief, we can say about mindfulness, there are three things which are focused in mindfulness. First, चलो अब हम स्टार्ट कर। I'm sorry, due to internet connection previously, it has taken time. So now we were discussing about the mindfulness. So I'll request to share the slide. Now we were discussing about the mindfulness in the contemporary psychology. So here I want to put my points that whenever we try to understand about the how modern psychology views mindfulness. So here, if we'll not discuss about the work of John Cabot, it will not be doing justice to it. So because John Corbett is the first person who have started, we have found about the mindfulness in 1976, and he defines mindfulness as the awareness that arises by the next slide, please. Arises by paying attention on the purpose or in the present moment, or we should not be non-judgmental. As we have discussed, that there are three key elements of mindfulness, that is attention, then intention, and most important is not judgmental. So what do we mean by not judgmental? That observing without labeling as good or bad. We should not label someone, but we should see about the main basic thing. Please, can you move these slides? Now, next we'll be coming here to the, as we have discussed, so about the contemporary. So because as we are discussing about the importance of mindfulness, but we cannot say, or we can say that the mindfulness is in mindfulness, there are certain techniques. First technique is mindfulness based stress reduction technique, and another is mindfulness behavior, that is a behavior cognitive therapy. These are the two basic techniques which are very important when we discuss about mindfulness. Please, can you move these slides because slides are not moving? So when we are discussing about these two techniques, whenever we say about the mindfulness-based stress reduction technique, so this technique, when we say, it is very important. Why it is important? Because it helps us to discover the what is stress, and we discover here to reduce the stress by the mindfulness stressful ways to manage stress. Now, when we come to cognitive behavior therapy, what is cognitive behavior therapy? So whenever we say about cognitive behavior therapy, so it's also an intervention program which is developed to target vulnerability to depression, these kinds of here we can say patients learn about the mind management skills, and these management skills lead to the higher skills we can have. Through this, the patient or the client can be aware about the awareness about the acceptance of the negative thought process, which were disturbing the client or the patient through depression or so. So we make them we make the awareness about this, and we also make we develop the ability to have positive thought processes and ability to respond to the negative things through skillful ways. Now, next we'll be coming to the as we have discussed about the mindfulness, contemporary mindfulness techniques, then we can say, because we have discussed about the positive side of the mindfulness, but whenever we have negative as well as positive, both sides. So there are certain limitations also when we talk of the mindfulness. So when we talk of the mindfulness, the negative side of the mindfulness is, we can say that mindfulness in its correct form is often secular. It is only secular. It is more technique oriented, or it is lacking in moral guidance. These are some of the weaknesses or limitations we can say about mindfulness. Even we can say that we could be mindful, we can be mindful, but still, if it requires that the to act in a ways that are harmful. Why? Because being present, if we discuss here, we say being present is not the same as being wise. So it's a difference between being present and being wise. So that's we can say, that's why we can say wherever we have Vedic perspective, we have the challenges also. The challenges, the challenges which we have, it can be awareness about the ethics. Then if we do not have the deeper understanding, then that is also incomplete. So these are some of the challenges, or these are the limitations which we have been founding in the mindfulness technique. Now, then we will be discussing about because again and again we are saying mindfulness is not enough. The more important thing is how we move from awareness to wisdom. So we should understand about the understanding, should have the understanding about the awareness of the wisdom. I would again request that the slides are not moving. Are someone is able to see the slides? From my end, I'm not able to see the slides moving. So slides are not moving. Now, next, when we come to Vedic understanding about the awareness, so we can say, what do we mean by Vedic understanding about the previous slides? Previous slide, previous slide, previous slide. Yeah, this is the slide. Yeah, thank you. So when we say about the Vedic understanding about the awareness, so here we can say that awareness is not something which we generate. It is not that we generate, but it is something that we return to, or we can say it's a natural state. When we say awareness, we can say it's a natural state. Or we can say, in a word in Upanishad, we speak about Chaitanya. So what is Chaitanya? Our inner or eternal consciousness that exists beyond, what beyond? Beyond waking, beyond dreaming, beyond deep sleeps. Is consciousness which we have with our inner self. Here we can say, when we talk of consciousness has different stages, that it is jagrati, we are waking, then we have dream, swapna, then we have a deep sleep, then we have another stage, that is transcendental state, where we have pure witness. So these are the four states which we are not the body or the mind, but we are the witness of these stages. Now, next, we'll be coming to the next slide. Next, when we are coming to and we can also say that awareness is, it's a sacred thing. It is not just it is a tool to keep our mind calm, but it's a path to realize the self. That is the most important. We should realize ourself. Now we'll be coming to the next, the previous slide, please. Yeah, after this. Yeah, next slide. Thank you. Next slide. Now, please, next slide. Now, we can say that the awareness is expensive, or we can say it is not just functional, but what we say awareness is a spiritual, ethical, or liberating feeling which we have. Now, the concept, because we are again discussing about the awareness transferred from awareness to wisdom. Now, we'll discuss about wisdom and what do we mean by wisdom in Vedic psychology. So when we talk of wisdom, so wisdom is, what is the concept of wisdom? When we talk of wisdom, we can say in Vedic psychology, it is more discussed about, it is an inner anatomy. Now, inner anatomy, and it is a word given, antakaran. Antakaran is the word when we talk about in the Vedic psychology. Now, here we'll be discussing, it is beyond, wisdom is beyond awareness. Awareness se aage, it is beyond awareness. Now, here, wisdom is not a knowledge, because we say, usko itni wisdom nahi hai, usko itni knowledge nahi hai. So we make these two things together, but these two things are not together. Wisdom is not only knowledge. It is not only intellectual understanding, but it is our deep, intuitive, and life-altering insights. That is wisdom. It is more beyond knowledge. So when we take, or we can here even give an example that in Bhagavad Gita, it has been beautifully said that it is said that if we say we are wise, then we will not see the difference difference between the priest or the cow or the dog or the outcast, because that is wisdom. In wisdom, we have unity in diversity. We focus on unity in diversity. And when we talk of Vedic wisdom is a combination of practices. Now, what practices? It is self-inquiry, it is devotion, it is ethical living, it is surrender. Or we can say wisdom is not come from books. It is not so कि हमने इतनी books पढ़ ली, हम इतने educated हो गए, so हमें wisdom आ गई. It is not so, but it comes through our living. If we are living consciously, if we are conscious, we are aware about our surroundings, about ourselves, and we are seeing life as it is without filters. We are not making filters. मतलब हम उसको अपने according उसको नहीं देख रहे हैं, but when we are seeing as an actual self, then we can say it is wisdom. We have got wisdom to it. Now, it is what we arises when we say the mind becomes sattvic, as I am not discussing more, in the previous speakers have discussed about it, that sattvic. Then we have, so we can say it is clear, calm, connected to truth. Then we say wisdom. Wisdom is it is awakens us suffering. Where if wisdom is awakened or wisdom is more, what happens? Our suffering reduces because our thought process are according to that. And it is not because it does not say that our life becomes easier. अगर हमारी wisdom बढ़ गई तो हमारी life easy हो जाएगी या हमारी suffering reduce हो जाएंगी तो life easy हो जाएगी. It is not so, but it is because our lens, our way of perception becomes more clear. हमारा vision, हमारा thought process more clear हो जाता है. We are not moving here and there. So that's why we say if we have more wisdom, then our suffering reduces because our thought processes changes. Here, I would like to discuss about the core psychological components, because there are 4 basic psychological components. I will use the Sanskrit term and what it is for, and what nowadays what we are saying about in psychologically term, what terms are used for them. So first is I will say about Atma or Chit. So this is what it is, a true self. It is eternal. It is unchanging witness. It is a true self. A true self, we cannot change it. It will be same. But if we do about a nowadays, it is equivalent to, or if we use a psychological term, what it is equivalent to? It is equivalent to not the ego. It is the beyond personality. So here we'll say it is because we are being what we ourselves are. What we are. Then next is buddhi. Now, buddhi is what? It is an intellect. It's a power of discrimination and decision making. Through our intellect, through our intelligence, through our IQ, we are able to discriminate between what is good, what is bad, and we are able to make decisions that what we should do in that particular situation. But in psychology or in a modern, nowadays, it is known as higher cognitive functions. Because whenever we say cognitive function, it is all over. It is thinking process, perception, problem solving. Everything is involved. Our behavior is involved in this. Then we say manas or manan. What we say it is a secondary mind, a sensory mind, sorry. And it's a process it is input, doubts, and desires which we have. That is the main focus of this. This is the main function of this. But if we talk nowadays, or if we talk about the modern equivalent thing or the psychological point of view, it is emotional mind. It is emotional mind, or we can say when we talk of emotional mind, we can say it's a collection of, we can say, belief, it is attitude, it is perception, or we can say it is attention system. Now this attention system it's a state of, attention system means it's a state of consciousness which a person can respond to a stimulus or to a stimuli, because it's how we are attentive, how we are responding to the particular situation. And when we talk of emotional mind, it is our ideal self, it's our self-esteem when we are discussing about our emotional mind. Then next is 4, that is last core psychological component we can discuss here is ahankar. Now, what do we mean by ahankar? Ahankar is ego, the sense of I, main, and it is ownership. So and if we say nowadays what terminology we are using, or in psychology we say it's self-concept, or it is identity. Now, when we say of identity, it is when we say identity, what do we mean by identity? It is a personal identity. मेरी खुद की एक identity है. We have distinctive quality. It's a trait that make an individual unique from someone else. So here we can have self-image, we have self-esteem, we have individuality. But if we, because due to this, we should not have we have ahem, ego. That is, we can say we are egoistic, we have an attitude, different attitude. We can see in individuals, some people have more attitude, some are ground to earth. Now, what it is the component of ahankar. Some have more identity, mein, but some have see the situation according to the situation they behave. So these are the four main core psychological components which we can discuss, we can correlate with wisdom. Now we'll be coming next to the next slide, please. So we'll be coming next to the 3 stages of journey in Vedic psychology, Vedic practice. When we are discussing about Vedic, so we'll be discussing about the 3 major things. So please, next slide. So when we are discussing about the three major stages of Vedic practices, is that Vedic journey. What it is Vedic journey? Vedic journey is a transformation that involves in the three stages. Now these 3 stages are Swarna, which we are intellectually listening to it. Then we are Manan, means we are reflecting to it, how we are reflecting, what is our intellectual to it. When we say Swan, it is listening. Listening is where what we are listening about the truth, what are the sculptures saying to us, what are the teachings we are getting through our Vedic literature. Then when we come to Manan, Manan is deep reflection. Deep reflection means we don't just listen, but we contemplate to it. We ask questions. हम पूछते हैं अपने आप से ये क्यों है. We inquire about it. We try to dissolve our illusions. जो हमारे misconceptions हैं, हमारे को जो clarity नहीं है, we try to do it through manan, through reflection, or we can say logical internalization. Then we have nidhi dhyasan. Now this is what it is. It is in this we have deep, silent, meditative meditation, we can say it. Here we sit with the truth, and we also we do not have a longer concept or the concept about but we are seeing the reality of the life. Or we can say here we see जैसे तुम हो, और we can say वह हम जैसे हम हैं, और we can say जैसे तुम खुद हो. That is here that we are seeing it. We are realizing the fact. We are realizing the actual fact. So here it is. Here comes the mindfulness. Here it comes the manan. Here it comes the wisdom. Everything comes here because it is overall of whatever we are talking about wisdom, talking about mindfulness, talking about awareness. Now we'll be moving to the next. Here we'll be discussing how we can shift from awareness to wisdom. Please, next slide. So now here we are moving to wisdom, to awareness to wisdom. So when we are moving it from awareness to wisdom, how it is present moment awareness, or here we can say mindfulness helps us to notice our thoughts. It also, wisdom helps us to disidentify from them, or we can say mindfulness brings calm, wisdom brings clarity. When we are moving from awareness to wisdom, so when mindfulness brings calm, but wisdom brings clarity. We get more clear, we get clear thoughts to it. Then again, we can say what it is. Then mindfulness observes suffering, but wisdom dissolves it. Whatever suffering we are having, it reduces, as we have discussed before also. Then then there's a crucial, we can say it is a transformation. It's a transformation, and it's a psychological well-being. If mindfulness is psychological well-being, but in wisdom we say it is self-realization. हमें आत्म ज्ञान होता है. We are more aware of about ourselves. Now we'll be moving to the next slide, please. So when we are transformation from awareness, it is a transformation from wisdom. It is mindfulness. It is Vedic wisdom. It is shift of identity from I and the thinker to I am the observer, I am the self. Because when we are saying of self-realization means I am the self, I am more aware about myself. Now we'll be moving to the next slide. I will not taking much time. So we'll be moving to the next slide. Now here we'll be discussing about the real life application, because up till now we have discussed what is wisdom, what is mindfulness, what is awareness, what is the transformation. But when we talk of the real life application, how we can in real life, how we can apply this wisdom. So here these teaching we can do in everyday life. So by anchoring our actions, by right conduct, then we can also practice journaling. We should write daily, we should have a daily diary, we should have a journaling practice. So we will able to more we'll be giving a thought to it, what we have done, what negative things we have done, what positive things we have done. Because journaling, writing a diary is not a record the events, but it is we are reflecting about how we acted, how we felt, what were our thought process, what we could have done in that situation, what we have done is right or wrong. So that is education, integrating Vedic values. Then we are coming to the by meditation, we are saying when we have leadership leading with compassion and detachment, that is journaling. In journaling, it all comes. Then we are coming to meditation. When we start with the last is meditation. So meditation is not only relaxation, कि हमने relax कर लिया, we have, but it is a deeper meaning of meditation. Meditation has a very important role to play. What role it plays? That it helps us to realize self, to realize ourselves. So here we just not calm, we just not only calm the mind through meditation, but we ask deeper questions. Who am I? By being mindful not just of the breath, but we are also about our intentions, our reactions, our attachments. And we can also, when we were using meditation, we also say we have self-inquiry. Then we are more ethical. We give a more ethical reflection as a part of our daily routine. Also, we have a collective reflection. We build community. We become a part of the community that supports our inner growth. So in a way, we can say Vedic wisdom is not an idea only, but it's a deeply it is a practical thing. And it also, and what it helps, it enriches our lives, our relationship, our decision making. So we can say overall, Vedic wisdom plays a very important role in our life. So meditation, we do not take it lightly. It's a very deeper meaning to it if we are doing it correctly to it. Now we'll be moving to the next. So now here we'll be discussing about the, as we are moving, so I will be in brief, I will be discussing only about a case, because as we are discussing about every points, we have discussed about the real time, but I will be discussing about the case, so it has a more clarity. So about the case, that it is a case in this, it is a case that is we are real life transformation, how transformation has taken due to wisdom, due to mindfulness, due to meditation, how it has changed. So here I'm discussing about a young man who was dealing with anxiety. He was having a lot of anxiety. So he was suggested to do mindfulness. So what happens? It helps him through mindfulness, it helps him to be more calmer. But it did not, through mindfulness, it did not resolve his deep-rooted fear of failure, which fear he has, that was not removed. But when he was removed, he was introduced to the teaching of Raman Maharishi. He is the greatest rishi, and his teachings are very useful when we talk of wisdom and when we talk of awareness. So he was introduced to the teaching of the Rishi Raman Maharishi. So he was requested to practice self-inquiry. Who am I? When he was requested to practice, he realized that his fear was tied of false identity. They were false. So he was afraid of his career. He was afraid of his fear. But those fear, he realized after these teaching that these are false identity. They were baseless. So then he had the realization. The realization which came to him was not through thinking only. It came through the inner silence, inner change that came to that person, that man. And from that day, when this change come, from that day, he still had challenges. It is not so that उसके हमारे पास challenges नहीं आएंगे या हमारे पास problem नहीं आएंगी. He has the challenges. But what was the transformation? He himself was even able to that challenges, but they did not define him. They did not disturb him. But he has touched the wisdom. So he was able to cope with those challenges. And now this is the power of integrating Vedic insight. If we have Vedic insight, we have wisdom, we have awareness. So what it does, it transforms not just behavior, but the human being. The being itself is transformed, not the behavior. Overall transformation is there. Now here, as you can see a quote that you are awareness. Awareness is another name for you. Since you are awareness, there is no need to attain or cultivate it. That is the saying by Raman Maharishi. So in brief, I will be discussing about it. What it means that you do not have to practice awareness. You are already, it is already there. But the only obstacle is ignorance. हमें पता नहीं है, हमें knowledge नहीं है, हम ignorant हैं, अपने खुद के बारे में ignorant हैं. So that is our identification with the body, with the mind, with the ego. That is more important. Once we have this, 90% of the problem will be resolved. So the journey here is not becoming aware. It is about remembering that what we are already. That it is not a technique, it's a realization. We should have the realization of the self-realization. So when this becomes clear, the person or the individual or the seeker rest. So not in effort, but in being. So in being, if everything is transformed, everything is clear, then it is everything will be clear to us. 90% problems which we are facing nowadays will be clear. Now we'll be coming to the conclusion of this. Please, next slide. I will be coming to the conclusion. So the next slide will conclude here. Now it is integration into modern practice. I will not going discussing, but it is modern practice because nowadays what we are taking about from the Vedic ancient time, which we are taking, how in the modern time, how we are integrating it. So we are combining mindfulness with Vedic insight because Vedic insight is very important as we have discussed. So what we are feeling, what it is, then we have emphasized inquiry, who am I? Alongside the awareness. Awareness के साथ में it is very important, मैं कौन हूँ, हम कौन है, मैं कौन हूँ, तू कौन है, ये हमारे को बहुत जरूरी है अपने आप को जानना. Then we have ethical foundation. Ethical foundation as we have done. So here it is mindfulness with wisdom based reflection is very important. Now we'll be moving next to the conclusion. That is my next slide. Please move to the next. It is a conclusion. So when we say about the summary and the key takeaways from whatever session we have here. So I will conclude here that in conclusion, we can say that mindfulness provides us, it's a foundation tool for self-awareness. It's a self-awareness tool. And it is not the beginning of a deeper journey towards wisdom in Vedic psychology. It is not the beginning of the deep journey towards wisdom in Vedic psychology, but it's a true transformation which comes not just from being aware of the present moment. It is not about the present moment, but from cultivating a profound understanding of the self. We should have the understanding of the self, the nature of the mind, and the interconnectedness of the existence. We should have the understanding of the self, the nature of the mind, and the interconnectedness of the existence. What it is, we should interconnect all these things. Now, integrating, what we mean, integrating the principles of wisdom, the principles of spiritual insight. So in Vedic psychology, what Vedic psychology do? Vedic psychology encourages individual to move beyond mere awareness, not only awareness. It is guiding from that toward our life. And what kind of a life? In the life, we should have inner peace, we should have ethical living, we should have high consciousness about the self. Now, ultimately, we can say it is the shift from awareness to wisdom that enables lasting personal growth and fulfillment. So we can say mindfulness helps us witness, while mindfulness helps us awaken. Awakeness is the seed, but wisdom is flowering. What comes? The outcome. It is the outcome. Or we can say it's a vivek, it's a pragyan. Or Vedic psychology provides us a roadmap, not just a mental health, but it's a spiritual evaluation also. So it is a time now, as time has come, that we should broaden our tools. We should bring back the depth of psychology to the ancient. We should, if we merge these two, we can do wonders. So we can say integration of modern psychology with Vedic insight is very essential. This is the gist of my session. Now with this, I end my session, and I hope, because I'm sorry the disturbances has come in between. So when the disturbances come, the content which we are discussing, we get disturbed from it. But I hope I have done justice to whatever responsibility has been given to me by the organizers. So with this, I end my session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for providing your insight in a very applied way about the Vedic psychology. So, not taking too much time, if anyone has any query or question to uh, Professor Rupali Sharma, ma'am, you can ask. If anyone in the audience, you have any query or question? Okay, I think we should move to our next speaker. Thank you so much, ma'am. Uh, Now we have only two speakers left before the refreshment. आप लोगों को भूख भी लग रही होगी, तो हमारे पास में जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया से प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सुषमा सूरी मैम आपको थोड़ा सा मार्गदर्शन देंगी। उसके बाद में दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय से प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर रोशन लाल, उसके बाद में फिर हम रिफ्रेशमेंट की ओर बढ़ते हैं। ठीक है? Two more speakers only. So now I would like to call Professor Sushma Suri ma'am. She is a professor at Department of Psychology from Jamia Millia Islamia, Delhi, India. I would request ma'am to kindly conclude in a short and provide us blessings.
Very good afternoon, all the august audience, and I'm very much thankful to the Divya Karna organization for providing me this opportunity to interact with all the intellectual over here. So I am going to be a very short time. Within this short time, I'm going to share with you whatever the important material related to the just wait. Sharing. Sharing, I think there is a new share. There is a problem in sharing, Samya.
Your PPT is visible, ma'am, here.
Visible? Just a minute. What happened? Give me 1 minute, please. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Visible?
Yes.
Should I start? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you should start.
Okay. So what I'm going to discuss with you today, just only what is Vedic psychology and what is modern psychology. Is these two things are different or it is together? The only difference for thinking, what we are thinking, what we think of, what we understand, what is Vedic and what is modern psychology. So I'm going to start with this wonderful Vedic psychology part. Why this is not very clear, in fact. Okay, give me a moment. So when we start with just now, Professor Rupali had given a very wide and very comprehensive discussion. She has given, she had given a very detailed description for the Vedic psychology and modern psychology. So I am going to make it in a very brief one. Vedic psychology rooted in the ancient everybody is very much clear about that. So it is what? It is based on holistic and spirituality grounded system that explores the inner working of the human mind, behavior, and consciousness. And now the question before us is, what is it? So Vedic psychology integrates spiritual principles such as self-realization, karma, dharma, and the nature of Atma. Nature of Atma is what? This is a true self. And the modern psychology, true self. Now, key concept in Vedic psychology, Atma, the eternal, unchanging essence of the self, transcending the fluctuation of the mind and the body. Moksha, liberation. Samarsa, cycle of birth and death. Ultimate goal of human life is to realize one's true nature as Atma and attain moksha from the samsara. So, when we talk about whether the modern psychology and the Vedic psychology is different, according from my perspective or with my whole experience, what I can say, these two are just a difference of understanding, nothing else. So what are these? These are, modern psychology is what? Behavior modification and cognitive processes. Cognitive processes is what? That is higher mental processes. And when we talk about Veda say the same thing, but the manner is different. Here we are talking the same, but again the manner is different. The most important is modern is very much scientific. So this is secular and scientific perspective. Modern psychology analyzes the symptoms of emotion, distress. Vedic psychology addresses the root cause. So what are the basic difference? There is not, we think we are the precedents of Vedic psychology, right? What we are doing, what we are thinking, this is the demand of the change and current scenario. So, Sharma, 2015 has outlined the following things or key points for the division for the modern psychology. So what are the division in modern psychology? Modern psychology often separates mental health from spirituality. So what is mental health? Mental health is still in ancient period, it is there, and still in modern period. The only difference, the difference of understanding. So I'm not going to very detail. If I go in detail, we can talk along about the ancient people, how took the mental health and where they go to treat their mental health issues. Now the things have changed. So Vedic is holistic view and Vedic psychology rooted in ancient Indian text. She is the mind, body, spirits as one. It emphasizes self-realizing through inner discipline and spiritual knowledge. So now the question before us is why we wanted to see these two things in separately. This is just the case like mind and body problem. Mind and body problems all the time. There are number of issues and there are number of debates. So different theorists talk about, some said this is a separate entity. Some said this is just related to each other. We cannot imagine one part without another part. The same is the case here. We can say these are both interdependent. The only difference is how to take that, how to behave that, how to think in terms of that. So need for integration, blending Vedic wisdom with modern psychology can lead to deeper healing and more complete understanding of the human experience. So in the beginning, I talk about all the key components of Vedic psychology. So we can take that into consideration. Karma, that is very, very important. Why we are saying CBT, behavior therapy, we all the time used to say that you have to change your behavior. What are these? We are telling that in a technical term, but in Vedic psychology, we can say karma. Karma, law of cause and effect. What you will do, if it will, you will get that. So cycle of birth and death, we also go through in different theorists in developmental psychology in modern period. After that, goal of human life, ultimate goal of human life. So when we see the journey of self-discovery, and self is a very important term since beginning to the till date, it is very, very important how to deal. And in the lecture, very late I joined. So I heard the Professor Rupali thing. She talked about the identity. Identity is related to yourself, how you feel upon. What is yourself? That is very, very important. If you think yourself, you will, if you will care, if you will do everything with yourself, you will be a very good. You can self-realization, self-actualization, self-perception, everything is very, very important. So now the question before us is, what is the practical implication of these things? So Vedic psychology focuses on inner transformation and liberation from ignorance. That is a study conducted by Sharma in contrast to Western approach, which is largely theoretical and external. So Eastern psychology advocates for practical and experimental method. जो things are there, the only need of the hour is to club together, blend together. That is very, very important. These include yoga, sadhana, spiritual practices, pranayam, control of breath, and meditation to develop inner harmony and moral discipline. Again, practical implication. Yoga psychology, this is still the demand of the modern one. And it was also very much rooted in the ancient period. The only change is change in the pattern. It was still there. We can't say this is the new and we are going to do new things. It is very, very important. My slides are visible or not? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, this is not visible.
And visible? Okay. So I am coming to that division of modern psychology. Then this one, mind. So what I'm telling you, yoga psychology, practical implication. This one, yoga psychology, as expounded in ancient texts like Yoga, sutras of Patanjali provided framework for the understanding of nature of consciousness and the path of self-realization. I think we all are aware that the Freud theory of consciousness is still very, very prominent. Since beginning to today, we are very much governed and we are directed with the theories given by the Freud. Still it is very much prominent and very practical. We can deal with the people, we can deal with the clients, we can deal with the counselor on the basis of this. So, then yoga psychology, after that it includes yamas and niyamas. So ethical principles, again the same, according to me, the interpretation, the understanding, the thinking pattern is different, but the subject matter remain the same. How we include, how we introduce, that is the difference only. Asanas, physical postures, pranayam, breath control, dhyana, meditation. When you talk about the modern psychology, CBT, that is cognitive behavioral therapy, you can tell them to be like that. The only difference is the name of the term and the variables. What are the things? That relaxation, change of behavior, thought processes, meditation, etc. After that, such practices are not merely therapeutic, but serve as a tool for spiritual evolution. This is the difference. The Vedic psychology talk it as the spiritual evolution, but now the time we are taking it as a therapeutic. So we have to make a platform to do all these individual to accept and transcend pain, anxiety, trauma through a conscious engagement with their internal world. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Bhagavad Gita. And when I relate Bhagavad Gita, what I thought, Lord Krishna, what he has done, he has given the coping strategies. He had provided coping strategies to Arjuna to what to do to cope up the stress. When the aim of the Bhagavad Gita is to teach the aspirant how to establish equanimity, both their internal life activities and the external world. So this is very important. Again, the same thing. When we talk about the stress, we can say you have to interpret the things in that manner. What the Lord Krishna said to Arjun, you have to think about yourself. You have to think. You have to interpret the situation and you have to cope accordingly. Same is the case here in the modern world. What the Lejaras said in their study, that event is not important. As the Lord Krishna said, event was not important that time. When there was then Mahabharata took place. Arjun was not ready to come forward to fight with their cousins. So he said, you have to interpret the things in a very important manner, what they have done and what is the outcome of that. So be ready for that. Seeing the event, same things in the recent period, Lejaras said, a very good psychologist, he talked about psychological interpretation of the stress. And he said, how you interpret the thing, that is very important. Event is not important. If there are 3%, all the 3% interpreted the same situation in a very, very different manner. So it is very important, and we can say we are going to take so many things from the ancient period. So the mind is the best of friend to someone who has conquered the mind, but it remains the worst for those who have not. Same here. What we are saying, change your thought process. All right. If we will take all the theoretical part to the practical, we will be very good at the psychological platform. So after that, what are the practical implication of this? So concept of positive psychology and intellectual equanimity. The essence of Bhagavad Gita teaching on positive psychology encompasses following discipline. Knowing the nature of true self. I think just now Professor Rupali talked in detail about the true self. After that, by losing attachment in the fruits of action. That is also very, very important in modern psychology. Intellectual equanimity, Bhagavad Gita put great emphasis on who does not lose his patience during favored and unfavorable condition and maintain even mindness, such as person is said to be sit in a state of equanimity. This is from the religious part. This is from the spiritual part. This is from the Vedic part. But I am talking as a professor of psychology that WHO has changed their definition or revised their definition. What the definition suggested in 1946, just only merely a absence of disease. This is not only merely absence of disease, and it talk about the social, physical, and mental fitness. But now, what the recent definition said, it says adjustment. So I am going to link very easily this one. This one is very easily, we can say that this is very easily connect. This is the how to cope with the situation that is added. How you deal with the situation. You are fit, your mental health is good when you deal very nicely with the current scenario or faces the challenges you have in the outer world. So again, we have a very good, we can link this in a very nice manner. After that, Lord Krishna decided, oh, best of men, this is one who is steady in both happiness and distress. This is again, you have to be stable, right? You have to keep yourself in a very calm manner. Mean to say, change your behavior, change your thought processes. After that, it is written that one is referred to as a sage of stable mind, who is free from attachment, fear, anger, who is not troubled in mind, even amidst the triple affliction of the elated when there is happiness. So, what they wanted to suggest over here, that we have to be normal in all the cases. The only different things in what we have to do, we have to make it just to balance all these things, whether it is happiness or whether it is another one. Just I am sharing the another. So practical applications. What is this? This is the quote by all the Gita. I had taken all the Gitas from point of liberation. I'm not going to discuss this because this is all about what we talked about. Anger leads to complete delusion, become confused, memory confused, lead to the, all these are based on psychological principles, right? What are these psychological principles? Anger. We have to manage the anger in our counseling settings. That is very important. Memory. Person descends one more into material when a person is Krishna conscious. This is purely Vedic and purely based on the religious and spiritual term. But when we put it in our psychology, we can get so many good things, or we can get the ways or techniques or strategies to deal with the problem. So fulfilling need, future direction, and challenges. There is a tendency to replicate Western finding. What we are doing? We are doing just replicating the Western finding in the Indian setting, rather than exploring and testing in Indian concept. You have so many things in ancient period. You have Upanishad, you have Gita, you have Mahabharata, you have so many religious, spiritual things with you. Upanishad, why don't we are taking them and we can just try to implement it in our practical life. So, non-availability of scholars. The second one is there is a tendency of replicate Western thinking that we have to look upon. Second, non-availability of scholars of ancient wisdom. So that is also that can put the knowledge in a language that modern scientists can understand. So we have to make a platform and we have to blend together the previous theoretical patterns and the recent one. Ideas from the Indian psychology are often not researched rigorously or tough in depth. What we are doing, we are doing research on the surface basis. Why not we are going into deeper? That is also a part we have to look upon. This lead to sufficient evident evidence, low academic and research attention, poor funding. That is also a very important part. If we wanted to go in detail, we need financial support for that also, because without that, that is not also. So we have to keep in mind all these things. Then we have to collaborate with different organizations. We have to call them. So now the question before us is, what are the potential needs? A range of innovative applied research in the area of mental health, which is informed by the Indian psychology. Number one. Number two, learning Indian psychology based psychotherapy, which could be included in clinical practices. And what we have to do, we can add the indigenous therapeutic part to deal with, or we can put the theoretical aspects in all the literature given in the Vedic psychology. That is also very, very important. After that, and the third one is therapy manuals with practical implements from the Indian psychology concerning marriage, parenting, teenager issues, depression, and addiction also, which is very much prominent nowadays. Then Indian psychology application for education in general. So these are the things. These are the fulfilling needs, future direction. Again, the challenge is need for theoretical foundation. Just I wanted to share with all you, if we are weak in theoretical part, it won't be possible for us to implement this to the practical one. If the pool of theoretical is very little one, the practical part is itself the very little. If the pool of theoretical is very large, it can relate it to the very large one, practical implication. So Indian psychology needs a strong theoretical foundation. Why to theoretical foundation? Just to put them in the practical part. Then indigenous speculation have not been methodically inspected, conceptualized, and experimentally approved. What I talk about, what I discussed just now, you have to implement them. Conceptualize one, and experimentally you have to approve that, whether it is approved or not approved. For that, we have to go for the rigorous researches and all. Relevance and applicability. Questions have been raised about the appropriateness of Western psychology for the Indian population. That is also because culturally we are different. So what we have to do? We have to do accordingly. We have to take something from there, but there is a need to govern through Indian culture. So the question before us is now, what are the solutions? Bringing Vedic scholars and modern scientists on a common platform and initiate a number of dialogues. That is basically I wanted to convey over here. After that, develop human resource with referred skill to understand ancient wisdom and to execute the research with modern methodology. What do we mean to say here? Ancient wisdom, ancient literature, ancient theories. We have to execute research with modern methodology. After that, create infrastructure for conducting interdisciplinary research. So what we have to do that? We have to collaborate with different streams. We have to collaborate with different organizations. We have to collaborate with different institutions to reach to a point that is very, very important. So we do not have much time. So what I'm telling, just sharing. In summary, Indian psychology needs exact theoretical and experimental work to address existing challenges. By developing indigenous theory and conducting rigorous research, Indian psychology can set up itself as an unmistakable field of study, critical for understanding the Indian population. Integration of indigenous and scientific measure may offer help to advance the field. So integration of Indian psychological concept with Western psychology may lead to unused theoretical framework and practice. For example, I think Professor talk more about the mindfulness-based intercession. So this is very common now that then it was still there. It has come from the Buddhist eras, and they said mindfulness-based intercession are picking up popularity in clinical setting also. Before it was just a tool to do that, but now we are handling this as a technique and therapeutic technique. So concept like self-image, noteworthiness may complement theories of self and personality in Western psychology. Educational institutions are telling Indian psychology in the educational module, exposing students to non-Western viewpoint. This may persuade young researchers to further examine the progress in the field. So future of Indian psychology, as Indian psychologists pick up wider recognition and acceptance. Its future appears promising, and researchers are conducting tests, thinking about providing scientific authenticity of the ancient Indian information. If we will blend these together and we do scientifically, it will give us the more concrete result. Integration of Indian psychological concept with Western may lead to unused theoretical frameworks and practices. For example, picking up that has done. After that, educational institutions are including Indian psychology in their educational module. So what we have to do, we have to make different module, different coping skill, different strategies, and all that to discuss the framework of modern, ancient, theoretical things. There are so many things to discuss over here, but we have very limited time. They told me to just finish this in 15 minutes. Whatsoever possible for me, I have done that. So with this, I would just suggest everyone to go for the very good blended theory. What we have literature, we have Vedic literature, we have different Vedas, we have to club together and we to discuss in that particular manner. After that, I'm going to just to say thank you to everyone to listen me very patiently. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable insights. And if anyone has a query or question, you can ask. Otherwise, your refreshment is ready. You can move. All the participants and students are just beyond the hall, and all the respected professors, and they will move on the first floor. Our volunteer will guide you. So now, then we will meet after our around 25-30 minutes for the research paper presentation. So thank you so much for your patience, your listening. Now it's time for you to kindly just relax and do your refreshment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Samek, for the wonderful. Today, though I was not ready this time. I was so busy, but you said me you come for a while, so I have come. and nice to see all the participants over here. And good afternoon, Professor Rupali. How are you? Okay. I think I am not audible.
When you are audible, let me
Audible.
check.
Okay, then thank you. Thank you so much. I am not taking your much time because this is the turn of the another speaker. Okay.
आ जाएं. Now, before research paper presentation, we are moving towards research paper presentation. And for before that, only for 5 minutes, we have uh, three very big announcement for all of you. This may be a revolutionary, or we can say benchmark for this initiative. So let me introduce first is about ICVP. Yes, you read about in the brochure and the poster about ICVP. The real full form of ICVP is the International Council for Vedic Psychology. Till everyone is coming, all the research paper participants, please come and take your seats. So ICVP stands for International Council of Vedic Psychology. Okay, and it also relates with the International Conference on Vedic Psychology, but real full form is International Council of Vedic Psychology. So next question is what it is. ये है क्या? Everyone heard about APA, American Psychological Association. Anyone can tell a little bit about? आप में से कोई बताना चाहेगा APA के विषय में? कोई भी? अमेरिकन साइकोलॉजिकल एसोसिएशन ये कब फ्रेम आउट हुआ और क्या काम करता है, कोई बताएगा? एनी साइकोलॉजी स्टूडेंट रिसर्च पार्टिसिपेंट्स अबाउट एपीए अमेरिकन साइकोलॉजिकल एसोसिएशन? in short, everyone please listen carefully.
APA is American Psychological Association, established in 1876, I guess, and it was started with Stanley. And the main function is that to establish a central organization, एक इकलौता ऐसा organization हो जो दुनिया भर में विश्व भर में साइकोलॉजी से रिलेटेड जितने भी शोध अध्ययन है वो करके और पहुंचे.
वेरी गुड, क्लैप हो जाए इनके लिए. तो हमारे पास में एपीए है और एक आपको बात जान के यहाँ पे प्रोफेसर्स भी हैं साइकोलॉजी के कि भारत को आजाद हुए लगभग 75 ईयर्स हो गए. ये लास्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैंने पॉइंट रखा था, लेकिन अभी तक जो रिसर्च पेपर स्कॉलर्स हैं वो ध्यान से सुनिएगा. आप जो रेफरेंसेस लिखते हैं, ठीक है, आप रेफरेंसेस लिखते हैं या तो एपीए स्टाइल में या तो एमएलए स्टाइल में या शिकागो या कुछ ऐसे प्रिस्क्राइब्ड हैं. उसके अलावा आप में से किसी को है नॉलेज कि अपना कोई यूजीसी का हो या इंडिया का कोई फॉर्मेट हो, ऐसा कुछ? एनीवन? आपने कोई पेपर लिखा हो? हिंदी को यदि हम छोड़ देते हैं, क्योंकि हिंदी का तो इंस्टीट्यूट का ही नहीं कोई क्लियर है कि किसमें आपको लिखना है. तो ऐसा किसी ने सुना है कि एपीए के अलावा एमएलए के अलावा और कोई राइटिंग या रिसर्च फॉर्मेट हो? यूजीसी का, इंडिया का कोई रिसर्च फॉर्मेट है किसी के माइंड में? नहीं है शायद. हमारे भारत में अभी तक आजादी के 75 वर्ष बाद भी 76 वर्ष बाद भी हमारा कोई एक एसोसिएशन या वो हमारा कोई फॉर्मेट नहीं है किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ, या पर्सनल लेवल पे हो या कंबाइंड लेवल पे हो यूजीसी की तरफ से। वी आर फॉलोइंग एपीए स्टाइल, 99% वी आर फॉलोइंग एपीए स्टाइल। सो now it's time, or what we can do, we can also do something as one participant told about the APA, American Psychological Association. I am also contact with the present CEO of APA. Okay, he is also doing great work, and APA is also doing great work. No questions about that. But what we can contribute in it? Okay, so for that reason, the speakers earlier who joined us and told us about the importance of Vedic psychology, the importance of Vedic psychotherapeutic techniques. So what we are planning to do, हम क्या करने जा रहे हैं? इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो एक उद्देश्य है, जितने भी लोग यहाँ हैं या जो ऑनलाइन सुन रहे हैं हम लोगों को, एक तो जो इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल ऑफ वैदिक साइकोलॉजी है, हम इसको इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, ऑफिशियली अभी यहाँ पे स्वामी जी भी आ रहे हैं, प्रोफेसर्स भी हैं, और इसके बाद में आपका नीचे लिखा होगा कि इट इज अ यूनिवर्सल स्टेप टुवर्ड्स साइकोलॉजिकल वेलबीइंग, मेंटल एक्सीलेंस एंड रिसर्च एक्सेट्रा थ्रू वैदिक विजडम। तो वेद सिर्फ इतना नहीं है कि ऋग्वेद, सामवेद, यजुर्वेद, अथर्ववेद। वेद स्टैंड्स फॉर द यूनिवर्सल वैल्यूज। ओके, तो यूनिवर्सल जो अडॉप्ट, इसके अंदर जैनिज्म भी आता है, इसके अंदर सिखिज्म भी आता है, इसके अंदर आपका बुद्धिज्म भी आता है। तो जितने तरीके का एंशिएंट विजडम है वो हम उसको वैदिक विजडम के अंदर इंक्लूड करते हैं। वेद का अर्थ ही होता है विद ज्ञान है, जो संस्कृत से थोड़ा सा जानते होंगे, जो ज्ञान की है प्राप्ति, वो या जो ज्ञान है वो वेद के रूप में परिणित होता है, अगर हम व्याकरण की दृष्टि से देखें। तो एक तो ये इनिशिएटिव है, इसमें क्या होगा बहुत ही ब्रीफ में आपको समझाते हैं। जो फॉर्मेटिंग है रिसर्च पेपर्स की, जो कोर्सेज का शेड्यूल है, या और भी जो चीजें हैं जो अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस कर रही हैं, उससे रिलेटेड, साथ में इसमें मेंबरशिप का भी धीरे धीरे आगे वेबसाइट पे आपको सारा अवेलेबल हो जाएगा। यहाँ पे जस्ट इनिशिएशन है इसका, तो वो उसी सेम पेस में साइंटिफिक बेस में काम करेगा कि हमारे एंशिएंट नॉलेज सिस्टम में क्या क्या चीजें हैं, उसको हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, आज तक रियल सेल्फ की डेफिनेशन एपीए के पास में नहीं है। आप एपीए के किसी भी, मेरा कोई फेम डिफेम नहीं है किसी से कि हम किसी को ऊंचा या नीचा दिखाने के लिए, लेकिन हमें पता होना चाहिए ना व्हाट इज माइंड, मन क्या है। हम सभी मनोविज्ञान की कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करते हैं या की हैं, आगे करेंगे। उसका पहला क्वेश्चन ये होना चाहिए हमारे कि मन क्या है। ठीक है, बेस क्वेश्चन शुड बी व्हाट इज माइंड, मन क्या है। तब तक हम इसको नहीं समझेंगे। आपके पास में डीएसएम हो सकती है, आपके पास में आईसीडी हो सकती है, आपके पास में बहुत सारे सिस्टम हो सकते हैं, दे आर वेरी यूजफुल, नॉट मैटर, बट what we have to do, we have to do some our efforts, our ancient scientific wisdom in that field also, that अगर एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देते हैं आपको, डीएसएम की जितनी भी मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यूज हैं, जितने भी सेक्शंस हैं, उसको वैदिक साइकोलॉजी के अकॉर्डिंग रखें तो 3 कैटेगरीज में आ जाते हैं। ठीक है, जिसको ताप त्रय बोलते हैं, 3 प्रकार के दुख, आधिदैविक, आदि भौतिक और आध्यात्मिक। इसी 3 कैटेगरीज में पूरे एपीए, सॉरी डीएसएम और आईसीडी के जितने भी क्लासिफिकेशन अब तक हैं और आगे होंगे, इन तीनों के बियॉन्ड नहीं जा सकते वो। तो एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल है कि हम किस फील्ड में काम करेंगे आगे। तो दिस इज इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल ऑफ वैदिक साइकोलॉजी, और इसी में एक इनिशिएटिव है, छोटा सा हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी आए हैं जो उसको कर भी रहे हैं। एक कोर्स हम लोगों ने लॉन्च किया इंट्रोडक्शन लेवल पे। अभी तक एक कोर्स है जो डॉक्टर डेविड फॉले, आप लोगों ने नाम सुना होगा, जिनको गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने पद्म भूषण भी दिया हुआ है, तो वो इसको इनिशिएट करते थे। तो हम लोगों ने थोड़ा सा कोशिश किया है कि इसको हम लोग करें। तो अभी एक बैच हमारी रन कर रही है, कुछ क्लासेस उसमें अभी शेष हैं। यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी हैं जो उस कोर्स को ऑप्ट कर रहे हैं। तो हम इसमें सीखेंगे कि क्या है वैदिक साइकोलॉजी, वास्तव में क्या क्या चीजें इंक्लूड कर रहा है। तो ये है, इसके बाद में हम इसकी मोर डिटेल्स आपको वेबसाइट पे मिल जाएगी, आप वहां जाके गो थ्रू कर सकते हैं। और इसके बाद में जो नेक्स्ट हम लोग इनिशिएट करने जा रहे हैं नियर बाई फ्यूचर, वो है हमारा जर्नल। ठीक है, हमारे पास में बहुत तरीके के जर्नल हैं, ज्यादातर सब फॉरेन हैं। अब जर्नल में भी क्या होता है, बिना चुपते हुए सीधी बात आपसे कहते हैं, आप सभी लोग हमारे एल्डर हैं और यंगर हैं सभी। जर्नल में भी क्या होता है, जब हम पेपर्स देते हैं, हम सभी को पता है जो रियल है, पेपर्स के छपने से लेके लिखने से लेके उसमें कितनी सत्यता रहती है वो हम सब जानते हैं, ठीक है। और आउटपुट उसका समाज को क्या मिलता है वो भी हम सब जानते हैं। जॉन हॉपकिंस एक यूनिवर्सिटी, आपको एग्जांपल देते हैं, वो उसको फंड करते हैं बिल गेट्स। जानते हैं बिल गेट्स को सभी? वो फंड करते हैं अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूशंस को, तो वो जो रिसर्च कराते हैं वो अपने अकॉर्डिंग कराते हैं, ठीक है। अभी एक रिसर्च हुई थी कि गिलोय के ज्यादा सेवन से लीवर खराब हो जाता है, फिर उसको रिक्लेम किया गया, फिर उन्होंने अपनी गलती मानी। तो रिसर्चेस को मैनिपुलेशन भी होती हैं चीजों पर। तो उसी से रिलेटेड हमने कोशिश की है जर्नल की, जो कि इंटरनेशनल जर्नल ऑफ वैदिक साइकोलॉजी, जिसको कि हम लोग नियर बाई फ्यूचर में इसको लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। सारी इंफॉर्मेशन आपको शो की जाएगी, धीरे धीरे आप जुड़े रहेंगे। तो ये तीन मेजर इनिशिएटिव्स थे। तो अब इसके अभी यहाँ पे छोटा सा विमोचन होगा, और इससे रिलेटेड तब तक किसी को क्वेश्चन है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं, जो भी चीजें हमने एक्सप्लेन की। देन आफ्टर इसके बाद रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन। आप लोग तैयार रहिए और अपनी स्लाइड्स यहाँ सबमिट कर दीजिए, और जो कर चुके हैं उनको 1 by 1 5 to 7 मिनट्स टाइम रहेगा, आप लोग आइए 1 by 1 प्रेजेंट कीजिएगा। तो इससे पहले किसी का कोई क्वेरी क्वेश्चन हो जो अभी तक हमने बताया, या आप कुछ इसमें ऐड करना चाहते हैं तो आप बता सकते हैं regarding ICVP, regarding journal, and regarding the course we have initiated about ICVP mainly. So if you have any query, question, or whatever you want to ask regarding ICVP, you can ask. Anyone? समझ में आया? उधर जो जुड़े हुए कोर्स है हमारे पतंजलि से जो आए हुए हैं, मास्टर्स फर्स्ट ईयर एंड सेकंड ईयर, आपका कोई क्वेश्चन है? देव संस्कृति गुरुकुल कांगड़ी, देहरादून से, और भी जो हैं ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए हैं, क्वेरी, कोई क्वेश्चन? तो लास्ट में बस यही है कि यदि हमें वास्तव में अपने देश के लिए या कुछ करना है, तो हम जिस लेवल पे हैं, उस लेवल पे हमें शुरुआत करनी चाहिए, ठीक है। जितना हम कर सकते हैं, जैसे जितना हम कर सकते थे हमने आपके सामने रखा है सारी चीजें, और जो भी स्पीकर्स हैं सभी उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए यहाँ पे प्रोफेसर्स बैठे हैं हमारे डीएसवीवी से, जहाँ से सारा हम लोग का इनिशिएशन हुआ। हम एज ए स्टूडेंट पढ़े हुए हैं सर से, और आज इन्हीं लोगों के आशीर्वाद की वजह से हम यहाँ तक जो कुछ थोड़ा बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन कर पा रहे हैं। ठीक है, हम उसको करते हैं, लेकिन हम अपने लेवल से क्या कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं बीइंग अ साइकोलॉजिस्ट? साइकोलॉजिस्ट में क्या है कि हमें बोल दिया जाता है एज अ साइको, मोस्टली जो प्रिवेलिंग है, तो हमें उसको बताना होगा कि वास्तव में साइकोलॉजी है क्या। ऐसा पृथ्वी का कोई भी जीव जंतु नहीं है, चाहे सूक्ष्म हो चाहे स्थूल हो, जिसके पास में मन ना हो, ठीक है। मन सभी के पास है, चींटी से लेकर हाथी तक सभी के पास में मन है। तो मनोविज्ञान की आवश्यकता हर एक क्षेत्र में है, हर एक क्षेत्र में। अगर कोई व्यक्ति भ्रष्टाचार कर रहा है तो उसमें भी उसका मनोविज्ञान यूज कर रहा है। कोई व्यक्ति अगर राजनीति में अच्छा है तो वो भी मनोविज्ञान के बल पे ही है। कोई किसी भी क्षेत्र में हो, वहां पे हर क्षेत्र में मनोविज्ञान का उपयोग होता है। कुछ लोग इसको अच्छाई में लगा देते हैं, कुछ लोग इसको बुराई में लगा देते हैं। तो उस मनोविज्ञान को, उस वैदिक हमारे ऋषियों के मनोविज्ञान को हम लोग समझें, और उसमें जितना योगदान कर सकते हैं, जितना सीख सकते हैं, उस चीज को हम वहाँ पे कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। तो हम इनवाइट करना चाहेंगे प्रोफेसर्स को। सर आप 2 मिनट के लिए आइए, और ताकि इस इनॉग्रेशन प्रोग्राम को हम कंक्लूड कर सकें स्टेज पे, प्लीज सर। एंड आई वुड ऑल्सो रिक्वेस्ट स्वामी ब्रह्मदेव जी, any volunteer, please call him as soon as possible. Then after we will go. भी किसी का कोई क्वेरी क्वेश्चन हो इससे रिलेटेड आप पूछ सकते हो, या कोई कुछ कहना चाहता है? शॉर्ट में समझाया है क्योंकि टाइम नहीं है अभी। ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंटेशन है वो आपके कल और परसों होंगे। और डॉक्टर डेविड फ्रॉले का जो टॉक है वो आज शाम को यूट्यूब चैनल पे अपलोड हो जाएगा। वन, क्योंकि वहां पे टाइम डिफरेंस है, अभी वहां पे रात हो रही है यूएसए में। तो आप लोग वहां से जरूर वॉच करें, और बहुत ही अच्छा इन्होंने टॉक दिया है। और लगभग इन्होंने 5 बजे का समय दिया है, यदि उनके पास टाइम होगा तो हमें वो लाइव भी ज्वाइन करेंगे, डॉक्टर डेविड फ्रॉले। तो जो लोग यहाँ पे रहते हैं तब तक तो जरूर उनको करें। आपके सर्टिफिकेट्स भी रेडी हैं, और रिसर्च पेपर्स के और पार्टिसिपेंट्स को, तो आप जब भी जाएं यहाँ से तो उनको जरूर कलेक्ट करके जाएं। ठीक है। तब तक हम हमारे आदरणीय संतोष विश्वकर्मा सर, जो कि प्रोफेसर हैं देव संस्कृति विश्वविद्यालय मनोविज्ञान विभाग के, और विभाग प्रमुख भी हैं, तो हम निवेदन करेंगे सर से कि जब तक पहले इनॉग्रेशन कर लेते हैं फिर सर को इनवाइट करते हैं। आप लोग मेमोरीज कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं जो भी यहाँ पे हैं, और जो भी रिसर्च पेपर करेंगे प्रेजेंट, आप उनकी भी मेमोरीज अपने अपने फोन्स में कलेक्ट कर लीजिएगा। मनीष, तो आप ऑफिशियली शुरू कर देते हैं। आई होप आप सबकी हेल्प इसमें मिलेगी, इस कॉज में, इस ग्रेट वर्क में। सो नाउ इट्स टाइम टू जस्ट formally announcing about the International Journal of Vedic Psychology and International Council of Vedic Psychology. So now we are going forward for it. I would request our all the guests to kindly came forward, and let's do the inauguration.
सेकंड विमोचन के रूप में बहुत जल्दी हम सबके बीच इंटरनेशनल जर्नल ऑफ वैदिक साइकोलॉजी में एक तीसरा विमोचन के रूप में आदरणीय डॉक्टर अमृतलाल गुरवेंद्र सर और इनकी धर्मपत्नी डॉक्टर गायत्री गुरवेंद्र जी के द्वारा लिखा गया गीता और मनोशास्त्र, जो मनोविज्ञान, इसका एक विमोचन है। 2025 से क्या स्वागत करेंगे। और ये बड़ी अच्छी पुस्तक है, शोध सार है, रिसर्च पेपर के रूप में से कंपाइल किया गया है। तो बहुत जल्दी ये भी अवेलेबल होंगे अपने अमेजोन सब पर भी, वहां से हम इसे परचेज कर सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
So now I would like to request Dr. Santosh sir to come forward and enlighten us. He is behind our whole journey from the starting, from the student up to till date. So I am so blessed, and uh, now I will move to sir, and then after research paper participants, just after sir's talk.
धन्यवाद सम्यक। ओम श्री गुरवे नमः। सर्वप्रथम दिव्य करुणा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि उन्होंने जो है इस ऑस्पिशियस ओकेजन पर और खास तौर पे इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में इनवाइट किया हमको। और सबसे ज्यादा जो महत्वपूर्ण बात है इसमें ये है कि ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है ये कहीं और भी हो सकती थी, किसी अन्य स्थान पर भी हो सकती थी, परंतु इस ऑरो वैली में और इस यूनी बायोडाइवर्स यूनी डाइवर्स क्योंकि यहाँ पर इतना फ्लोरा और है कि ये विचार अपने मन में वैसे ही आ जाता है, स्वतः ही आ जाता है। तो ऐसे पवित्र स्थान पर, क्योंकि जहां पर एंट्री करने मात्र से ही मन में जो है एक तरीके का, जैसे कहें कि आनंद उपजता है, तो ऐसे स्थान पर हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, वही वैदिक साइकोलॉजी के ऊपर कर रहे हैं, और जिसमें हम अपने आत्मस्वरूप के बारे में, मन के बारे में और उसके अन्य पक्षों के बारे में विचार भी सुनेंगे बहुत सारे प्रतिभागियों के, और अभी हमने सुने। तो इस तरह का समागम होना इस बात का द्योतक होता है कि ईश्वरीय इच्छा यहाँ पर पूर्ण हो रही है, कि वैदिक साइकोलॉजी, इसको हम वेद से जुड़ा मानते हैं। हम कहते हैं नेति नेति वेद के बारे में कहा नहीं जा सकता, कि मतलब किसने लिखे, ये तो लोगों के अपने आत्मिक यात्रा के विचार हैं, या उनके आत्मिक यात्रा के जो अनुभव हैं वो उसमें लिखे हुए हैं, और उसके आधार पर जो मन के सिद्धांत हैं, उन सिद्धांतों के ऊपर हम कार्य करते हैं, और आगे जो है शोध अनुसंधान उसी रूप में होते आ रहे। तो ऐसे शुभ अवसर पर हम लोगों को बुलाने के लिए, खासतौर पे मुझे भी आमंत्रित करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार। और आप लोगों को ये मैं बधाई देना चाहूंगा कि आप लोगों ने इतना बड़ा, इतना शानदार इनिशिएटिव लिया है, खासतौर पे इंटरनेशनल जर्नल चलाने के लिए, जिसमें वैदिक साइकोलॉजी के विभिन्न पक्षों के ऊपर आप लोग कार्य करेंगे। और जो बीच में एक गैप था, जो बीच में एक अंतर रह गया था, कि इन सारे विचारों को वैज्ञानिक रूप से प्रस्तुत करने में बहुत सारी मार्ग में बाधाएं इत्यादि भी आती, कि कहाँ पब्लिश करें, किस रूप में हम जो है उस चीज को प्रस्तुत करें। तो इन सभी चीजों को ज्यादा सरल बनाने के लिए इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल ऑफ वैदिक साइकोलॉजी, वो भी आप लोग शुरू कर रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए भी बहुत बहुत आप लोग बधाई के पात्र हैं। अब जहां तक वैदिक साइकोलॉजी की बात है, तो उस संबंध में मैं यहाँ पर धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा स्वामी ब्रह्मदेव जी का भी, कि जिन्होंने दिव्य करुणा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के, मैं कहूँगा यंग सदस्य हैं सभी, इन सभी को पिछले साल भी अपना प्यार दिया था, और इस साल भी जो है अपने कार्यों को संपादित करने के लिए उन्होंने जगह भी दी, अपना आश्रय भी दिया, और सभी रूपों में इनको सहयोग संरक्षण प्रदान किया है। तो आपको लिए भी जो है मन में श्रद्धा है। साथ ही साथ यहाँ पर उपस्थित हमारे अन्य प्रोफेसर गण, उनको भी जो है मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा कि उनकी तरफ से दिव्य करुणा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के सभी सदस्यों को सहयोग प्राप्त हो रहा है, निरंतर प्राप्त होता आ रहा है। और सबसे ज्यादा तो आप सभी लोग जो यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, किसी न किसी रूप में हर किसी का योगदान है, क्योंकि उसके बिना ये कॉन्फ्रेंस किसी भी रूप में संभव नहीं थी। तो एक विचार फूटा था, वो विचार पल्लवित हुआ, और आज इस रूप में यहाँ पर एक बड़े वृक्ष के रूप में दिखाई पड़ रहा है, कि अगर कोई चाह ले तो क्या नहीं हो सकता। तो जो इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल ऑफ वैदिक साइकोलॉजी है, और जो ये जर्नल है इंटरनेशनल जर्नल ऑफ वैदिक साइकोलॉजी, ये दोनों ही अपने आप में बहुत ही बड़े इनिशिएटिव हैं। और ये सफल हो, फलीभूत हो, इसके लिए मैं अपनी तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ। और ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि समय अभाव है। बातें तो बहुत सारी मन में आती हैं, लेकिन उनको करने के लिए सही समय की आवश्यकता होती है। और हम लोग पहले से औरों को सुनने बैठे हैं, तो यहीं पर मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। ओम शांति शांति। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर मार्गदर्शन देने के लिए। और वास्तव में स्वामी जी और आप जैसे जितने भी यहाँ प्रोफेसर्स बैठे हैं, एकेडमिकली तो प्रोफेसर और स्टूडेंट का रिलेशनशिप हो सकता है, लेकिन एक आंतरिक संबंध भी होता है। यदि हम उसको कहीं ढूंढ पाते हैं, उसको हम अपने जीवन में जगह दे पाते हैं, तो बियॉन्ड यूनिवर्सिटी बाउंड्रीज, यूनिवर्सिटी के बाउंड्री के बियॉन्ड एक ऐसा पेस क्रिएट होता है, एक ऐसा बॉन्ड क्रिएट होता है जो पूरा लाइफ लॉन्ग आपके साथ सस्टेन करता है, चाहे वो स्थूल रूप में हो या सूक्ष्म रूप में हो। तो सर का आशीर्वाद हमेशा हम लोग के साथ था, है और रहेगा। तो नाउ we are moving towards the research paper presentation, and I am calling out the name. Kindly tell if anyone is not in the list. Bhuvnesh Pawar, Dr. Isha Chaudhary, Dr. Sonali Verma, Pooja Devi, Lata, Chitra Kashyap, Raina, Neha and Bhavna, Riddhi and Aman, Mrs. Shalini Rathore, डॉक्टर गायत्री गुरवेंद्र मैम। इसके अलावा कोई है जो यहाँ प्रेजेंट कर रहा है ऑफलाइन, जिनका नाम यहाँ से रिकॉल ना हो? यस मैम। गीता भरद्वाज, गीता पतंजलि, यस। ओके, एनीवन एल्स? संतोषी। सो डॉक्टर ईशा चौधरी, यस प्लीज मैम। सभी लोग ध्यान से सुनिए, समझिए, और किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन क्वेरी हो तो आप पूछिए।
मंचासीन सभी बड़ों को बहुत बहुत प्रणाम। सभी जो यहाँ मंच आज के प्रेजेंटेशन में है, वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून। आई एम डॉक्टर ईशा चौधरी। आई एम असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर ऑफ साइकोलॉजी एट जागरण लेक सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल, एंड टुडे I am here to present this paper, Bridging the Gap, Exploring Limitations and Pathways for Growth in Indian Psychology. And the co-authors are Dr. Shraddha Khare, who is a mindfulness practitioner, and Dr. Anjali Maurya, who is Assistant Professor of Psychology at Narsi Munji Institute, Mumbai. So, let me give you the overview of the research today, that Indian psychology is deeply rooted in philosophical and spiritual traditions, but then also somewhere we lack that recognition at the world level, and in India also. We all must have encountered discussions where we have to justify that Indian concepts work. They are worth it. This might have been a discussion, and sometimes we feel ourselves bounded to, we find that we are unable to give empirical references and give strong suggestions. No, that whatever we are telling works. So the objective of the study today is to explore limitations or barriers which are there in the Indian psychology research, and highlight advancements, whatever we have achieved and on what we are working till now, and focus on the ways to achieve growth in Indian psychology. Next, please. Okay. Please. So next. So by doing a thorough review from 1980s, we have found various relevant reviews related, literature related to this topic, and these are 9 themes that we have reached on. I'll discuss them one by one. So the first theme is, or the first theme, the barrier which is there in Indian psychological research is dominance of Western frameworks. So psychology in India has been heavily influenced by Western theories since colonial era. So psychology is established in India in early 20th centuries, but now also there is a dearth of indigenous concepts that are applicable in core Indian psychology. We are in India, but we are following the Western cultures only, Western traditions only, and we try to understand the Indian concepts in relation to the Western concepts. So this is and that decreases the reliability of the Indian concepts in itself. So it has led to superficial interpretations of the indigenous concepts, that we don't understand something in reference to something very properly. This is a challenge that we face. That lack of empirical. Previous slide, please. Yeah, so second one, lack of empirical tools for Indian concepts. So we try to test something by something which is not meant to test it. So we talk about reliability and validity in research, but while measuring the concepts, the Indian traditions, like let's say, if we are talking about consciousness, or if we are talking about the Indian philosophical, cultural things, which are very philosophical, experiential thing, we are measuring it by the not so reliable and not so valid tools when we talk about Indian psychology. So it is absence of standardized tools to study concepts like Sat, Raj, Tam, Atma. Tools are lacking for it. And challenges in scientifically validating these constructs are there. So we will talk what to do about it. Fragmented and isolated research efforts. So what the Indian scholars are doing, which are referenced by the, which are quoted by the researchers, that all the scholars are trying to build their own paths and not trying to connect with the existing knowledge that is already there. So everyone is trying to build their own ways to reach to somewhere, but they're not connecting to what already exists. And that is the kind of wasting a time, and that is why we are not able to bring a strong perspective on the national and international levels, because we are not supporting each other in researches, we are not backing up, and we are not continuing the research one after the other in the same field, and we are trying to pave our own paths. So this is again a challenge which has been quoted by the researchers. Next, please. Under representation of diverse cultures. So if researchers are there, they are concentrated on some specific cultures or some languages, neglecting the vast cultural diversity of India. So this is also a challenge that is there in Indian psychological research. Then difficulty integrating the traditional knowledge. Traditional practices like Vedanta and philosophical and introspective, and making empirical integration is difficult because we lack the tools for it, and we lack integrated models for these kind of concepts till now. Limited institutional and curriculum support. So rigid curricula is there. Most of the universities are still offering, although we have NEP 2020, which is promoting Indian knowledge system, and in psychology also it is working, but still we have strict curricula that offers Western psychological concepts only, which are rigid. And they hinder the growth of scholars in the field of Indian psychology, because they do not have proper back support to, or some opportunity to go in depth knowledge in Indian psychological concepts. Obviously, their Sanskriti is one of the exception of it, and I hope this Aurobindo Unidiversity is also. Then, under limited global visibility, as already discussed, that we have not been doing researches in collaboration, and we are somewhere because of some reason we are lacking in publishing our good research papers, if they exist, in the good journals, in the journals that are recognized worldwide. So we are lacking in that. We need to work on it. Then short-term and spiritually skewed studies in positive psychology especially. So by talking about psychology, we slowly dip into spirituality. If it is the spirituality, there is no problem. But somewhere we need to have a boundary where we need to have clarity in what we need to do in the research. So overemphasize on spiritual frameworks in positive psychology studies, neglecting secular perspectives sometimes. In some researches, it is also observed that, and lack of longitudinal studies and poor representation of India's demographic diversity is also a challenge that is faced. What works in India? What has worked in India till now? And what kind of researches are being appreciated? So integration of pranayama and meditation into therapeutic practices is being appreciated. Development of yoga-based programs like Sudarshan Kriya. So we have references for whatever I am saying. They are appreciated. There are neuropsychological studies supporting traditional practices. We have these kind of practices, but we lack international recognition many a times. But we have achieved good good status in some areas like mindfulness. That is also mainly coming from the West itself. But I am taking it as a case study today, that why we all are hearing about mindfulness everywhere. It is into many therapies. It has been successfully applied as a therapy, and based on mindfulness, there are different therapies like mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, mindfulness-based stress reduction. So why mindfulness only? Why not other modalities of Indian knowledge system? So mindfulness-based interventions have gained global recognition because there is clarity in ideology. They clearly straight away tell that it is based on Vipassana. They have a module for it. And then there is efficient designing of the programs that are used for specific purpose. For example, mindfulness-based stress reduction. So why it is being used? It is clear. Development of tools for a new construct. So if trait mindfulness is there and state mindfulness is there, we have the tools for measuring both of them. Just for example, so we know that, okay, if some difference is coming, we can measure that difference. Then evidence backed by rigorous research. There is a proper module for training in mindfulness. So after that, it is given to the learned community, and then they research in their own fields. And this contributes to the research backup for this practice. That has made it visible on the global, global platform. Then neuropsychological evidences are there for mindfulness. How can we improve the scientific credibility? in Indian psychology research. So strategies are, first of all, we should recognize indigenous values. So first of all, we should realize that if we are talking about yoga, so what is yoga? If we are talking about intelligence, we have operational definition for intelligence. How are we measuring it? For Indian concepts also, we should first of all recognize, we instead of looking at it from the Western perspective, explaining it in reference to Western perspective, let us recognize that we have this tool that could be used for a therapy, in academics, for well-being, whatever it is, but we need to recognize those practices. Then develop culturally sensitive tools. India is different. India is diverse. So we need to establish research methods. We need to establish culturally sound and sensitive tools, which can actually give us valid results. Then we should encourage interdisciplinary collaboration. So we should strongly see that who has worked, especially in India, on which concept, and we should try to collaborate. And with one say, we need not to strongly agree with what the other person has said, but at least contribute and come together on a global platform together to bring a perspective towards Indian knowledge system. And then revision in curricula and capacity building is needed. So I have already talked about national education policy, that it is bringing the change, trying to do it from its side. Notes and Kumar notes that inflexible academic curricula have historically marginalized Indian approaches. There are so many researchers that tell that whatever we are studying in India, the psychology that we are studying in India is totally, it's based on Western concepts, and it mirrors the Western paradigms only. And the growth has also focused on Western paradigms only. Now, I would like to conclude with the how to what we as researchers can do. So we can use mixed method designs, improve the training qualities. Like today, we should try to learn from the authentic sources. Aim for high impact publications. Whatever research we are doing, we should put our 100% into it, and we should try to bring it on the global platforms. We should try to collaborate with the people who are working in the same field on that same topic, and work towards developing a unified, culturally grounded structure for Indian psychology. And most important is, even if we don't get the results that we intend, we should continue working and looking at it from different perspectives and developing the methodologies. A constant drive to contribute to the Indian knowledge system despite these challenges is paramount. Thank you.
Anyone has any query or question? In very short. Otherwise, we move, and before it, just participation certificate for the research with Swami Brahmdev and other professors. So please then collect your certificate also. आप फोटो ले लें। Now we move towards our next participants. Over to Abhay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. कौन खाए थे साधु ने? हाँ, आवाज आनी चाहिए. Good evening, everyone. Okay, let's call our next researcher. His name is Bhuvnesh Panwar. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bhunesh Pawar. I am from Master's Batch 23 to 25 in Jagannath University. This is my first research paper. If I make any mistakes in the presentation, please forgive. I want to start by saying that I have a very personal attachment to our country and its ancient culture. While I was working on a different research topic, specifically a study on divine possession, as part of my master's coursework, I came across descriptions of trance states in Vedic texts like Rig Vedas and Upanishads. What really struck me was how detailed and experiential those descriptions were. They weren't just symbolic, they were talking about real states of altered consciousness. That's when I felt like a paper on this was not just interesting, it was necessity. It became a way to both explore the psychology of altered states, to honor the depth of our spiritual heritage by showing how it relates to modern science. So in this paper, I looked at how the Vedic traditions, especially texts like Rig Veda and Mandukya Upanishad, understood consciousness and trance states, and I compared that with what modern psychology and neuroscience say today. In Vedic views, consciousness isn't just brain activity. It's considered the essence of reality. One of the most important ideas I focused on this concept of Turiya from Mandukya Upanishad. It describes four levels of consciousness. Jagrat, the waking state, Swapna, the dream state, Shushupti, deep sleep, and Turiya, which is beyond all three. It's described as pure awareness, where there is no ego, no thought, just silent, blissful consciousness. Now, what's fascinating is that modern neuroscience has found similar things. For example, Lutz et al. 2004 studied advanced meditators and found high gamma waves activity and reduced default mode network activity. This is associated with things like ego dissolution and a deep sense of unity, which is exactly how Turiya is described. Also, Jospovic in 2014 and Austin in 1998 wrote about similar non-dual awareness in meditation research. I also looked at Soma, a sacred drink praised in Rig Veda Mandal 9. The hymns say it flows to the mind, awakens inside, and helps the seer connect to the divine. It's believed that Soma might have been psychoactive plant like Amanita muscaria, which Besson suggested. When I read that, I immediately thought of modern psychology, psychedelic research by Griffith in 2006 and 16, found that substances like psilocybin produce very similar experiences, loss of ego, a feel of sacredness, unity, and deep emotional healing. These effects are also being used therapeutically today, like in psychedelic assisted therapy for depression and anxiety. But this is not just about substance. The Ved also describe non-drug methods to enter the altered states. Mantra chanting, which uses sound vibration to calm and focus the mind. Agnihotra, a fire ritual which symbolic offerings help purify thoughts, and pranayams, breath control, which is said to regulate the life force and access deeper awareness. Modern research back these up too. For example, Kalyani 2011 found that chanting Om deactivates the amygdala, which reduces emotional reactivity. Bernardi in 2001 showed that repeating mantras affects heart rate and breathing. Zaccaro in 2018 confirmed that slow, controlled breathing reduces stress and improves executive brain function. What I found really exciting is how much these ancient practices match what we are discovering now in science. The Vedic transition clearly had structured system to alter consciousness, not just for spiritual goal, but psychological transformations. Very similar to what transpersonal psychology and researchers like Maslow and Groff talk about. The paper also argues that modern therapy can learn from these ideas. Instead of seeing altered state as pathological, we could see them as the Vedas do, as potentially meaningful, even healing. For example, Wash and Groff suggested that with the right support, these states can bring about deep integration rather than fragmentation. In short, what I tried to show in the paper is Vedic texts offer a detailed experiential model of consciousness through Turiya, Soma, Mantra, rituals, and breathing. Modern science using fMRI and EEG and clinical studies is now discovering similar things. By bringing the two together, we can create a more holistic understanding of mind, one that includes not just the brain, but also spirit, meaning, and inner experience. Thank you.
Anyone has any query or question regarding this research paper? If anyone, and thank you so much. Clap once again for this great effort by our research scholars. I would like to request to kindly provide certificate of presentation. Go ahead, please go forward. Anyone can click a picture with.
यस सर, जो टाइम देगा प्रेजेंटेशन का वो 5 से 7 मिनट तक रहेगा, ठीक है? सारे अपोज कर रहे हैं, है ना? 5 से 7 मिनट तक, ठीक है? चलो कोई बात नहीं। एक बार ओम चैंटिंग कर लेते हैं ना, थोड़ा रिलैक्स हो जाए। सारे अपने कमर और गर्दन सीधी कर ले। मैम खोई हुई है फोन में। ओके, क्लोज योर आईज, डीप इनहेल, स्टार्ट। ओपन योर आईज। अच्छा लगा? अच्छा लगा? फिर से करते हैं। अगेन क्लोज योर आईज, इनहेल, स्टार्ट। ओपन योर आईज एंड रिलैक्स। नो, जो थर्ड रिसर्च स्कॉलर है उनका नाम है गीता कुकरेटी। प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज एंड स्टेज इज योर्स।
किसी आवश्यक कार्य से हमारे बीच आदरणीय संतोष सर लीड करेंगे, तो सर का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ सबके बीच में आने के लिए, अपना अमूल्य समय देने के लिए। सर की मीटिंग में अभी और तो इस समय सर लीड करेंगे। आप सभी लोग क्वांटिटी में हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Home to one and all who are presenting here. Myself Geeta Kriti, and I am a PhD scholar of the University of Patanjali. My topic is is yoga effective in blue baby syndrome? So it is a systematic paper. Let's start the first slide. Thank you. So what's the baby blue? Anybody hear about this disease? Anything? Baby blue is typically started within 1 and 2 days after delivery. तो 1 या 2 दिन के बाद जो है वुमेन्स में डिलीवरी के बाद ये बीमारी जो है आ जाती है. आगे मैं आपको इसके सिम्टम्स बताऊंगी. Between 15 to 18% of new mother experience postpartum blues in initial days following delivery. ये जो है रिसर्च में बताया गया है कि 3 दिन या आप कह सकते हैं 4 दिन के अंदर अंदर जो है जब और में इरिटेशंस आने लग जाती है, चिड़चिड़ापन हो जाता है, एंगर इश्यूज आते हैं, तो हम कह सकते हैं कि ये बेबी ब्लू के सिम्टम्स हैं. According to the data of the WHO, 19.8% of pregnant women in developing countries have postpartum depression. डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज में आजकल की जो उन्नत समाज हमारा है उसमें भी जो है हम कह सकते हैं 19.8%, जो कि WHO की रिपोर्ट है उसके हिसाब से पोस्टपार्टम डिप्रेशन भी लेडीज में आ रहा है. फर्दर आई विल टेल यू व्हाट्स द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द ब्लू बेबीज एंड पोस्टपार्टम डिप्रेशन. ये मिलती जुलती है, डिफरेंस क्या है हम आपको आगे बताएंगे. सो द सेकंड स्लाइड. डिफरेंस ये होता है कि ड्यूरेशन की बात करते हैं. स्टार्टिंग अगर आपको 10 डेज आफ्टर डिलीवरी 10 डेज तक अगर आपके अंदर ये सिम्टम्स हैं, एंगर इश्यू, चिड़चिड़ापन, लैक ऑफ स्लीपिंग एटसेट्रा, तो आप कह सकते हैं कि बेबी ब्लूज है. बट ये सिचुएशन अगर कंटिन्यू रहती है मोर देन 1 मंथ, सो इट चेंज इनटू द पोस्टपार्टम डिप्रेशन. इसमें जो है बेबी ब्लूज में सुसाइडेबल नॉट प्रेजेंट बिकॉज ये कम समय के लिए रहती है, तो इसलिए सुसाइड के थॉट्स भी माइंड में नहीं आते हैं. बट पोस्टपार्टम डिप्रेशन में क्योंकि ये ज्यादा टाइम तक अगर इंसान चिड़चिड़ा रहता है तो सुसाइडेबल थॉट्स हमारे माइंड में आ सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. Okay, the symptoms of baby blues, you can see the depression, tearfulness, weeping, insomnia, confusion situation, restlessness, poor concentration, anxiety, stress, depression. Next, sir. Okay, my topic is yoga is effective in blue babies. So here you can see that according to WHO, postpartum depression develops in about 20% of cases in postpartum blues. 20% केसेस में जो है योगा ने इफेक्टिव रहा है बेबी ब्लूज में, पोस्टपार्टम डिप्रेशन में. सो बिकॉज योगा बैलेंस आवर बॉडी, आवर माइंड एंड द डिफरेंट breathing exercise, meditation, so pregnant women get the benefit of yoga. There are the asanas. Next please. The next. Okay, my paper is systematic as I told you. So my data source are Google Scholar, PubMed, Science, Diet and Cochrane Library. Here you can see that how many papers I find out from these different sites. Next. This is the prisma flow diagram in which first I found some thousands of results, and after screening I got 26 results only. And in this I exclude 18 results because of not relevant to the subject, repeated, different languages, web-based survey and cross-section study. So I exclude 18 papers, and finally I got only the 9 papers. Sorry, it's a mistake. I wrote 8, but it's a 9 paper. Next, sir. Exclusion and inclusion criteria. I exclude the high-risk pregnant women and women who have some physical diseases. And study include title, abstract, and the research question based on the effect of yoga and baby blues. Next, I exclude pilot, different language studies, etc. Next, and I include only the RCT paper. This is the table which show the final 8 papers which I include in my research paper. So these you can see they are the different type of yoga with facial acupressure and yoga exercise, heart yoga, dhru yoga, isha yoga. They are the different type of yoga which pregnant lady use and get rid of the postpartum and baby blue syndrome. So these are the final finding and the intervention. किस तरीके से योगा कराया गया and the finding, what was the result they got. So these are the references, but the conclusion is yoga is effective in baby blue syndrome. Thank you. Any question? Sir told me only the 5 minutes, so I hope I take only the 5 minutes. Any question? 20%, ma'am? Yes, I told you that 20% women are suffering from the baby blue syndrome. Okay, okay. Okay. Research methodology में ma'am, there are the different type of yoga. Mostly the heart yoga, but the light exercise which the ladies do after the pregnancy. I gave the name of the exercise and yogasana and the meditation, dhyan. These are the different form of yoga which we can do during after the delivery. Thank you.
So now certificate of presentation. With Swami, please.
Next research scholar will be
A big clap for Dr. Geeta ma'am.
be sure about the time, 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, sorry. Good evening. Hare Krishna, everyone. Good evening, all the guests, professors, teachers, and my research fellows. My name is Santoshi. Right now, I'm pursuing my PhD in psychology under the guidance of Dr. Vishali Gaur from University of VEDIC. So my topic is exploring the impact of
ओके सॉरी, आप दूसरे रिसर्चर को बुलाते हैं प्लीज, डॉक्टर सोनाली वर्मा. क्लैपिंग, अप्रिसिएशन होनी चाहिए.
I would like to present presentation. So please straight your back. Then
योगेन चित्तस्य पदेन वाचा मनम शरीरस्य च वैदिकेन योपाकरोतं Thank you. So my name is Dr. Sonali and I am a BNYS doctor, research scholar and international yoga instructor. So today I present my presentation and the topic is exploring the therapeutic potential of yoga for pancreatitis. This is a case study and under the guidance of Dr. Sachin Tyagi sir. He is a HOD of University of Patanjali and Ayurveda College and Dr. Sandeep sir. So please see this slide, sir. So पैंक्रेटाइटिस सभी को पता है पैंक्रेटाइटिस क्या होता है इट्स द इन्फ्लेमेशन ऑफ पैंक्रियास सो मैं ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगी मैं सीधा डायरेक्ट अपने वर्क पे आती हूँ तो द नीड ऑफ द योगा फॉर पैंक्रेटाइटिस देन योगा से क्या होगा यही सभी को एक कहना होता है कि योगा से क्या होगा लेकिन दिस इज अ ये प्रूफ है हमने योगा से एक पैंक्रेटाइटिस पेशेंट ठीक किया है थोड़ा सा लंबा था 3 years 36 month का बट हाँ दिस इज अ रिजल्ट विदाउट एनी साइड इफेक्ट विदाउट एनी मेडिसिन हमने योगा मॉड्यूल डेवलप किया दैट इज 90 minutes का था जो योगा मॉड्यूल हमने इसमें साइड चेंज या Yeah, this is my first intervention that is जो हमने की षटकर्मा योगा के थ्रू ट्रीटमेंट किया है that is firstly हमने आयुर्वेद के थ्रू then षट प्रक्षालन षट क्रिया के थ्रू इंटरनल क्लींजिंग की है that is include है हमारा then षट प्रक्षालन जलनीति त्राटक एंड वमन धोती इनके थ्रू हमने इंटरनल क्लींजिंग की जो कि ब्लॉकेज थी उसको हमने पहले क्योर किया then सेकंड मॉड्यूल then सेकेंड मॉड्यूल जो है हमारा वो योगा का है इसमें हमने 12 आसनास इंक्लूड किए +2 हमने इसमें मुद्रा इंक्लूड की मुद्रा में हमारी वायु मुद्रा है विपरीत करणी मुद्रा है एंड देन थर्ड हमने इसमें प्राणायाम इंक्लूड किए हैं बाह्य प्राणायाम एंड देन अनुलोम विलोम लास्ट इज योग निद्रा फॉर रिलैक्सेशन ये हमने ट्रीटमेंट दिया है 36 months विदाउट एनी मेडिसिन और ये सारी रिपोर्ट्स हैं जो कि पेशेंट की पहले आते ही जो कि 2018 में टेस्ट कराया था हमने जो सीमेन एमाइलेज था उसकी रेंज थी 2146.2 यूनिट्स एंड देन लाइपेज की यूनिट थी हमारी 21.3 यूनिट जो कि लास्ट हमने ट्रीटमेंट कंप्लीट करने के बाद जो हमारी यूनिट आई थी वो आई थी सीमेन amylase की 19.3 यूनिट एंड देन लाइपेज की 19 यूनिट तो ये प्रॉपर ट्रीटमेंट अंडर द गाइडेंस ऑफ डॉक्टर सचिन त्यागी सर ही वाज अ HOD ऑफ आयुर्वेदा कॉलेज ऑफ पतंजलि उनके अंडर में किया है एंड देन ये हमने सारा विदाउट मेडिसिन किया है इसमें कुछ भी चेंजेस नहीं किया है सारा कंसल्ट फॉर्म हमने प्रोवाइड किया है एंड देन the patient was okay and fine. So this is my research work and this is my 7th research paper. Thank you so much.
You can ask.
Any question? Yeah.
आपने अपनी स्टडी में एक्सपेरिमेंटल डिजाइन क्या फॉलो करा जिससे आपने कंट्रोल करे एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर्स
सर ये एक्सपेरिमेंटल नहीं है हमने अंडर द गाइडेंस हमने खुद से डिजाइन किया है योगा मॉड्यूल
देन हाउ मतलब ये कैसे बताएंगे आपने 2 तरीके के योगा इंटरवेंशन यूज किया एक क्लेंजिंग एंड देन द
फर्स्ट हमारा इंटरवेंशन है दैट इज क्लींजिंग हमने स्टार्टिंग के 18 मंथ मॉड्यूल दोनों ही हमारे 36 मंथ चले हैं कोई चेंजेस नहीं किया लेकिन जो इंटरवेंशन पीरियड चला है मतलब टाइमिंग जो चला है वो हमारा इंक्रीज हुआ है
स्टार्टिंग के 18 मंथ में हमने योगा मॉड्यूल जो दिया था वो 1 सेकेंड होल्डिंग थी पेशेंट की। लास्ट में उसको चेंज किया हमने, मॉड्यूल सेम रहा लेकिन उसकी इंटेंसिटी जो थी वो इंक्रीज हुई, स्ट्रेंथ इंक्रीज हुई, ये हमने शो किया। सर मॉड्यूल ये हमारे 3 मॉड्यूल्स हैं, फर्स्ट इंटरवेंशन, सेकंड इंटरवेंशन, थर्ड इंटरवेंशन। फर्स्ट इंटरवेंशन में हम देखेंगे होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी क्या है, सेकंड में देखेंगे, थर्ड में देखेंगे। इसमें कोई चेंजेस हमने नहीं किया है कि हमने खुद से कुछ चेंज नहीं किया, जो हमें होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी उसकी लगी है होल्डिंग के साथ विद प्रूफ के साथ हमने इशू किया है।
मैम मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि हाउ यू अकाउंट फॉर द अदर फैक्टर, इससे पहले जो हुआ, जो मॉड्यूल इससे पहले किया क्लेंजिंग वाला
जी,
उसका कितना परसेंट इफेक्ट था?
सर ये दोनों पूरा एक मॉड्यूल है, अलग अलग मॉड्यूल नहीं है, पार्ट में डिवाइड किया है हमने, आयुर्वेदा और योगा।
हाँ तो मैम योगा का कितना कंट्रीब्यूशन और आयुर्वेदा का कितना?
दोनों का इक्वल है सर, क्योंकि क्लींजिंग जो हो रही है वो इनर बॉडी की हो रही है, स्ट्रेंथनिंग योगा क्या करता है, योगा क्या वर्क करता है, yoga not only work your physical body, they work your spiritual body also, emotional body also। तो इस पे उसका वर्क केवल हमने फिजिकल बॉडी पे नहीं किया है, हमने उसकी तीनों डायमेंशन, लाइफ के 3 डायमेंशन है, अभी तो 4th हो गए, फिजिकल, मेंटल एंड स्पिरिचुअल एंड इमोशनल, हमने तीनों पे, चारों पे वर्क किया है। सो दिस इज अ रिजल्ट। लास्ट में कंसर्ट भी फॉर्म हमने अलाउ किया है, बट अभी यहाँ पे हम नहीं शो कर पाए हैं किसी वजह से। कंसेंट फॉर्म सारा उन्होंने प्रोवाइड किया है विद प्रूफ के साथ, कि ये ना हो कि हमने झूठ बोला है। दिस इज अ साइंटिफिक प्रूफ, दिस मॉड्यूल इज अ साइंटिफिकली प्रूफ एंड दिस पेपर पब्लिश इन नेचर। थैंक यू सो मच।
Now we will request Abhay for the paper present certification. Please click the picture.
Next research scholar, please be ready, Rena.
आप सभी को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। So the purpose for which we all are here, so our paper is about that only. So it is about Vedic psychology at the crossroads, where we are unraveling the challenges and charting a scientific future. So what are the challenges and what are the solutions? We'll go with that. So Vedic psychology, the term Vedic has been derived from the Sanskrit root word Vid, which means to know or the pure knowledge. And psychology, as we all know, has been derived from the word psyche, which originally meant soul, and gradually it shifted to mind or behavior, because they were like, we can't study mind, right? So now it's time to come back to our roots. So it includes, it is a blend of both the wisdom derived from our ancient scriptures and how we can incorporate those teachings in understanding of our mind and behavior. So when we talk about that pure knowledge, that Vedic knowledge we are talking about, it includes 3 things here as per Maharshi Yogi. The knowledge of the known, the true reality, true ultimate reality, which we talk about, the self, जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, and the knower, जो इसको जानने में हमारी मदद कर रहा है। knower यानी कि हम खुद, फिर चाहे वो हमारी बॉडी हो या माइंड हो, that all comprises under the know. Then the knowing process, यानी कि जो जर्नी है इसको जानने की, जो पूरा प्रोसेस है, वो भी इसमें इंक्लूड होती है। So all these 3 things lead us from avidya to vidya. So what is the need of this study? As we all know, India's delayed contribution to global psychology. That's why we all are here today. So, but our ancient literature is comparable but predated. So we can consider various concepts to enrich our understanding of mind and behavior, like chitta vritti, which are mental fluctuations, ahankar, the concept of gunas, the concept of sanskaras are very well detailed. The concepts given by Freud, the unconsciousness, and the Jung's concept of archetypes, they came very late in 1900. Despite of those fact, we already have all these things in much more detail in our ancient texts, right? And because of that post-colonization, there has been marginalization of our Indian knowledge system, and we all are aware of that. So because of that, there is Eurocentric definition of scientific knowledge as well. And today we focus largely on empirical validity of each and everything. So our research objective here is again to understand the challenges and how can we overcome them. Now, starting with the challenges, the very first challenge is here, the interpretive and the translational barriers. So it is about the interpretation of the ancient texts. So we found a lot of semantic ambiguity here. The words, for example, you can see the word manas here. We have a lot of meanings in different contexts in our scriptures itself. So it becomes difficult for an individual, for a scholar to understand them. Then, because of the colonial legacy and the application of Western construct as well. So we have issues with that as well, and lack of consensus. Lack of consensus here is about, we have various schools of Indian philosophy system like Advait, Vishisht Advait, and they have their own terms of telling us who we are and how can we know our own self, right? Like Vishisht Advait, आत्मा और परमात्मा के मिलन की बात करेगा, लेकिन जब हम बात करेंगे प्रॉपर अद्वैत फिलॉसफी की, तो वो अहम ब्रह्मास्मि की बात करेंगे, right? So again, being a research scholar with our limited knowledge, it becomes difficult for us to understand all of these things together. Then in the methodological limitations, we have theoretical and experimental disconnect. So we have a lot of theories, but again, we don't have experimentations and empirical proofs to see what is there or not. Reductionist approaches, the Western criteria, they always try to reduce everything. They try to study everything in terms of symptom only and symptom reduction only. That's the motive. But in our case, the goal is beyond that. It is not just, we are not here just to deal with the symptom. We are targeting the root cause and we are going beyond. For example, if we talk about meditation, if हम ध्यान की बात करते हैं, तो it is not just for relaxation. It has much more deeper meaning, right? But here the question arises, without a clear definition of a psychological variable, how can we study it empirically? जो हम बात करते हैं, तो कैसे हम deal कर सकते हैं? So we'll discuss that in solutions. And the third challenge here is the structural barrier, where we talk about the siloed expertise, the fragmented expertise, as you can see here. We have Sanskrit scholars studying separately. They have their own knowledge base. We psychologists studying things separately with our limited knowledge base, and the neuroscientists which can actually check things and prove them empirically, they are working in a different space. And there is less interdisciplinary interaction in all of us, right? So this is one of the major challenges here. Now, when talking about the solutions, the very first thing is there is a methodology given by Dr. Bhavuk of building psychological models from scriptures. So he gave really interesting points. और अगर आप लोग उनका वर्क स्टडी करेंगे तो उन्होंने बहुत सारे कॉन्सेप्ट्स भी दिए हैं, बहुत सारे थियोरेटिकल फ्रेमवर्क्स भी दिए हैं from his work. So he says that the models already exist within our scriptures. We just have to identify them. The very first thing. Secondly, we have to go in depth by doing textual analysis of the key terms. Use the key terms. Like he worked beautifully on the concept of lajja. The simple term lajja. उन्होंने भगवत गीता और दुर्गा सप्तशती से लज्जा टर्म के बारे में बहुत इन डेप्थ एनालिसिस करके बहुत ब्यूटीफुली एक्सप्लेन किया उन चीजों को. Then he also talked about seeking into the contextual relevance. When we go with the context, जब हम context की बात करेंगे तब हम उसके broader meaning को समझ पाएंगे. तो जो problems which we are facing of the semantic ambiguity and the different contexts in the consensus thing, that can be resolved if we ground our inquiry in a particular philosophical assumption and then we narrate about it. Like we maintain the transparency कि हम किस philosophy को follow कर रहे हैं, उसमें खुद को ground करें and फिर उसको explain करना शुरू करें. So that becomes easy. And then integrating relevant aspects of Western theories afterwards. So it is vice versa. It is not about कि पहले वेस्ट की थ्योरी उठाई फिर हम उसको इंडियन में तलाश रहे कहाँ पर है. It's vice versa. We already have things in our Eastern philosophy, and then after deeper understanding of all of that, we can relate certain things with the Western concepts to enrich our understanding about those concepts. And there is the point where we can actually add the originality part in the research. And one of the most important point which Dr. Bhavuk gave, he emphasized on the use of original Sanskrit terms. As he says, manas can't be equal to mind. Atman can't be equal to soul. Because when we translate them, they loses its meaning. The concept loses its depth. Right? Like Atman, vasanti jinani yatha vihai. नवानी गृहणाति नरो प्राणी. तो जो भगवत गीता में बात हो रही है, आत्मा की बात हो रही है कि आत्मा अपना शरीर बदल रही है. बट एट मेनी प्लेसेस सोल में reincarnation का कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं है. So how can we say Atman is equal to soul? The concept changes itself there. Right? Then we have to develop culturally grounded measurement tools. So for that purpose, we have to have Vedic psychometrics expertise. We have to build that. We can not blindly follow the Western methods there. So here comes the mixed method approach, where we have to conduct interviews, take their expertise. We have to include all of those theoretical frameworks. We have to work on the data triangulation methods so that we can have a more detailed thing. We can have institutional collaborations for better things. We can use a very important point here is blockchain technology. So, which is decentralization. It is a decentralized technique where we all can be there together and utilize all the resources with lot of transparency. Then we can integrate traditional and model expertise in DSM and ICD as well. And recently WHO has done so. ICD-11 में उन्होंने update किया है Ayurvedic expertise. Then physiological and neuropsychological validation जो start हो चुका है इंडिया में, it's being done. Then we should have like specifically designed Vedic counseling and therapeutic practices. Again, researches are being done and उसके benefits भी देखे गए. It should be personalized in nature. Personalized, every person, individual's need are different. And finally, we can like have we should like strengthen our funding and policy support system for better exhibition. And whatever we have shared here is not merely a theoretical thing here. We have tried to work upon it. So currently, like we have built a model of suffering, psychological suffering and elevation based on those teachings of Dr. Bhavuk by following that methods. And we have developed recently a Karma Yoga scale using this kind of mixed method approach. So we have like this is our small efforts in this direction. So thank you.
Now for the certification part. जो भी स्कॉलर प्रेजेंट करने के लिए आ रहे हैं, मेक श्योर अबाउट द टाइमिंग ओनली 5 to 7 minutes. ऑलराइट. श्योर 5 मिनट है, ठीक है। सो द नेक्स्ट रिसर्च स्कॉलर इज संतोषी सेंगवाल। Come on the stage, na? Make sure about the timing. Okay. No. The scholar, another research scholar, Neha and Bhavna. Neha and Bhavna.
The title of my study is Exploring the Impact of Mantra Chanting on Stress and Well-being. This is the narrative review. Introduction of my study is this mantra is derived from the Kali Santara Upanishad. Prabhupada states this in 1975. And this mantra chanting is a powerful tool for emotional, mental, and spiritual growth. So, significance of my study is this study focuses on various effects of Maha Mantra chanting on stress and well-being in individuals. Very few studies have been conducted specifically on this Maha Mantra to see the effect on various psychological aspects of human life. So, here are some literature review. So in 2021, our randomized control trial was conducted in India. 209 nurses with the participant 30 and 15 was in interventional group and 15 was in control group. So this intervention practiced mantra for 20 minutes over a period of 45 days. So outcome of this study was this Maha Mantra chanting practice reduced cortisol and improve metabolic parameters in nursing employees. And it also reduces the stress. So conclusion of this study is Maha Mantra chanting proved to be an effective stress reduction techniques for nurses with high perceived stress. So next study was effect of Maha Mantra chanting on well-being. So a 4-week pilot study with 5 participants assigned to 3 groups. First one is Maha Mantra, second one is alternate Maha Mantra, and third one was practicing 25 minutes daily. So it measures well-being, sattva, rajas, and tamas guna, spirituality, depression, stress, verbal aggressiveness, and the level of life satisfaction. So finding of this study was Maha Mantra group showed an increased well-being and sattva guna with reduction in rajas and tamas guna. Chanting the Maha Mantra was linked to positive psychology and spiritual changes. Other findings of studies, the study explored the mathematical symmetry and psychological benefits of chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, and practice impact was daily chanting fosters personal transformation and a deeper connection with oneself and cosmos. So outcome of this study was mantra chanting enhances spiritual, mental, and spiritual well-being and inner peace. So, and the conclusion of this study is the Hare Krishna mantra is powerful and valuable practice for individuals and communities, promoting divine connection and holistic development. So, the objective of my study is to examine the psychological and physiological effect of mantra chanting meditation on stress reduction, to analyze the role of mantra chanting in enhancing overall well-being. Third one is to identify and synthesize existing scientific literature on mantra chanting as meditative practice. And fourth one is to explore mechanisms through which mantra chanting exerts its therapeutic effects. Research methodology of this narrative paper. Search criteria was PubMed, Google Scholar, and elsewhere. So inclusion criteria of my study is all the paper included systematic reviews, meta-analysis, RCTs, non-RCTs, and control study, pre-post study. And the exclusion criteria of my study is case study I haven't included, and papers that are not in English language I haven't included them. So result of my study is I have reviewed 67 articles and 23 I have included in my study. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama Maha Mantra consistently improves well-being and reduces perceived stress. And the psychological effects of this mantra, Maha Mantra chanting reduces depression, aggression, anxiety, and increase Sattva Guna and decrease Rajas and Tamas Guna. And the physiological effects of this Maha Mantra, enhancement in alpha rhythms and in few areas of the brain and reduces sympathetic activity. This Maha Mantra is non-pharmacological, cost-effective, and easily accessible. So here is the conclusion of my study. In this contemporary period where we are running more behind technology, our ancient traditional therapeutic approach to cure mental illnesses are often overlooked, but this mantra chanting practice exerts influence on almost every aspect of mental health, ultimately fostering well-being and reducing stress. This review synthesizes the findings from various empirical and theoretical studies examining the effect of Maha Mantra chanting on psychological well-being and stress reduction, showing a positive and a strong effect on individuals' mental and physiological health. Here are some references. Thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And one of the reference you mentioned about David B. Gold, so he's also coming on our platform at sharp 6:30 p.m. So everyone should listen to him. So now for the certificate. Photograph.
Okay, everyone, be attentive. Let's do a Brahmari Pranayam. ठीक है? Okay, close your eyes. Back straight. Neck straight. Again, close your eyes. पता ना कैसे करते हैं? भूल गए? Okay, great. Brahmari Pranayam. Close your eyes. Deep inhale. Start. एक और बार करते हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगा. Once again, close your eyes, deep inhale, start. Open your eyes and relax. Know the next research scholar is Neha and Bhavna. Please come on stage. Make sure about the time. It's only 5 to 7 minutes. Maximum 7 minutes.
इसी के बीच में हमारे बीच में स्वामी परमार्थ देव जी पतंजलि योगपीठ से इस प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद जुड़ने वाले हैं ऑनलाइन. तो इस प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद हम उनका आशीर्वाद भी मिलेगा परमार्थ देव जी का.
ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन तक्तेन भुञ्जीथा मा गृध कस्य स्विद्धनम्.
A very auspicious evening to everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, Ladies and gentlemen, today I, Neha Dhaya, with my co-speaker, Miss Bhavna Ji, final year students of Masters from University of Patanjali, Haridwar, are standing in front of you to deliver our wisdom and knowledge. In a world that's constantly changing, one thing remains same: the innovative solutions and upgradations. So, at this conference on Vedic psychology and contemporary challenges, we will spark meaningful collaborations and breakthrough. Before I begin, let me ask you a question. Does counseling only applicable with modern learning and concepts, or it does have Vedic techniques too? I just want to know the yes and no from you, like anyone who can answer me. Just a yes or no. Yes, okay. So our theme or focus will be based on this only. So without further delay, let's delve into the topic. That is, our topic for literature review is previous. Yeah. The context of our topic deals with how Vedic techniques and concepts integrate or go hand in hand with the psychological well-being and holistic development of an individual. As counseling term comes out from modern psychology, where the counselor guides an individual with their future endeavors in the very bestest and righteous way. Likewise, in Vedic or ancient times, the guru, like there are two pictures where you can say previous, like there are two pictures where you can say, like this is the modern term where counselor is taking a counseling of a client. And in the first pic shows how Guru in the Vedic ancient time, teaches all the good learnings, all the wisdom he carried, or human experiences he carried with the Shishya. Moving further with our topic, Miss Bhavna ji will begin with the introduction of our topic.
जैसे कि आज के मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड में स्ट्रेस, एंजाइटी और साइकोलॉजिकल डिसऑर्डर तेजी से बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, उनको हम पारंपरिक चिकित्सा के द्वारा उपचार नहीं कर सकते। इसके लिए ही वैदिक साइकोलॉजी में हमारे मन, शरीर और आत्मा का उपचार किया जाता है। वैदिक साइकोलॉजी में कुछ मूल अवधारणाएं हैं जो हमारी काउंसलिंग में मदद करती हैं, जैसे कि भगवत गीता में बताया गया है, कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन, बताया गया है कि आप निस्वार्थ भाव से कर्म करते रहिए, फल की चिंता मत करिए। सेकंड इज उपनिषद में हमारे मन, ध्यान और एकाग्रता के बारे में बताया गया है, जो हमारी काउंसलिंग में मदद करते हैं। योग, हमारे योग ग्रंथों में अष्टांग योग का वर्णन मिलता है, जो हमारे मन और शरीर में एकाग्रता लाता है, जिससे हमारे काउंसलिंग में सहायता मिलती है। आगे के व्याख्यान के लिए मैं अपनी को स्पीकर नेहा जी से
The aims, next slide. The aims and objectives of our review deals with examination, identification, evaluation, and exploration. What did it examine? It examines the psychological principles which are guided or embedded in selected shlokas from Bhagavad Gita, Upanishad, Yoga Darshan. It identifies the parallel line between Vedic psychological insights and modern therapeutic interventions like CBT, behavioral therapy, REBT, rational emotive behavioral therapy. The topic further proposes a conceptual model or integrating Vedic psychological techniques into contemporary counseling process. It explores how culturally rooted Vedic methods can enhance cross-cultural expectancies. Because it is an international conference, so I am taking care of the cultural competencies too. The research, next slide. The research methodologies are taken from Bhagavad Gita, Upanishad, Yoga Sutra, contemporary studies. Research on Eastern and Western integrations and data is collected from PsycInfo, PubMed, Google Scholar. Now I hand over the mentioning of hypothesis to Bhavna.
हमने इस विषय पर कुछ परिकल्पनाएं बनाई हैं। सबसे पहली है कि भगवत गीता, उपनिषद और योग सूत्र जैसे वैदिक ग्रंथों में निहित सिद्धांत हमारे मानसिक स्वास्थ्य और परामर्श से संबंधित है। सेकंड इज, भगवत गीता में निष्काम कर्म की अवधारणा है और सीबीटी की अवधारणा है, जो हमारे स्ट्रेस को कम करने में और संज्ञानात्मक पुनर्रचना में मदद करती है। थर्ड इज, उपनिषद की शिक्षाएं हमें आत्म जागरूकता और पहचान को बढ़ावा देती हैं। फोर्थ इज योग दर्शन में बताए गए अभ्यास जैसे प्राणायाम, ध्यान, भावनात्मक विनियमन और संज्ञानात्मक तपस्या में योगदान देते हैं।
Now, I conclude our literature review with expected outcomes. Next slide, please. The first one is identifying the Vedic principles. Second, understanding the therapeutic interventions, integrating the models like CBT, behavioral therapy, and providing the conceptual framework in considerations of cultural sensitivity. Thank you all for being the key listeners and giving your precious time to us.
पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Any questions?
Now moving towards the certificate. Anyone can take picture.
Next research scholar is Pooja Devi.
Till Pooja Devi be ready with PPT. Now we moving forward to Dr. Barry Ratner, sir. He is from Poland and expert is Agni Hotra. Then after we have Swami Parmar Dev. So I would like to request Honorable Barry Ratner, sir, to kindly just conclude in 10 to 15 minutes. We have other speakers also. And we are welcoming Dr. Barry Ratner, sir, from Poland on this auspicious day of International Conference on Vedic Psychology. Sir, please.
Thank you, Samyat. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible and visible.
Okay. So, first, let me say that I'm honored to be on the same platform with such qualified and eminent speakers. It is very appreciated on my end. Some of the speakers have spoken about the West and Vedic knowledge and Indian culture and Western culture. Well, exactly 50 years ago, in 1975, I learned how to do sunrise and sunset Agnihotra from Vasantarao Paranjape, who came, of course, from India to the West, to East Coast USA. And in a nutshell, my message is that everything that almost all of the speakers today have suggested to be done in order to be on the road to enlightenment, less stressed, more happy. All of these very good goals can be reached much easier and much quicker if sunrise and sunset copper pyramid healing fire of Agnihotra is performed. Now, Mr. Paranjape taught us that he says everyone wants to be happy, and everyone is trying to be happy in his or her own way. However, if you ask someone, have you met anyone who is happy all the time? The answer will be no. You ask again, have you heard of anyone who is happy all the time? And the answer will be no. So isn't it surprising that although every human being is attempting to be happy, we hardly hear of a single person who is happy. I would like to suggest, as I've been practicing homopsychotherapy for many years, that part of the reason I'm not happy all the time is that I'm not looking in the right place all the time. So, should I decide to follow guidance and look within, which is kind of the essence of swadhyaya, of self-study, who am I, then I might be able to quicken up the pace of my, not only my self-knowledge, but my happiness and my making sure my addiction stays in control. That is my addiction to marijuana, which nearly cost me my life in the mid 1970s. But with Agnihotra, I've managed to stay clean now for 27 years. Now, here's another nutshell. Happiness depends on the reactions of our mind to circumstances outside. If we are able to do as we suggest in Homa psychotherapy, that is to train the mind to react with love under all circumstances. If one is able to do that, one has the potential to be happy all the time, regardless of what's going on outside of us. Now, in the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous and all the other anonymous programs, there is the serenity prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the ability to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Now, what can I change? I can change me. You can change you, and end of story. Now, using that as a guide, we can try to be happy all the time. Now, here's the problem. The title of this whole conference had to do with the end of it was despite the current conditions in the world. Well, the current conditions in the world are, let us say, challenging. And Agnihotra was introduced, the simple Agnihotra that we do, not other practices that might go by the same name in India, especially, but simple Agnihotra, simple mantra, sunrise, Suryaya Swaha, Suryaya Idam Namama, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye Idam Namama. That is the sunrise mantra. It's done one time, and after Swaha is said each time, a small offering of rice and ghee is put into the fire. And the same process is done at sunset. The only difference is 2 words in the mantra change. Suryaya is replaced with Agnaye. Now, I'll admit, when I when I learned this in 1975, I was a bit skeptical that something so simple, so inexpensive, so easy to do, something that took only 10 minutes at sunrise and 10 minutes at sunset, could yield the results that the literature espoused. Well, I tried it, it worked, and I continued to do it. And we have a saying, believe what you experience. Believe what you experience. How can you experience this Agnihotra? To see If there's something to believe in, try it for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Invest 20 minutes a day for 14 days, which I think comes up to something like a total of 4.5 hours over a 2-week period. And then assess, has my sleep changed? Am I less stressed? Am I less able to be bothered by the 6 crocodiles, some of which have been mentioned by previous speakers? That is anger, greed, lust, pride, attachment, jealousy. It's very doubtful that one could react with love under all circumstances if you're angry at a particular moment, or if you are attached to a person, to a thing, to money, whatever. These things, like crocodiles that snap at us, take us out of the state that we're searching for, which is love all the time. Ramana Maharshi answered, what others? What do you mean there are other people? When someone asked about trying to serve other people, he stressed that we're all part of the same. And we need to react with love to all people, despite their actions, of which we have no control, as I said a few moments ago. Now, as many of you have connections with University of Patanjali, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, the second one, Yogas Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Yoga is the inhibition of the modifications of the mind. So this reinforces the goal of training the mind to react with love all the time. And the mechanism for doing that has just been stated, trying to inhibit, lessen the modifications of the mind. And one might say that the 6 crocodiles are modifications of the mind. So again, in today's world, with pollution levels at levels that are totally unsatisfactory, and not only in Delhi in the winter, that may be the worst spot on the planet, but it's by no means the only spot. I live 1 hour from Krakow, Poland, a beautiful city, the city in which many films have been made and all that. However, Krakow is the #1 largest city in Europe in terms of pollution. And it's only the #2 city in all of Europe at levels of pollution. There's one small city in Estonia, but as far as a large city, Krakow is the winner. It has the worst pollution. So we teach Agnihotra there a lot. And the eco village on which I live, eco village Brugu Aranya, exists to have a place of, you can say, rest and recreation, rest and relaxation, actually, where people can come and experience the results of 30 years of Agnihotra done at sunrise and sunset at about 8 locations on our 2.5 hectares. 8 locations, meaning each of the families, each of the people of the 14 who live here do Agnihotra. In addition, for those of you who are already doing Agnihotra and might want to speed up your progress, There are other tools. Here, we do 5 hours daily of Om Trambakam Yajna. Om Trambakaya Jamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Uvarukameva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiyamamritat Swaha. And we put in 1 drop of ghee into the fire and then do it again and again and again and again. And we do that for 5 hours each day. One person might do an hour, another person might do 40 minutes. We have enough people to get it done. And on Purnima and Amausha, we do 24 hours. So, for example, at 4 o'clock this morning, my time, which was 10 hours ago, we finished our 24-hour Purnima, full moon yajna. So, like many things in life, it requires a bit of effort. Someone's doing the middle of the night. The effort bears fruit, however, because this place kind of buzzes, if you will, when those 24 hours are finished. The simple Agnihotra that we teach, and by the way, here are 2 websites I would suggest you visit. One is agnihotra.pl, P like Pune, L like love, agnihotra.pl. PL means Poland. That's where I am. That's where the Eco Village is. It'll tell you how to do Agnihotra, why to do Agnihotra. It'll show you what we do at this place to which you are invited. And the other website is in the United States, agnihotra.org, agnihotra.org. And that is where the Satsang magazine is posted online, a magazine that has been published at a minimum of 7 times a year, also for the last 50 years. To repeat, what I'm speaking about is highly experiential. Believe what you experience. When patients come to me with addictions, I can do traditional psychotherapy. I could even do Vedic psychotherapy, if you will. But if they're open to something that is, especially in the West, a bit unusual, that is Agnihotra, then I'll show it to them and eventually teach it to them if they wish. People come with depression. Depression is endemic now in the West, meaning it's everywhere. The young people are especially affected these days. They have nothing to look forward to. They don't know how and if recreational drugs fit into their life. Unfortunately, marijuana has been legalized in many, many states in the United States, and that's confusing. And depression and suicide rates have gone up and up with young people. And for us, not young people, I think we can decide that that's inexcusable and that we bear some of the responsibility for that. Why? Well, we're the ones who have polluted the planet. And it's not teenagers that are starting the wars around the world. It's adults, at least in name. So I have to end in a couple of minutes. And I would welcome any questions that you have. I tried to be simple. I really enjoyed the presentations of Dr. Rupali and Dr. Sumi. And That's it. Dhanyawad.
Your valuable time and presentation, and I hope we should adopt the nature and importance of Agnihotra in our daily life, as you mentioned, from sunrise and sunset especially, and it will definitely help to enhance our mental excellence in various ways, also proved in the researches. So now we move to our next speaker, uh, Swami Parmar Devji. He is Central Chief Coordinator at Patanjali Bharat Swabhiman Nyas and Patanjali Yogpeeth. Also a professor at Department of Philosophy, University of Patanjali. He is moving right now, so it may take some technical issue, I think. He joined us. Then after we move towards the remaining paper presentation. नेक्स्ट पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन किसका था आप में से? लता पाठक। शॉर्ट में कंक्लूड करें और जैसे ही स्वामी जी हमको ज्वाइन कर लेते हैं तो हम फिर वहां पे करेंगे। स्वामी जी से भी रिक्वेस्ट है, थोड़ा सा समय, बस हम कंक्लूजन की तरफ चल रहे हैं। 5 मिनट्स, ज्यादा नहीं, आपको शॉर्ट में रखना है इस चीज को।
सबको प्रणाम। हम अपना प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट करने से पहले एक फोन पर चालू करते हैं। कभी आंख बंद करके बैठ जाइए, कमर दर्द सीधी करके। मैं लता यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पतंजलि से पीएचडी कर रही हूँ। तो मेरा जो टॉपिक है वो योगिक सूक्ष्म व्यायाम का इफेक्ट देख रही हूँ मैं अपर लोअर लिम्स, जिसमें मेरे कई वेरिएबल्स हैं, जिसमें से मैंने एक रिव्यू पेपर लिया है। अब वो मैं एक वेरिएबल पे काम कर रही हूँ अभी, स्ट्रेंथ पे। तो जैसे कि योगिक सूक्ष्म सूक्ष्म व्यायाम जो है वो धीरेन्द्र ब्रह्मचारी जी के मैंने लिए हैं, जिनमें हमारे अपर लिम्स और लोअर लिम्स में बहुत सूक्ष्म तरीके से जो हमारी मांसपेशियां और जो हमारे जॉइंट्स मूवमेंट करते हैं उन पे ध्यान दिया जाएगा। तो मैंने इसमें पहले जो प्रीवियस ईयर के पेपर्स जो पढ़े थे तो वो मैंने इसमें मतलब 2010 से 2025 तक की स्टडीज की हैं, और इसमें मैंने कुछ ऐसे पेपर्स को इंक्लूड किया है जो योग से संबंधित हैं, और उनको एक्सक्लूड कर दिया है जो योग से संबंधित नहीं है, और जिन्होंने इसमें अपने हाँ, तो कुछ ऐसे भी जो पेपर्स थे, जो कुछ ऐसे पेपर को मैंने इसमें रखा है कि जो योग सूक्ष्म व्यायाम से हमारी स्ट्रेंथ पर प्रभाव डालते हैं। और इसमें जब मैंने लास्ट का कंक्लूजन देखा तो इसमें यही पाया गया है कि इसमें यही दृष्टिकोण देखा गया है। सॉरी, थोड़ा आगे की इसमें अल्टीमेट दिस स्टडी फाइंडिंग प्रोमोट ए होलिस्टिक अप्रोच टू फिटनेस एप्लीकेबल टू डाइवर्स पॉपुलेशन एंड tailored टू देयर यूनिक फिजिकल नीड्स। इसमें जो हमारी फिजिकल नीड्स हैं उनको पूरा करने के लिए हमें आगे अध्ययन करना है। धन्यवाद।
And for your question, we will move towards the certificate. Now,
Now, the next research scholar is Riddhi and Aman. Please make some photo time 5 minutes. ठीक है?
आप सभी को प्रणाम मेरा। तो आज के पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन की शुरुआत हम करेंगे गायत्री मंत्र के उच्चारण से। तो सबसे पहले आप सब अपनी आंखें बंद कर लीजिए, अपने बैक नेक को स्ट्रेट कर लीजिए और डीप इनहेल करते हुए गायत्री मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्।
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Riddhi Lakera, and this is Aman Kumar, my co-speaker. We are second year students of BSc Yogic Sciences at Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar. So today we will be presenting our insights from our research, that is on mantra chanting, which is a spiritual and traditional practice. We will be presenting about its impact, its integration with modern sound therapy and its psychological effects. So the basic concept of sound therapy, what is it? Like sound क्या होता है? Sound vibrations होता है. Sound is vibration. So साउंड थेरेपी का बेसिक प्रिंसिपल ये है कि जो वाइब्रेशंस होते हैं, जो साउंड्स होते हैं, वो हमारे बॉडी, ब्रेन और इमोशंस को अफेक्ट करता है। तो जो स्पेसिफिक साउंड्स होते हैं, म्यूजिक, चैंटिंग, रेजोनेंस इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, और ये सब इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं हमारी ब्रेन वेव एक्टिविटी को, हार्मोनल बैलेंस को और ऑटोनोमस नर्वस सिस्टम को। मंत्र चैंटिंग और मंत्र जप। सो मंत्र चैंटिंग हमारे वेद में दिए गए मंत्र जो है वो हमारे वेद में दिए गए वाइब्रेशनल कोड्स हैं। इनको बहुत ज्यादा सेक्रेड माना गया है और इनमें बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस प्लेस की गई है फोनेटिक्स और रिदम पे। तो जब हम मंत्र जप में बार बार एक रिदम में, एक स्वर यानी कि म्यूजिकल एक्सेंट में जब करते हैं, किसी मंत्र को रिपीट करते हैं, तो उसका हमारा एक्सटर्नल इन्वायरमेंट में भी इफेक्ट आता है और इंटरनल भी बहुत इम्पैक्ट होता है। एक्सटर्नल में पंडित श्रीराम शर्मा जी ने बात की है कि एक्सटर्नली में सर्कुलर मोशंस में सोनिक वेव्स जनरेट होती हैं, और इंटरनल की बात करें जो कि हमारे रिसर्च का फोकस रहा है, इसमें फोकस बढ़ता है, काम नर्वस सिस्टम होता है और हमारी ब्रेन वेव्स को ऑल्टर करके डीप मेडिटेटिव स्टेट और रिलैक्सेशन में ले जाता है। मंत्र चैंटिंग के मेजर साइकोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट्स पे बहुत ज्यादा रिसर्च हुई है और जो ये ट्रेडिशनल क्लेम्स हैं उनको मॉडर्न रिसर्च सपोर्ट करती है। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल रिड्यूस कॉर्टिसोल लेवल और इंक्रीज इन सेरोटोनिन एंड डोपामाइन लेवल्स, जो कि हमें डिप्रेशन को मैनेज करने में हेल्प करता है, माइल्ड से मॉडरेट डिप्रेशन को मैनेज करने में हेल्प करता है। मंत्र चैंटिंग का सबसे ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग बेनिफिट है हमारी मेमोरी पे। तो जो मंत्र चैंटिंग या मंत्र जप है वो हमारी ब्रेन की वर्किंग मेमोरी पे इम्पैक्ट डालता है और हमारी अटेंशन और रिकॉलिंग एबिलिटीज को रीइंफोर्स करता है, जिससे हमारी ओवरऑल मेमोरी इनहांस होती है, फोकस बढ़ता है, कंसंट्रेशन बढ़ती है। ये हमारे कॉग्निटिव ओवरलोड को कम करता है। और जो हम मंत्रों से श्रद्धा भाव जोड़ते हैं, हमारे इंडिया का ट्रेडिशन रहा है कि हम मंत्रों से एक श्रद्धा भाव, एक डिवोशनल एस्पेक्ट है जिसको हम जोड़ते हैं, जिससे हमारी इमोशनल रेजिलियंस बढ़ती है।
अब हम बात करते हैं क्लिनिकल एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ मंत्र चैंटिंग कि आखिर मंत्र चैंटिंग आज के मॉडर्न साउंड थेरेपी में, साउंड हीलिंग में कैसे हम इसका यूज किया जा रहा है। तो जो मंत्र चैंटिंग होती है उसको एक कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री थेरेपी इन क्लिनिकल मेंटल हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस प्रोग्राम में लिया गया है। इसको हम एज अ मेन थेरेपी यूज अभी नहीं कर रहे, एक कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री थेरेपी की तरह यूज करते हैं कि आप थेरेपी में काउंसलिंग के साथ ये कीजिए प्लस में मंत्रास को ऐड कीजिए। इसमें हमारे पास साइकोथेरेपी सेशंस, स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट और ट्रॉमा हीलिंग प्रोटोकॉल्स में भी मंत्र चैंटिंग का यूज किया जाता है। अगर हम रिसर्च सपोर्ट की बात करें तो इस पे बहुत सारी रिसर्चेस हुई हैं। होता क्या है कि मंत्र चैंटिंग है इंपॉर्टेंट, हमारे वेदास में है, स्क्रिप्चर्स में है, उपनिषद में बात की गई है कि लोग लेकिन इसको सीरियस लेते कब है, जब इस पे साइंटिफिक एस्पेक्ट्स बताए जाते हैं, इन पे रिसर्चेस की जाती हैं। ऐसे में पास रिसर्च है कि हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र के ऊपर रिसर्च है कि जब नर्सिंग प्रोफेशनल्स इसको डिसाइड करते थे, इसका जब करते थे, तो उनका स्ट्रेस रिड्यूस होता था, उनके बॉडी में हैप्पी हार्मोन्स डोपामिन रिलीज होते थे। इसके अलावा गायत्री मंत्र, गायत्री महामंत्र, डीएसयूवी के स्टूडेंट्स के अलावा उम्मीद करता हूँ कि हर कोई अपने लाइफ में इसका जब करता होगा। हमारे देश संस्कृति का कल्चर है कि हमारे कॉलेज में जितने भी क्लासेस होती हैं, जितने भी सेशंस होते हैं, इनकी शुरुआत गायत्री मंत्र से होती है और उसका अंत हमेशा शांति पाठ से किया जाता है। गायत्री मंत्र या फिर मंत्र चैंटिंग हमारे कॉलेज लाइफ का डेली रूटीन है, हमारा एक ट्रेडिशन है जिसे हम फॉलो करते हैं। इसके रिसर्चेस की बात करें तो ये हमारे मूड को इंप्रूव करता है और क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ किसी हेल्दी पर्सन की इंप्रूव करता है। किसी हेल्दी पर्सन अगर डेली गायत्री मंत्र का जप करेगा, प्रैक्टिस करेगा, अपने रूटीन में लेके आएगा, तो जो उसकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ होगी वो इंप्रूव होगी। इसके बाद हमारे पास आता है ओम चैंटिंग, कि ओम चैंटिंग की आखिर कैसे साइंटिफिक इफेक्ट पड़ता है हमारी बॉडी पे। तो देखा गया है कि जो न्यूबॉर्न बेबीज होते हैं, तो अगर उनको ओम चैंटिंग सुनाई जाए तो उनकी जो डेवलपमेंट होती है वो अच्छे लेवल पे होती है। इसके अलावा जो भी पेशेंट्स होते हैं, उनकी अगर सर्जरी हुई है तो वो सर्जिकल मेथड में यूज किया जाता है ओम चैंटिंग का। जो ओम हमारे पास है उसमें 3 सिलेबल्स आते हैं, अ, उ, म। अगर हम ओम की बात करें तो ओम का जो रिलेवेंस है बहुत ज्यादा है। महर्षि पतंजलि योग सूत्र में कहते हैं तस्य वाचका प्रणवा, मतलब जो ये ओम है डिनोट्स करता है गॉड को, मतलब कि आप ओम चैंटिंग से डायरेक्टली गॉड से कनेक्ट कर सकते हो। इसका जो स्पिरिचुअल सिग्निफिकेंस है बहुत ज्यादा है। अगर हम बात करें चैलेंजेस और लिमिटेशंस की कि आखिर चैलेंजेस क्या पड़ते हैं मंत्र चैंटिंग में, तो सबसे पहली चीज आती है कल्चरल सेंसिटिविटी। हम लोग समझते ही नहीं है कि आखिर मंत्र है क्या। हमारा क्या कहना है, और या फिर जो अभी मॉडर्न साउंड थेरेपी है वो उसको लेती क्या है कि ओनली साउंड टूल्स हैं, हम इसको सेक्रेट प्रैक्टिस लेते नहीं है। हमारे वेदों में उपनिषदों में कहा गया है कि ये बहुत ही उच्च स्तर की साधना के रूप में किया जाता है। होता क्या है कि अगर हम इसका स्पिरिचुअल सिग्निफिकेंस ले तो जो इसका इफेक्ट होगा, जो इसकी इंपॉर्टेंस पड़ेगी हमारी बॉडी में बहुत ही अच्छे लेवल की होगी। अगली लिमिटेशन है हमारे पास मिसप्रोनाउंसिएशन। मतलब होता क्या है, लोग जप कर रहे हैं, मान लो कोई 108 माला जप करता है किसी मंत्र की, वो 50 माला तक तो सही कर रहा है, लेकिन उसके बाद जो प्रोनाउंसिएशन है वो गलत है, तो जो उसका इफेक्ट पड़ेगा नेगेटिव इफेक्ट पड़ेगा हमारी बॉडी पे, जो उसका इंपॉर्टेंस पड़ना चाहिए वो नहीं पड़ेगा। इससे डिजीनेस, हेडेक, आई पेन ऐसी दिक्कतें हो सकती हैं।
तो हमारी प्रेजेंटेशन का कंक्लूजन बेसिकली यही है कि मंत्र चैंटिंग को अगर मॉडर्न साउंड थेरेपी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में और ज्यादा डेवलप किया जाए, लार्ज स्केल साइंटिफिक ट्रायल्स, तो इसका बहुत ज्यादा एक पॉजिटिव और एक बहुत ज्यादा पोटेंशियल है। इसकी अगर प्रॉपर रिस्पेक्ट, फेथ, गाइडेंस के साथ अगर इसको अप्लाई किया जाए तो इसमें बहुत ज्यादा पोटेंशियल है हमारे फ्यूचर मेंटल हेल्थ, होलिस्टिक मेंटल हेल्थ के मॉडल्स में इसकी सिग्निफिकेंस का। थैंक यू।
The certification part, and I also call Dr. Sarvashish Banerjee and Seema Banerjee on the stage. And the next presenter gonna be Dr. Gayatri Gurvinder ma'am after Chitra Kashyap.
आप सभी को सादर प्रणाम और श्रद्धेय स्वामी जी, डॉक्टर श्री अमृत गुरवेंद्र सर, और हमारे सभी रिसर्चर, शोधार्थी और साथ में हमारे ऑडियंस, आप सभी को सादर प्रणाम। आज इस औरो वैली आश्रम के दिव्य प्रांगण में मैं चित्रा कश्यप, देवी संस्कृति विश्वविद्यालय से पीएचडी स्कॉलर और IIM गुरुग्राम यूनिवर्सिटी में एज असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, आज मैं आप सभी के सामने एक रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंट करने वाली हूँ एंड द टॉपिक इज द सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ प्रत्याहार, सेंसरी विड्रॉल इन एनहांसिंग इमोशनल रेगुलेशन एंड प्रमोटिंग मेंटल हेल्थ। प्रत्याहार एक ऐसा विषय, नेक्स्ट प्लीज। प्रत्याहार एक ऐसा विषय जिस पे बहुत ही कम रिसर्चेस हुई हैं। हम सभी जानते हैं ये टेबल ऑफ कंटेंट्स है, सो आई विल बी कवरिंग बैकग्राउंड, इंट्रोडक्शन, रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर, रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी और इफेक्ट्स ऑफ प्रत्याहार, की फाइंडिंग्स एंड कंक्लूजन। नेक्स्ट, बैकग्राउंड। सो कमिंग ऑन टू द लिटरल मीनिंग ऑफ प्रत्याहार, प्रति का अर्थ होता है अपोजिट और जो अवे, दूर होना, और आहार का मतलब होता है फूड या फिर वो कोई भी आहार जो हम ग्रहण करते हैं। यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है कि योग ज्यादातर फोकस करता है ना सिर्फ हमारे फिजिकल पोस्चर्स पे, बल्कि जो कि सिर्फ 1% है, बल्कि हमारे अंतरंग और बाह्यंग साधन सभी पे वो फोकस करता है। नेक्स्ट, बैकग्राउंड, रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी। जितने भी हमारे एंशिएंट टेक्स्ट हैं, पतंजलि योग सूत्र बाय महर्षि पतंजलि, भगवद गीता, उपनिषद, और इन सभी का डिटेल में वी हैव डन रिव्यू, वी हैव डन रिसर्च। नेक्स्ट इज एम एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव्स। हमारे रिसर्च के टोटल 4 एम हैं। द फर्स्ट वन इज टू डिफाइन प्रत्याहार, सेकेंड वन इज टू आइडेंटिफाई साइकोलॉजिकल एंड फिजियोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट्स, थर्ड is to compare traditional yogic practices with pratyahar, to evaluate pratyahar role as a bridge between external and internal yogic disciplines, and finally to propose practical ways of incorporating pratyahar into daily and clinical practice. Next, research methodology I have already discussed. Next, introduction. So coming on to the definition of pratyahar, which is, first we'll start with Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and the next one is given in Bhagavad Gita. Here you can say, Yada sanharati chai gurmo taniva sarvashav. That means that whenever your mind, not mind actually, manas, runs away towards and after the worldly pleasures and the worldly things, you just catch it and bring that back, similar to a turtle. एक टर्टल एक कछुए की तरीके से, जैसे वो अपने अंग को, लिम्स को अंदर की ओर समेट लेता है, उसी तरीके से इट्स आवर जॉब, देन दैट इज प्रत्याहार एज पर भगवद गीता, एंड दिस इज एज पर पतंजलि योग सूत्र. So there must be some problem with the font, but it means the same. That means when the object of perception, जितना भी हमारा senses है उनको हम अंदर की तरफ लेते हैं, that is प्रत्याहार. कॉन्सेप्चुअल फ्रेमवर्क, जिसके अंदर हमारी 11 इंद्रियों के बारे में बताया गया है. नेक्स्ट, इसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज ये आती है दैट व्हेनेवर वी थिंक अबाउट प्रत्याहार, वी थिंक ऑफ द एडिबल्स. आहार मीन्स एडिबल्स, बट यहाँ पे बात हो रही है हमारे सारे सेंसेस की, इंक्लूडिंग द 5 सेंसेस विच आर, आप जिस भी तरीके से आहार करते हैं, अपनी नेत्रों के द्वारा, नासिका के द्वारा, अपने कर्ण के द्वारा, और जितने भी आहार हम करते हैं, सो देयर इज अ वास्ट डिफरेंस बिटवीन द अर्लियर टाइम्स एंड नाउ. तो पहले अगर आप दृष्टि डालें तो पहले हमें इतने ज्यादा स्टिमुलस नहीं मिलते थे, दैट we were not having that much of stimulus. Now we have phone, we have mobile, we have so much to learn, we have so much to eat and so much variety. और इतने सारे stimulus के बीच में we have a over bombarding of these stimulus and we tend to focus on those stimulus with our senses. Next, psychological and physiological benefits of pratyahar. So after reviewing a lot of researches, we get to know that there are many ways of doing pratyahar. It can be meditating, it can be doing yoga postures, it can be focusing on the sound, it can be pranayam, it can be anything. But how it is to be done is a major thing. Next, these are the key findings. The first one is enhanced memory regulation and emotional regulation. So according to this, it said that our emotional reactivity decreases. So whenever we tend to confine ourselves and restrain ourselves from the outer world, our emotional stability increases. Next is improved mental clarity. Back please. Neurophysical benefits that through pratyahar, we are somatosensory, viscosensory, and comatosensory processes, and all these processes are somewhat related to the attention. So very major things. The first one is patience. हमारा patience कम हो रहा है, वो बढ़ेगा. Second, attention span will increase. Third, your concentration, which is the major part when you're moving to the path of yoga, that will increase. Next is ancient wisdom supports modern science. So today we are having a lot of neurological disorders, psychometric disorders, psychological disorders. And in that case, if we tend to practice pratyahar, it's in our choice. See, birth is not in our hands, death is not in our hands, but choice is our hand. That A, B, C, and the D. So that C is in our hand. That means it's our choice what to choose, what not to choose. And that has to be done with wisdom. Last one is applicability in modern therapy. So Pratyahar can be effectively integrated into mental health practices, addressing anxiety, depression, and I have personally also integrated it while doing the psychotherapy with my clients. Before conclusion, I just want one thing that all of you must know. हमने बहुत सारी रिसर्च कर ली पर कोई टेक्निक नहीं पता चली कि प्रत्याहार काम कैसे करेगा. जब भी हमें कोई डिजायर या थॉट आता है, जैसे अगर हमारा मन किया कि हमें आइसक्रीम खानी है या फिर मन किया कि हमें कोई वस्तु की चाह है, तो महर्षि पतंजलि ने और जो ट्रांसलेशन है उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा उपाय दिया है प्रत्याहार का. वो मैं आप सभी के साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ. इसमें रेफरेंस शेयर है बट उस पर थोड़ा सा जोर देंगे. तो हम उसे कैसे करें? जब भी ऐसा कुछ हो तो उसे रोकने की बजाय डोंट ट्राई टू कंट्रोल, डोंट टेंड टू कंट्रोल योर थॉट्स. दे आर नेचुरल, they will flow, they will come through the environment, they will come through your past experiences, through unconscious and whatnot. But हमें क्या करना है? Just focus on the origin of it. एक बार अंदर झांकना है कि ये आया कहाँ से, and you will see it dissolve like magic. That is the trick. However, it takes some practice. Similarly, जब ऐसा लगे कि यार मन बहुत परेशान हो रहा है, मन ये कर रहा है, मन वो कर रहा है, एक बार ढूंढने की कोशिश कीजिए मन है कहाँ और वो चीज अपने आप डिसॉल्व हो जाएगी. So try practicing it and it definitely works as per our ancient texts also. Finally, conclusion, pratyahar serve as a crucial practice for emotional regulation. So जो bridge है अंतरंग से बाह्यंग, बाह्यंग से अंतरंग जाने का, वो ब्रिज बहुत मजबूत होना चाहिए. बिफोर गेटिंग इनटू डीप मेडिटेशन, बिफोर गेटिंग इनटू डिटेल समाधि and attaining that, make sure that the senses and mind are somewhere stable, and pratyahar is very important in that case. And the last is it's a comprehensive approach to addressing the challenges of the contemporary world. आजकल की जो समस्याएं हैं उसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि धीरे धीरे विद प्रैक्टिस हम चीजों को मिनिमाइज करते जाएं. एंड फाइनली with modern mental health practices हम उसे incorporate कर सकते हैं with mindful practices and a lot more things. Thank you in concise. This was my research paper. Pranam, sincere pranam.
Now, time for the next research scholar, Dr. Gayatri Gurvendra.
गीता सुगीता कर्तव्या किं मन्ये शास्त्र विस्तरे या स्वयं पद्मनाभस्य मुखपद्मादिनी श्रिता। ओम श्री परमात्मने नमः। यहाँ उपस्थित सभी विद्यार्थीगण तथा मंच पर आसीन हमारे आदरणीय गुरुवेंद्र सर का नमस्कार, तथा यहाँ मुझे एक अवसर दिया हमारे औरवेली आश्रम, जिन्होंने वैदिक मनोविज्ञान, जिस पर बहुत ही अधिक रिसर्च की आवश्यकता है और इसको संभव बनाया है, इसके लिए मैं बहुत ही धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। आज का जो मेरा जो रिसर्च वर्क है, इस पर मैंने 4 साल शोध किया है और उसी का एक सार रूप में मैं आपको यहाँ पर बताना चाहती हूँ। मेरा विषय है आधुनिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में श्रीमद् भगवद गीता की मनोवैज्ञानिक उपादेयता। वर्तमान में हम देखते हैं कि श्रीमद् भगवद गीता को अगर हम हर अध्याय को 18 अध्याय को देखें तो उसमें ऐसा लिखा होता है कि ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद् भगवद गीतासु उपनिषस्तु ब्रह्म विद्यायाम योग शास्त्रे, अर्थात ये योग शास्त्र है श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे, भगवान योगेश्वर कृष्ण और अर्जुन का यह संवाद है। लेकिन यहाँ पर हमने एक इसे मानस शास्त्र भी बताया गया है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर योगेश्वर कृष्ण और अर्जुन के बीच परामर्श चल रहा है और विभिन्न मनोचिकित्सा की प्रविधियों को यहाँ पर दिखाया गया है। तो यहाँ पर 18 अध्यायों में जितने भी श्लोक थे, उन सभी से श्लोकों से व्यक्तित्व को, मन को और उसकी चिकित्साओं को ढूंढ के निकाला गया है और उसके साथ ही एक क्वेश्चनर भी बनाया गया है जिसका नाम है पर्सनालिटी SRT पर्सनालिटी टेस्ट सत्व रजतम, जिस पर विद्यार्थी अभी रिसर्च वर्क भी कर रहे हैं। तो ये बहुत ही लाभकारी है, जैसा कि आप लोग यहाँ देख सकते हैं। तो ये पूरा आपका पर्सनालिटी को डिवाइड करता है कि हम किस तरह के व्यक्तित्व हैं और हम किस तरीके से उसे डिवाइड करें। नेक्स्ट, इसके लिए हमने यहाँ पर व्यक्तित्व को 3 भागों में बांटा है, जैसा कि गीता के 14वें अध्याय के 5वें श्लोक में कहा गया है, सत्वम रजस्तम इति गुणा प्रकृति संभवा, अर्थात व्यक्तित्व 3 गुणों से बिना है, सत्व गुण, रजोगुण और तमोगुण। अब इन गुणों की विशेषताएं क्या है? हम आधुनिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में व्यक्तित्व को किस प्रकार से हम लोग देखें और डिवाइड करें, तो हम यहाँ पर उसका नेचर, स्वभाव, उसकी वृत्तियां, आहार, गुण, कर्म, धर्म और परिणाम, हम तीनों गुणों के आधार पर देते हैं। अब यहाँ पर तो हमने दे दिया, लेकिन अब इसकी चिकित्सा कैसे हो, व्यक्ति स्वस्थ कैसे बने, मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ कैसे हो, तो इसको आगे नेक्स्ट बताया है कि इसमें हमने विभिन्न मनोरोगों की चर्चा की है, जैसे कि स्ट्रेस है, एंजाइटी है, सिजोफ्रेनिया है, मूड डिसऑर्डर्स है, पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर्स है, वो कहाँ कहाँ गीता में बतलाई गई है, उन सभी को बतलाने का यहाँ प्रयास किया गया है। नेक्स्ट, इसके साथ ही मनोरोगों की उत्पत्ति का क्रम किस प्रकार है, जैसा कि गीता में दूसरे अध्याय के 62-63 में बताया है कि ध्यायते विषयान पुंसः संगस्तेषुपजायते, अर्थात विषयों का ध्यान करने से उसमें आसक्ति हो जाती है। संगात संजायते कामः कामात् क्रोधो विजायते, आसक्ति से कामना होती है, कामना से क्रोध उत्पन्न होता है, क्रोध से सम्मोह होता है, सम्मोह से स्मृति में भ्रम होता है और स्मृति में भ्रम होने से व्यक्ति की पर्सनालिटी का डिस्ट्रक्शन हो जाता है। तो यहाँ पर एक मनोरोगी व्यक्ति किस प्रकार से बनता है, उसकी एक सीक्वेंस बता रखी। लेकिन अब प्रश्न ये उठता है कि हम उसे स्वस्थ कैसे करें। गीता में वो कौन सी टेक्निक्स दी गई है जिसके द्वारा हम उसे स्वस्थ बना सकते हैं। तो अगली स्लाइड में हमने क्या किया है कि गीता में 18 अध्याय है, उसमें 6 अध्याय कर्मयोग, 6 अध्याय ज्ञान योग और 6 अध्याय भक्ति योग के हैं। तो कर्म योग के द्वारा हमने प्रयास किया है बिहेवियर मॉडिफिकेशन, ज्ञान योग के द्वारा कॉग्निटिव रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग तथा भक्ति योग के द्वारा इमोशनल रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग दिया है। लेकिन इसकी प्रोसेस क्या है, इसकी टेक्निक्स क्या है, हम करें क्या, तो इसके लिए विभिन्न 18 अध्याय में से कुछ श्लोक्स निकाले गए हैं जहाँ पर तकनीकों को बताया गया है, जैसे कि आसनाभ्यास छठे अध्याय के 13 में बताया गया है, समम कायम शिरोग्रीवम धारणम चलम स्थिरम। फिर प्राणायाम, नासिकाग्र ध्यान, स्व की खोज, अभ्यास वैराग्य, सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण, और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है आहार विहार, जो छठे अध्याय के 17वां में बताया गया है, युक्ताहार विहारस्य युक्त चेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्त स्वप्नावबोधस्य योगो भवति दुःखः। मतलब व्यक्ति मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ कैसे बने, यथा योग्य आहार विहार, यथा योग्य सोना जागना तथा यथा योग्य कर्मों में चेष्टा। अगर ये सभी व्यक्ति करता है तो वो धीरे धीरे स्वास्थ्य की ओर बढ़ता है, अर्थात समग्र रूप से मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ कहलाता है। इसी प्रकार ज्ञान योग की टेक्निक को दिया गया है और भक्ति योग की टेक्निक्स को इसमें दर्शाया गया है। इसके साथ ही नेक्स्ट मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को भी परिभाषित किया गया है 17 का 16 कि श्रीमद् भगवद गीता कहती है कि वह हर परिस्थिति में मन की प्रसन्नता हो, शांत भाव हो, भगवत चिंतन करने का स्वभाव हो, मन का निग्रह हो, अंतःकरण के भावों की भली भांति पवित्रता हो, तो वो पूर्ण रूप से मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ कहलाता है। तो इसी तरह यह हमने व्यक्तित्व को किस तरह से देखें, तो व्यक्तित्व को बदलाने के लिए टेस्ट का प्रयोग किया जा सकता है। तो आधुनिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में जो विद्यार्थी रिसर्च स्कॉलर है, इस पर इन टेस्ट का यूज करके इंपेरिकल वर्क भी कर सकते हैं और आधुनिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में गीता को किस प्रकार से मनोवैज्ञानिक रूप से हम इसको प्रतिपादित कर सकते हैं, इस पर बहुत अधिक रिसर्च की जा सकती है। तो हम सब सर्वप्रथम यहाँ पर औरावली आश्रम के जो हमारे स्वामी जी हैं, हमारे जो सभी स्वयंसेवी भाई बहन हैं, उन सभी का आभार प्रदर्शित करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमें यह विद्यार्थियों को तथा हमें यह मंच प्रदान किया। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
सर्टिफिकेट बोल रहे हैं आप? फॉर यू काइंड इंफॉर्मेशन,
अब हमारे बीच में आदरणीय स्वामी परमार्थ देव जी अपने आश्रित वचनों से हम सभी को अभिषेक करेंगे और यही के साथ इस कार्यक्रम की समापन फिजिकल मोड में होगा। सभी लोग यहाँ पे हैं, अपने सर्टिफिकेट्स और एक ग्रुप फोटो, ठीक है। अभी बाहर स्वामी जी के साथ में ग्रुप फोटो, इसके बाद में सभी लोग अपने अपने कर्तव्य को प्रस्थान करेंगे। तो हम स्वामी परमार्थ देव जी से निवेदन करेंगे कि आप मार्गदर्शन प्रदान करें।
ओम ओम। मेरी आवाज पहुंच रही सभी तक?
जी स्वामी जी।
ओम वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तं आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् तमे विदित्वाति मृत्युमेति नान्या पंथा विद्यते अनाय। ओम शांति शांति शांति। बड़ा ही हर्ष का विषय है कि दिव्य करुणा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और श्री अरविंदो अरावली आश्रम के विशेष तत्वाधान में और राष्ट्र और अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर के अनेक विद्वानों के समन्वित एकीकृत पुरुषार्थ से यह अंतरराष्ट्रीय मनोवैज्ञानिक जो हमारी वैदिक परंपरा है, तो वैदिक मनोविज्ञान को एक संगोष्ठी के माध्यम से अनेक हमारे रिसर्चर, अनेक प्राध्यापकों ने, अनेक विद्वानों ने इसमें सहभाग लिया है और अपनी अपनी प्रस्तुतियां दी हैं। इस अवसर पर मैं बहुत ही शुभकामनाएं देता हूं हमारे बहुत ही यशस्वी आदरणीय सम्यक सनातन जी का और उनकी पूरी टीम का, जो समय समय पर दिव्य करुणा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के माध्यम से युवकों को, युवतियों को, रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स को प्रेरित करते हैं और अपनी संस्कृति के लिए वो कार्य कर रहे हैं। तो मैं चाहूंगा एक बार हमारे सभी ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन जितने भी विद्वान और विद्यार्थी हैं, शोध विद्यार्थी, वो एक जोरदार अभिनंदन करें। और रही बात वैदिक मनोविज्ञान की, तो हमारा यह गौरव है सनातन वैदिक परंपरा जो निरंतर मन पर कार्य करता है, क्योंकि मन हमारा अच्छा है तो हमारा जीवन अच्छा होगा और जगत अच्छा होगा। तन्मे मनः शिव संकल्पमस्तु ऋग्वेद के, यजुर्वेद के, अथर्ववेद के, सामवेद के मंत्रों में मनोविज्ञान का इतना महत्व है कि ये 5-6 जो यजुर्वेद के मंत्र हैं, शिव संकल्प मंत्र, जिसमें संपूर्ण मनोविज्ञान समाहित है, अनुस्वित है। और ऋग्वेद के मंत्रों की यदि हम बात करते हैं तो जैसे इन 6 मंत्रों को आधार बना करके शिव संकल्प से युक्त हमारा जीवन हो, ऐसी विशेष जो है उपदेश और संदेश दिया गया इन मंत्रों में। ओम यज्जाग्रतो दूरमुदयति दैवम तद सुप्तस्य तथैवेति दूरंगमम ज्योतिषाम ज्योतिरेकम तन्मे मनः शिव संकल्पमस्तु ये नेदम भूतम भुवनम भविष्यत। और ये कहा कि यत प्रज्ञानम मुत चेतो धृतिश्च यज्जो अंतरम, जो संपूर्ण ये कहें कि ऋग्वेद, यजुर्वेद, सामवेद, सभी वेदों का सार हमारे मन में शिव संकल्प से युक्त हमारा मन होता है, तब शिव संकल्प मस्तु। और दुष्ट संकल्प, तो शिव संकल्प से युक्त हम होंगे तो निसंदेह हमारा जीवन यशस्वी होगा। और अभी मैं सुन रहा था हमारे कई शोध विद्यार्थी जो श्रीमद् भगवत गीता के श्लोकों का और अलग अलग कर्म योग, भक्ति योग, ज्ञान योग आदि की चर्चा कर रहे थे। वहां भी मनोविज्ञान की बात जब आती है तो योग का आश्रय लेकर के जो बात कही गई है, तो भगवान को सुनते सुनते भी अर्जुन को ये जो भ्रांति उत्पन्न हो रही है और वो कह उठता है चंचलम ही मनः कृष्णा प्रमाथि बलवदृढ़म तस्य हम निग्रहम मन्ये वायु सुदुष्करम। ये मन बड़ा चंचल है, ये मन बड़ा ही उपद्रव करने वाला है। तो भगवान कहते हैं कि अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येण च गृह्यते, अभ्यास और वैराग्य से ही मन को कंट्रोल में किया जा सकता है। ऋग्वेद में 10,555 या 52 मंत्र हैं और सारे मंत्रों का उपदेश करने के बाद भगवान कहते हैं कि तुम अपने मन पर, अपने विचार पर, अपने वाणी पर और संपूर्ण व्यवहार पर नियंत्रण करो। तो वहां पर उन्होंने संगठन सूक्त का उपदेश दिया है, जिसमें भी मन का बड़ा ही महत्व है। कहा संग छध्वम संवदध्वम सम्मो मनांसि जानताम देवा भागम यथा पूर्वे संजानाना उपासते, ये बात कही। और कहा कि समानी व आकुति समाना हृदयानि व समान मस्त वो मनो यथा वह सुसहासति समानो मंत्र समिति समानम समानम मनः साचित्तमेशाम समानम मंत्र मंत्र एवं समानेन वो हविषा जुहोमी। मतलब मंत्र की, मन की इतनी चर्चा है कि हमारे मंत्र अर्थात विचार और मन एक होने चाहिए। आज पूरी दुनिया में जो स्थिति है आप सब जानते हैं। तो मन के कारण, मन के जीते जीत है, मन के हारे हार। मन एवं मनुष्याणाम कारणम बंध मोक्षयो हो। मन तो उल्लू का पट्टा कभी कभी हो जाता है, लेकिन यदि हम वैदिक ऋषि परंपरा को आत्मसात करते हैं तो मन का कंट्रोल अत्यंत ही सरल है। इसलिए मन को काबू में करने के लिए महर्षि पतंजलि कहते हैं अभ्यास और वैराग्याभ्याम तन निरोधा, योगश्चित्त वृत्ति निरोधा। तो कहा, फिर कहा अभ्यास और वैराग्येण च गृह्यते, गीता में कहा, और अभ्यास वैराग्याभ्याम तन निरोधा। इस मन को कंट्रोल में करने के 2 उपाय बताए हैं, जिसका हमारी वैदिक परंपरा में, वैदिक वांग्मय में बहुत ही प्रचुर मात्रा में इसका विस्तार किया गया है। और बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार से लोगों ने कहा भी है कि मन का बहुत ही कंट्रोल आवश्यक हमारे लिए। तो कहा कि जल से धोया मल मल कर तन, धोया नहीं कभी कलुषित मन, मन से न जग में प्रकाश कोई सच्चा मित्र, मन सा न कोई और शत्रु हुड़दंगा है। मन से है रीत प्रीति, मन से है शत्रु मित्र, मन से ही कलह कपट द्वेष दंगा है। मन ही मिलाता ईश, मन ही दिलाता मुक्ति, मन ही तो डालता सुकर्म में अड़ंगा है। मन है मरीज तो लचीज कोई चीज नहीं, मन यदि चंगा तो कठौती में ही गंगा है। बहुत काम पर जीवन थोड़ा, उस पर मन का चंचल घोड़ा, सोच समझ नादान रे, समय बड़ा बलवान रे, सोच समझ नादान रे। तो मन की गति का, मन के साथ हम अगर मित्रता करते हैं, मन के यदि हम स्वामी बन जाते हैं, तो हमारे लिए ये जीवन वरदान सिद्ध हो जाता है। हम वरदान बन जाते हैं, जीवन हमारा सार्थक हो जाता है। और मन का यदि हमने नियंत्रण नहीं किया तो मन है कि मानता नहीं, क्या अच्छा क्या बुरा जानता नहीं, और मन के घोड़े पर जो सवार हो जाता है, अच्छा खासा आदमी भी बीमार हो जाता है। इसलिए ये हमारे ऋषियों ने कहा कि मन एवं मनुष्याणाम कारणम बंध मोक्षयोः। एक शिव संकल्प मस्तु, हमारा मन शिव संकल्पों वाला हो, दुष्ट संकल्पों वाला नहीं होना चाहिए। तो हमारे वैदिक परंपरा में जो मनोविज्ञान है, वैदिक वांग्मय में, पूरी दुनिया में, पूरे जहान में महान है यह ज्ञान, और इस ज्ञान से व्यक्ति महान बन सकता है। तो आप सब इस विधा को, इस विद्या को आत्मसात करें और इस मनोविज्ञान को, इस योग विज्ञान से जाने समझें और जीवन को खूब सार्थक बनाएं। इस संपूर्ण अनुष्ठान में, इस संपूर्ण इस अंतरराष्ट्रीय गोष्ठी में जितने भी हमारे विद्वानों ने, जितने भी हमारे शिक्षकों ने, प्राध्यापकों ने, जितने भी हमारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स इसमें प्रतिभाग किए हैं, उनके लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। और विशेषकर हमारे सन्मत सनातन जी और दिव्य करुणा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और औरवेली आश्रम के हमारे स्वामी जी, आचार्य जी जो हैं, उनके लिए भी बहुत प्रणाम है, साधुवाद है, शुभकामनाएं हैं। और ऐसे ही आनंद में रहें, समय समय पर ऐसे कार्य होते रहे, कार्यक्रम होते रहे, अनुष्ठान होते रहे, तो एक प्रेरणा मिलती है, एक उत्साह मिलता है, एक दृष्टि मिलती है कि हमको वास्तव में दूसरों के जूठन खाने का कब तक स्वभाव बना रहेगा। जो लोगों ने लिख दिया, हमारी संस्कृति, हमारे संस्कारों से चुरा चुरा करके उन्होंने लिख दिया, और हम उसी के ठाक के तीन पात, हम उसी के पीछे जो है लगे रहते हैं। हमको भी कुछ ऐसे कीर्तिमान गढ़ने हैं, ऐसे कुछ इतिहास गढ़ने हैं जो हमारे पीछे लोग चले। हम संस्कृति के, संस्कारों के, सद्व्यवहारों के संवाहक बने, अपनी वैदिक परंपरा को, ऋषि परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाने वाले बने। पतंजलि योग पीठ के माध्यम से परम पूज्य योग ऋषि श्री स्वामी जी महाराज, आचार्य जी महाराज के माध्यम से देश और दुनिया को सनातन पुरातन वैदिक परंपरा की ओर आकृष्ट करने का, योग आयुर्वेद और स्वदेशी की परंपरा को आत्मसात करके जीवन और जगत के कल्याण के लिए कार्य करने का महान पुरुषार्थ किया जा रहा है। इसमें हम युवाओं को, युवतियों को भी जो भी बन पड़ता है, मनसा वाचा कर्मणा आत्मसात करके इस भारतवर्ष की परंपरा को, क्योंकि भारतवर्ष ऋषि प्रधान देश है, कृषि प्रधान देश है, हम भी ऋषि कल्प बन जाएं, ऋषि तुल्य बन जाएं। ऐसा काम करके इस जहान को महान बनाना है, इस देश को महान बनाना है। पुनश्च आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। ओम इति शम। बहुत बहुत प्रणाम सबको।
धन्यवाद स्वामी जी, अपने आशीर्वचन से हम सबको अभिषेक करने के लिए। अब हम कार्यक्रम के अंतिम रूप में हैं और 2 मिनट के बाद में शांति पाठ, और इसके बाद बाहर एक ग्रुप फोटो जहाँ पे महर्षि अरविंद जी की मूर्ति है, देन हम इसको लीव करते हैं। ठीक है, तो 5 मिनट के अंदर में हम शांति पाठ के बाद में इस कार्यक्रम को अंतिम रूप देते हैं। साथ ही जिनके सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं वो अपने सर्टिफिकेट जरूर यहाँ से कलेक्ट कर लें, जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं। सो विद इन नेक्स्ट 5 minutes we are going to close this program, and then we have 2 minutes for our last abstract presentator Preeti from University of Patanjali. Then we are moving towards Shanti part. Only 5 minutes. 5 मिनट में कार्यक्रम को हम समाप्त कर रहे हैं। 2 मिनट अपनी बात रखेंगे, फिर उसके बाद में हम लोग समापन कर रहे हैं। और सर्टिफिकेट्स पे अपनी स्पेलिंग और सभी को मिल गए हैं कि नहीं, एक बार आप जरूर देख लीजिएगा।
ओम, यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी दिव्य प्रांगण में दिव्य आत्माओं को मेरा हृदय से नमन। और मैं समय पे नहीं पहुंच पाई, इसके लिए मैं क्षमा चाहती हूँ। मेरा टॉपिक है इसका
A very special good evening to all of you. Now we are moving towards our next speaker, Michael Nabiriba from Kenya. If you are getting my voice, sir, you can proceed.
Hello, Samyak.
Yes, you can start. We are recording also, so you can proceed your. Yes.
Sorry, I tried to connect a bit. Can you hear me well?
Yes, now video and audio is perfect. You can.
Okay, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure. Michael Nabireba. I'm a clinical and counseling psychologist, master's level, and I'm currently in Kenya, though I'm born Ugandan, and I work with an organization called NEMA Counseling Center. Am I clear enough?
Yes, your voice is clear and video is too.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to thank you for this opportunity that you have given unto us, be able to present in this conference of today. And to my dear listeners, those who are physical and those who are listening online, I'm going to share shortly on how we apply the principles of VEDIC psychology, especially in trauma healing. Yes, and I'm going to use a case study of survivors of modern day slavery. Maybe just to give you a short background, here in Africa, slave trade was so rampant, and that was especially in the 16th century. That's around 18 something. That's when it started here in Africa, and many Africans were taken as slaves to the West, to America, and other countries to work as slaves. And this never left the communities the same. Families were torn apart, relationships were broken, people had to die on the way. So what happened is that during that time, people would be abducted, people were being sold off, and then they would be tied on the chains, and then they would be taken at the Indian Ocean, and then they would be shipped. Yes, they would be tied on the ship. On the chains, and then they are tied. They are shipped, and those who would die on the way, they would be thrown away. And those who would die, maybe when they are in transit, for example, they are on the water, then they would be picked and thrown into the sea. So, what happened is that people were separated from their families. Others were killed in front of their loved ones, those who could not maybe carry the luggages, and also others were being sold off by the chiefs and the elders. So the entire situation was so dehumanizing. first of all, to the victims and also to maybe the family members and the communities and most of our African countries here in majorly in East Africa. But you know, we had no say. I mean, they could not do anything. There is no way you could refuse. The only thing you do, you had to submit, or else then you would be killed. And so what happened? The victims themselves, the survivors, those who managed to run away, and also the families from where these members were taken, they were so much psychologically and emotionally affected. You can put yourself in that situation whereby if they came and they raided your family, and then you see your dad, your mom, they are being taken away, or your brother and your sister are being taken away. You can imagine the pain, how much it can be so much dehumanizing. And so, as the communities were experiencing all this, they always found ways of how can we cope with this situation. And so most of the times, families would come together, they would run away, and they gather somewhere in some place and they stay together. So that in the case maybe those who are buying them as slaves, they come, they can easily fight back and maybe overpower them. Sometimes they would gather as a community and they go to fight the chiefs. Sometimes they would get animals like dogs, wild animals, and so they use them to chase after the slave buyers. So that was one of coping as a community. And then also for those who lost their dear ones or those whose family members had been taken, they would get some people, some individuals to talk to them on one-on-one as a way of finding consolation. And you know, even the families whose members had been taken as slaves, they would all come together as in to discuss, to share together, to comfort each other, to console each other. And so this kind of brought a bit of psychological and emotional relief. On the other side, also, they also found a lot of strength in their culture, tradition, and religious beliefs. We have a lot. By then, there were so much, even before the coming of Christianity. Here in Africa, there was a lot of traditional beliefs, traditional practices, practicing rituals, practicing witchcraft, consulting of the diviners. There were so many powers that people used to consult in order to overcome this evil, this problem, to bring to an end the slave trade, though at times it never proved to be that effective. However much, the religious practices helped them so much to cope up with the trauma, the grief, due to separation, the loss of their dear ones, and also they would find hope in the future that even if our person has gone, maybe there is hope for the future. Sometimes they would consult their gods and they would get that feeling that our person has gone, but as time goes, the person will be able to come back. And so some of the practices that they used to involve in included, not to just mention a few, they used to venerate their ancestors. For example, are you still with me? Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Yes.
Okay. So some of they used to get into ancestral veneration. For example, in Africa, by then, we so much believe that the dead are not dead, they are the living dead. So even if someone passed on or was killed during slavery, we always, people here believed that the person is still with us. He has just moved into another life. And this life was perceived to be a higher life than the physical world. So they would venerate such a person who has been killed with the belief that he or she has joined the ancestors, has joined the other family, the other side in the spiritual realm. And so they would always ask them for the protection that we who are not yet picked to be taken as slaves, please, since you have passed on to another life, then you can send us the power and protect us that we may not be taken as well. So in a way, that venerating of the ancestors and those who had been taken into another life, it brought a lot of hope into them. So there was also animism, whereby they used to pray through some animals, believe in some animals that they possessed some powers, and so they could protect them as individuals. And then also there was a lot of belief in the spirits beyond, because we believe that there was a life beyond the material world. And so we thought that they always believed that these spirits will always protect them, will always watch over them, will at one time bring their people back. And then also, this also belief of transition into a new life kind of kept them hopeful that even if our person has gone, yes, there is hope that one time we shall meet again. And so this kept them moving. And so even if the situation was so much dehumanizing and traumatizing, there was that kind of psychological and emotional hope through these traditional beliefs that one time we shall meet our person again. And so these beliefs, we can see that they really played a very, very important role. And of course, as they consulted these spirits, and then maybe as they invoked their the ancestral intervention of their people who had been taken out of their families and of their communities, you know, they used to practice some of the Vedic psychology principles, such as meditation. For example, when they would go for the prayers to consult the spirits, they would have that time of silence in the dark places, whereby they would keep quiet and then they meditate. They pour out their emotions, they speak to the spirits, and then there would be that moment of listening to hear what are the spirits saying, what are they communicating back, and also they would have some moment of trying to observe, maybe look around, could there be something in right, a bit like an action being taken, could there be some changes, are there some signs that the spirits are doing something. So that time it was taken as a meditation, and also that time of having to sit as a community to call upon the intervention of their loved ones, the lost loved ones. It was kind of a prayer, but done in a meditative way, because they had known that these people now have moved into the spiritual world, and so we have to consult them only through via meditation. And then as time as time went on, you know, it took a time for whereby by then there was no counseling psychology was not so much adopted here in Africa, and even up to this very day, many of the African countries have not yet accepted the counseling, the psychosocial spiritual support of individuals, and that's why even our government, some of them, they have not yet kind of created an opportunity whereby counselors and psychologists can get jobs and also be able to help people. So anyhow, there was a lot of meditation, and then later on, we came to adopt the mindfulness, because we realized that during the meditation, people are getting in touch with their thoughts, with their feelings, though we didn't know, and sometimes they would emotionally break down and cry to these ancestors. Before we didn't know, we didn't call it mindfulness, because we didn't have that name. But then as we adopted the Western world way of doing things, then later on now we came to discover that actually we have been doing meditation here in Africa and also doing mindfulness, but we didn't have a particular and specific name for it. And this level trade, though it ended, it actually never came to an end. We still have what we call the modern day slavery, whereby we acknowledge that here in Africa, there is a lot of unemployment. So you find many young girls and boys are finishing universities, but they cannot find jobs on the ground. And so what happened? There are so many recruiting agencies within Africa that keep on promising them into the Arab world that promised a lot of good planning. They leave their families when they are expecting a lot. Maybe some of them have never been to an aeroplane. It's their first time to take a flight. They leave their homes when they are so excited, when they go to these countries when they are expecting employment to come back in their homes and put up projects. So even when they leave, their families also, which remain back, their relatives, they are also expecting that people who have gone, maybe they have gone for better and green pastures. And so there is a lot of expectation, right, from the person who has gone, the family member, and also the people who have been left behind. Remember, this excitement and expectation, it is the positive one from the beginning of time. But what happens always, on most of the times you find what is promised the other side is always not actually on the ground. And many of our young boys and girls have gone through a lot of exploitation. They reach there, they are taken into sexual exploitation, they are taken into brothels, they are being used as sex workers, and then money is being paid to the bosses. Then the men are being put into hard labor, even women, until most of them, they psychologically, emotionally, and physically break down completely. We have received so many cases, and maybe you might have read about so many cases, people who go to those countries and then they come when their kidneys have been removed. Some of them are forced to sleep with snakes, are forced to sleep with dogs. I mean, there is a lot of dehumanization that goes on there. So it is seen as a continuous way of slavery, but done in a modern way. And so you find the wounds that the African people have suffered because of the slave trade that their ancestors, their loved ones went through. Now they are becoming fresh because whatever is happening now kind of reminds them of what happened that time. And remember also, we have these sites, like when we come to Mombasa, there's what we call the Old Vai Gorge. That is a place whereby the slaves would be gathered in so many numbers, and then they are put on ship in the Indian Ocean, and the place is there, even the bells, the chains they used to use, all these things are there. So when the Africans go to see them, they are kind of, now it's like they suffer a lot of secondary trauma. Since also the slavery is kind of going on, we keep on reading these stories of Ugandans, Kenyans, Tanzanians, so many people from around who have gone through exploitation. We see girls lamenting, asking to be rescued. Some are in deportation camps, being sodomized, and a lot of dehumanizing activities going on. So coming back to the point, these people, first of all, they go through a lot of psychological torture. Some of them they become mentally, but they break down mentally, because you find someone when she was normal, because of that exposure to heavy work, no medication, no food, denial of basic needs, physical torture and all this, they end up getting so much stressed. Some of them suffer depression, and others end up becoming psychotic, and they just dump them on the streets. So, and the families come to know this side, and so you find someone has lost their minds the other side, and now this side on the ground also, the family is going through a lot. And so people enter into, they start also now maybe praying that maybe God could easily intervene. They consult the government, some agencies here and there, but most of the times there is no big help. And so for most of the people, the survivors who have managed to get from those worlds who have suffered that, like I said, they normally suffer psychological, emotional, and physical breakdown. So we normally take them to the hospitals, first of all, for the first aid and medication, so that they are physically resilient. And those who are psychologically unwell, we take them also to these mental hospitals, so that they are first of all put on medication to make them stabilize for some time. And then after that, now we begin to take them through therapy and counseling. And sometimes you find these people, they have suffered a lot of anxiety, They don't want to be in dark rooms. They can't even sleep by themselves alone because every time they are feeling unsafe everywhere. They feel every time the perpetrators are kind of coming to pick them, to torture them. And so there's a lot of psychological breakdown, emotional breakdown, anxieties, fears, and worry. And so most of the rehabilitation and counseling centers, they continue now to adopt the VEDIC psychology principles, that is meditation, and then mindfulness. Of course, we also do it with combine it with exposure therapy within the practices, and these two majorly, they have really proven to be so much effective and have helped so much these survivors, because VEDIC psychology, we look at it as something that emphasizes on the holistic and well-being of an individual, and then it brings out that interconnectedness between the mental, spiritual, and the physical aspect. So for us here in Africa, it offers us that framework to address all these psychological, social, psychosocial, spiritual challenges within Africa, and we are also to be able we are in the position to address the challenges that are affected. That are manifested by these people. So mindfulness, for example, in a way, helps people to get in touch. The survivors of this torture, they helps them to get in touch with their thoughts. They are able to think about their thoughts. They are able to think about their feelings, and they're also able to get to know how are these feelings affecting their behavior. How are they affecting their physical bodies? For example, if someone is feeling headache, maybe the person is able to know, yeah, I might be feeling headache because maybe last night I didn't sleep. I took so many hours stressing and straining. That's why maybe I might have woken up feeling this headache. Some of them also, their self-image, their self-esteem is completely shattered. Their self-image is done because they look at themselves as objects of abuse. So when we are practicing mindfulness and meditation with them, we enable them to bring back that image. And as we are facilitating, we always tell them, we also bring in elements of visualizing, for example, to help them to look at the best person, to look at this person that within them, there is still that potential of self-realization. They can still come out of the whatever internal environment they are entangled in, and still bring out their positive selves and become even far much better person, resilient men and women. So when we interrogate psychological, when we integrate the VEDIC psychology practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and spiritual practices, they help the individuals, not only individuals, but even the communities and the families which are so much affected to navigate through the issues that are related with stress and also the biopsychosocial, spiritual challenges that these people suffer. And also within the mindfulness and meditation, these survivors are always in a position to get back within their feelings. They're able to connect with their emotions, and through that process, like I said, from the past, Africans, we have always heard this saying that Africans we are notoriously religious. It is always hard to detach an African man or woman from the belief of the divine power. Of course, some of them can be evil powers, some of them can be human powers, some of them can be, they believe in material and non-material objects. possess divine powers, but also on the other side, also because of the Christianity, Catholicism, Anglicanism, some of them being Muslims, there is this belief of the divine presence that despite the situation that I have gone through, despite the exploitation, there is this divine power, there is this higher God who can set me free, who can heal me psychologically, who can heal me emotionally, who can heal me physically, and also who can restructure my entire being, and I become a new person, and I begin a new chapter in my life. And so, we consult the higher power, the divine presence, only by application of the VEDIC psychological principles, and that is always through meditation that we do, that we are incorporating a lot of mindfulness. Today, I have to acknowledge most of the African countries, especially like in Africa, they haven't known so much how to do proper meditation and also mindfulness. But most of the organizations and the communities, we keep on now getting some people coming from the Western world, coming to train some organizations, coming to train the case managers, counselors, psychologists on some of these therapies, and they have proved to be so much of help. And so it always brings a great joy when these people have come back into the country. For example, they look at it as something to do with the divine intervention, because they cannot believe that it is by their own power or any other person's power that they could have come from the situation that they have been entangled in. So when they know that it is by the divine power, I cannot imagine that they have been rescued, they have been repatriated back to their countries, that they are going to be rehabilitated and again reintegrated back into their communities. So they keep on contemplating, they keep on meditating, they keep on getting in touch with their minds and their feelings and their emotions, and they always believe by the end of time, they are able to find meaning, they are able to realize that within them there is still power despite the brokenness. They're able to get in touch with their thoughts, their feelings, and all that they have been through. And then in the end, after a short period of time, these people are able to get back on their feet and begin a new life. Thank you. Until next time, thank you. Unless if there are questions, I can take.
Thank you so much for your valuable presentation. And if anyone has any query and question, you can ask in the comment section. Now moving towards our next speaker, Dr. David B. Wolf, founder of Satvoto Institute from Florida, USA. Sir, please proceed. Honorable Dr. David Wolf, sir.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Samyak Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Yeah, I'll mention that as part of my PhD dissertation in the 1990s, my PhD dissertation is entitled Effects of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra on Stress, Depression, and the Three Gunas. And as one of the measuring instruments for the PhD dissertation in the 1990s, we developed what's called the VEDIC Personality Inventory, or the acronym is VPI. And actually, I remember back 30 years ago, my professors asked me, well, why do you want to develop a VEDIC Personality Inventory? It's a personality inventory, just like the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator or the Minnesota Multiphasic. So this is a personality inventory based on the psychology of the gunas, the modes of material nature as described in the ancient Vedas. And so I answered to my professors because I'd like to establish and develop an empirical basis for happiness for happiness and fulfillment and inner peace and security and all of those experiences that everyone's searching for, right? As Teilhard de Chardin said, we're not human beings having a spiritual experience. We're spiritual beings having a human experience. And as spiritual beings having a human experience, and all that we do and all that we seek to acquire, we're always looking for an experience: peace, vitality, love, power, security. And so the ancient Vedas, they describe that everything in the world, everything in material creation, is permeated and saturated by the three gunas. The three gunas, or modes of material nature, are tamas, or the mode of inertia, rajas, the mode of activity, and sattva, the mode of enlightenment or goodness. So the Vedas assert, they give many hypotheses, that to the extent that we develop and cultivate sattvic worldviews and habits in all life areas, whether it's our relationship with eating or sleeping or money management or communication, to the extent that we develop sattvic habits and worldviews, that's going to correlate strongly with experiences of fulfillment, satisfaction, joy, calm, peace, enthusiasm, inspiration, all those experiences that everyone's looking for. And to the extent that we associate with rajasic and tamasic worldviews and habits, that's going to correlate with other experiences like depression, anxiety, fear, disconnection, alienation, like that. And so it's described like in ancient literatures like Bhagavad Gita, Dehinosmin yata dehe komaram yovanam jara tata dehantara praptir dirastatra namuyati. Right? And so that's as the embodied soul continually passes in this body, from childhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at the time of death. In one sense, the body's already dead, just like if we're driving a car, the car is made of dead metal, plastic, and rubber, like that. But the car appears alive because the driver's inside. Similarly, the body's made of dead matter, but it appears alive because the irreducible quanta of consciousness, the spirit soul, because we're inside. And so self-realization is about realizing we're not the car, we're the driver of the car, and the car has importance. The driver is more important, just like if we hear that there was a car crash, we don't immediately ask, oh, could you get the insurance money for the car? Is it in the junkyard? No, we ask, was anyone hurt? Was anyone injured? Because we know the driver of the car is more important than the car. At the same time, the car has importance. We use it to take us to our goal. So the study of the modes, the gunas, that's like with the understanding of the science of the three modes of material nature as described in ancient Vedic literatures, we don't need to live an accidental life. If we cultivate rajasic habits in our communication and eating and relationships and money management, we're going to experience certain anxieties predicted in the Vedas. If we cultivate sattvic habits, we'll experience enthusiasm, confidence, and warmth and like that. So to use a more subtle analogy, maybe a more nuanced analogy than the vehicle analogy, we're not the hardware of the computer, and we're not the software. The hardware represents earth, water, fire, air, ether, the external matter, and the software, that's the subtle material energies like mind, intelligence. And so we're not the software either, we're the operator of the computer. And we have an intimate relationship with our mind. It's described in the ancient Vedas, Bandurat Matmanas Tasyayane Mevat Manajita and Matmanas Tusachutve Vartetatme Vesatruvat. Describes the mind can be our best friend or our worst enemy. And according to the ancient Vedas, as confirmed by modern social science research conducted rigorously, to the extent that we cultivate sattvic activities and habits in each area of life, then we're going to be effective to transform our mind from worst enemy to best friend. And that's very relevant for our experience of life. Just imagine how torturous and tormenting that is. Let's say if we're living in the same room, we're living in close proximity with someone who is dedicated to be our enemy and cause us torment and suffering and be nasty to us. So we're in intimate, we're living in close quarters in the same room with our material mind. And there's a process to transform matter to spirit. And there's a process to transform matter to spirit. Essentially, sattva, we have an institute we established about 25 years ago called Sattva Institute. And it includes the Sattva Institute School of Transformative Coaching. And the essence of sattva is to bring to conscious awareness that which till now we've not been conscious about. That's like maybe, I didn't realize I was carrying so much resentment towards this person. I didn't realize that I'm holding on to a lot of guilt and shame to avoid responsibly committing to goals that are important for me in my life. And so, yes. And so, we can, like, guna. The word guna means rope or string. Just like if we have a ball of string and it's all knotted together, if we pull on a string, the knot becomes tighter, more gnarly. But there's one string, if we pull that string in a particular way, the knot becomes disentangled. So that string in any area of life represents the sattvic string. And so there's a whole science. Actually, the ancient literature Bhagavad Gita discusses in chapters 14, 17, and 18, discusses about 20 areas of human life and what it looks like. What it looks like in tamas, the mode of ignorance, what it looks like in rajas, the mode of activity, what it looks like in the mode of sattva, and what it looks like in shuddha sattva, which is transcendental and even more pure than material sattva. And I'll pause there if anyone has any comments or questions at this time. Hare Krishna.
Hello, are you getting my mic?
Yes.
Yes. So thank you so much, sir, for your valuable presentation. And I hope this is a short time for it. And there are a lot of speakers too. And your insights, your work also. Here, research paper presentation earlier who joined, they also mentioned your research in their research work with your reference in today's research paper presentation. So it is very remarkable and useful for all the research participants or scholars who wants to research in the field of stress and your inclined research on the Hare Krishna, Hare Rama Maha Mantra. So it is very beneficial for nowadays, for especially for the mental health disorders and the psychological well-being. So thank you so much, sir, for your contributional work and your valuable time on this international conference on Vedic psychology. And we are also making the International Council of Vedic Psychology, and we will also moving forward to look forward your guidance in it for remarkable work in the field of Vedic psychology with your blessings and guidance. So thank you so much, sir, once again for your valuable time.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, sir.